Chapter 2. The 40 Days. Grant came as Lee had said he would, only more so, crossing the Rapidan not merely by one of those fords, Ely's or Germanna, but by both, and presently by still another for good measure. Sheridan's new-shod cavalry led the way, splashing across the shallows in the darkness soon after midnight, May 4th. And while the engineers got to work in the waist-deep water, throwing a pair of wood and canvas pontoon bridges at each of the two fords, the troopers established bridgeheads on the enemy side of the river at both points and sent out patrols to explore the narrow, jungle-flanked, moonless roads tunneling southward through the wilderness. Near the head of one column, the horsemen got to talking as they felt their way toward Chancellorsville, a name depressing to the spirits of any Federal who had been there with Joe Hooker just a year ago this week. One of the group, anticipating a quick pink-yellow stab of flame and a humming, bone-thwacking bullet from every shadow up ahead, remarked uneasily that he had never supposed the Army went hunting around in the night for Johnnies in this way. "We're stealing a march on Old Man Lee," a veteran explained. They thought this over, remembering the loom of Clark's Mountain and the rebel lookout station on its peak, and before long someone put the thought into words. "Lee will miss us in the morning." "Yes, and then watch out," another veteran declared. "He'll come tearing down this way ready for a fight." Though all agreed that this would certainly be in character, Lee did no such thing, at least not yet. Morning came and the crossing progressed smoothly in their rear, including the installation of still a fifth bridge at Culpeper Mine Ford, 2 miles above Ely's, to speed the passage of the Army train, the laggard, highly vulnerable element to which all the others, mounted or afoot, had to conform for its protection on the march. Slow creaking and heavily loaded with 10 days' subsistence for nearly 150,000 men and 10 days' grain for better than 56,000 mules and horses, strung out along a single road, if any such had been available, this monster train would have covered the 60-odd miles from the Rapidan to Richmond without a break from head to tail. The wagons passed over the 2 lower fords in the wake of Major General Winfield S. Hancock's 2nd Corps, the largest of Meade's 3, which crossed at Ely's in the darkness and began to make camp at Chancellorsville, 5 miles from the river, before noon. The brevity of the march was necessary if the combat units were to provide continuous protection for the road-jammed train, but the men, slogging along under packs about as heavy-laden as the wagons in their rear, were thankful for the early halt. They carried, as directed in the carefully worded order, 50 rounds of ammunition upon the person, 3 days' full rations in their haversacks, and 3 days' bread and short rations in their knapsacks. At Germanna, meantime, Major General Gouverneur K. Warren's 5th Corps crossed and marched 6 miles southeast to Wilderness Tavern, near the intersection of the Germanna Plank Road and the Orange-Fredericksburg Turnpike, where it made camp in the early afternoon, 5 miles west of Hancock, leaving room behind for Major General John Sedgwick's 6th Corps to bed down beside the road between the tavern and the river well before sundown. Grant was pleased when he reached the upper fort about midday and clattered over with his staff to note that the passage of the Rapidan was being accomplished in excellent order, strictly according to schedule and without a suggestion of enemy interference. "This I regarded as a great success," he later reported, "because it removed from my mind the most serious apprehensions I had entertained, that of crossing the river in the face of an active, large, well-appointed, and ably commanded army." Gratified by the evidence that he had indeed stolen a march on Old Man Lee, he got off a wire at 1:15 to Burnside at Rappahannock Station, instructing him to bring his 9th Corps down to Germanna without delay. Another went to Halleck, back in Washington. The crossing of the Rapidan effected. 48 hours now will demonstrate whether the enemy intends giving battle this side of Richmond. Telegraph Butler that we have crossed." This done, he rode on a short distance and established headquarters beside the road, near a deserted house whose front porch afforded him and his military family a shaded, airy position from which to observe his soldiers on the march. He was dressed uncharacteristically in full regimentals, including his sword and sash and even a pair of brown cotton thread gloves, 3 stars glinting impressively on each shoulder of his best frock coat. What was more, his manner was as expansive as his trappings, a reaction, apparently, to his sudden release from concern that he might be attacked with his army astride the river. As he sat there smoking and swapping remarks with his associates, a newspaper correspondent approached and asked the question not even Lincoln had put to him in the past 2 months. How long was it going to take him to reach Richmond? Grant not only expressed no resentment at the reporter's inquisitive presumption, he even answered him. "I will agree to be there in about 4 days," he said, to the astonishment of the newsman and his staff. Then he added, "That is, if General Lee becomes a party to the agreement, but if he objects, the trip will undoubtedly be prolonged." Laughter increased the pervasive feeling of well-being and relief, and orders soon were distributed for tomorrow's march, which had been prepared beforehand for release if all went well, as indeed all had. One change there was, however, occasioned by a report that Sheridan received that afternoon. Chagrined at encountering none of Major General J.E.B. Stuart's highly touted butternut troopers in the course of his probe of the wilderness south of the 2 fords, he learned that this was because they were assembled near Fredericksburg for a grand review next day at Hamilton's Crossing, a dozen miles to the east, and he asked permission to take 2 of his 3 divisions in that direction at first light in order to get among them, smash them up, and thus abolish at the outset of the campaign one of the problems that would have to be solved before its finish. Grant was willing, and so was Meade, though more reluctantly, being hidebound in his notion as to the primary duty of cavalry on a march through enemy country. In any case, the Army would still have one of its mounted divisions for such work, and that seemed ample, especially if tomorrow's advance required no more of the Blue Outriders than today's had done. For one thing, since the train would not complete its crossing of the Rapidan before late tomorrow afternoon and would thus require that the 3 infantry corps hold back and keep well closed up for its protection, the marches were to be about as brief. Hancock would move south and west, first to Todd's Tavern and then to Shady Grove Church down on the Catharpin Road, extending his right toward Parker's store on the Orange Plank Road, which was to be Warren's stopping point. Warren, in turn, would extend his right toward Wilderness Tavern, his present position astride the Orange Turnpike, which Sedgwick would occupy tomorrow, leaving 1 division on guard at Germanna Ford until Burnside's lead division arrived. Despite their brevity, Hancock had 9 miles to cover, Warren and Sedgwick barely half that. All marches were to begin at 5 o'clock promptly, which was sunup. Upon reaching their designated objectives, Wilderness Tavern, Parker's store, and Shady Grove Church, each commanding a major road coming in from the west, where Lee presumably still was, unless he had already taken alarm and fallen back southward. All units were to prepare at once for getting underway as promptly the following day, Friday the 6th, which would take them out of the wilderness and into the open country beyond, in position for coming to grips with the Confederates on terrain that would favor the Army superior in numbers. 48 hours would tell the story, Grant had informed Halleck early that afternoon, and all the indications were that the story would have an ending that was happy from the federal point of view. Careful planning seemed to have paid off handsomely. Not only were his most serious apprehensions, that he would be jumped while astride the Rapidan, behind him, but his second greatest worry, that he would have to fight in the blind tangle of the wilderness, was all but behind him too. Enemy moving infantry and trains toward Verdiersville, the signal station on Stony Mountain informed him at 3 p.m. 2 brigades gone from this front. Camps on Clark's Mountain breaking up. Battery still in position behind Dr. Morton's house, and infantry pickets on the river. That had far more the sound of preparations for a withdrawal than for an attack, and there seemed to be little of urgency in the Confederate reaction, such as it was. Grant could turn in for a good night's sleep in a much less fretful state of mind than the one in which he had lain down the night before, while poised for the crossing, which now was complete except for a couple of thousand more wagons and Burnside's corps, whose arrival would give him a combat strength of 122,000 effectives on the rebel side of the river. An army which, arrayed for battle, 2 ranks deep, with 1/3 of its units held rearward in reserve, would extend for 25 miles from flank to flank. That was roughly twice as many troops as Lee could muster of all arms. Grant was not only willing, he was altogether anxious to take him on at the earliest possible moment, preferably out in the open, where he could bring his superior ordnance to bear, or if not there, then here in this green maze of vines and briars and stunted oaks and pines, if the opportunity offered, and that was what it came to. He turned in early and apparently slept well. That was not the case with a good many of the men who were bivouacked in this haunted woodland by his orders. Unlike him, they had been here before, and the memory was painful. In the fields around Wilderness Tavern, it was afterwards recalled, including the one just east of the deserted ramshackle tavern itself, where Stonewall Jackson's maimed left arm was buried, there was little or no singing round the campfires, the usual pastime after a not-too-hard day's march, and there was even a tendency to avoid the accustomed small talk. This was due, one soldier declared, to a sense of ominous dread which many of us found it almost impossible to shake off. There was, in fact, much about the present situation that was remindful of the one a year ago, when all ranks had engaged in a carnival of self-congratulation on the results of careful planning and stout marching. The rebel army is now the legitimate property of the Army of the Potomac, Hooker had announced on that other May Day, just before he came to grief, suffering better than 17,000 casualties before he managed to scurry out of this scrub oak jungle and back across the Rappahannock, beyond the reach of a gray army barely 1/3 the size of his own. Grant, they knew, was no such spouter, but they remembered Fighting Joe and other even more unpleasant things, such as brush fires set by bursting shells, in which men with broken backs and bullet-shattered legs had been roasted alive before the stretcher-bearers could get at them. Even recruits could see the danger. "These woods will surely be burned if we fight here," one said when they first called a halt that afternoon. Over near Chancellorsville, where the whippoorwills began calling plaintively soon after sunset, now, as then, the mood was much the same. The fighting had been heaviest around here last year, and there still were many signs of it, including skeletons in rotted blue, washed partly out of their shallow graves by the rains of the past winter. No one but the devil himself would choose such ground for a field of battle, veterans said. The devil and Old Man Lee. In an artillery park near the ruin of the Chancellor Mansion, which had burned to its brick foundations on the second day of conflict, a visiting infantryman looked glumly at a weathered skull that stared back with empty sockets, grinning a lipless grin. He prodded it with his boot, then turned to his comrades, saying you and you, not we and us, for every soldier is superstitious about foretelling his own death, having seen such words come true too many times, and delivered himself of a prediction. "This is what you are all coming to," he told them, "and some of you will start toward it tomorrow." In point of fact, the conversion of the Blue invaders into skeletons was just the kind of grisly work Lee had in mind, and he was moving toward it even now with everything he had. Grant had taken care in his assignment of objectives for the following day to see that each of the three main roads coming in from the west would be covered by a corps of infantry. For though logic and the evidence, such as it was, tended to indicate that his adversary was in the process of falling back to a strong defensive position athwart his path, probably on the banks of the North Anna, 20 miles to the south, there was a chance that the old fox might mass his troops for an attack down one or another of those roads in an attempt to strike while the Union Army was strung out in the wilderness. The truth was, Lee was coming by all three, a corps on each. Ewell, alerted the night before, would march eastward on the Orange Turnpike nearest the river, while Hill took the Orange Plank Road, which paralleled the turnpike at a distance that varied from 1 to 3 miles until the two converged, just short of Chancellorsville, 25 miles away. Longstreet, down around Gordonsville, had a greater distance to travel and would make a later start, having to call in his troops from the far left positions they had been obliged to hold until Grant was committed to the upstream movement with all his force. Ewell, with 3 divisions, began his march at 9 o'clock. Hill reached Orange before noon, left 1 division there to guard the nearby Rapidan crossings, and had his other 2 in motion on the Plank Road shortly afterwards, the Army commander riding with him near the head of the column. Since the troops on the turnpike had a 3-hour head start and a straighter route, Ewell was told to regulate his speed by that of Hill. Longstreet then was notified by courier to set out with his 2 divisions, crossing the North Anna by Brock's Bridge, due east of Gordonsville, then turning north to strike the Catharpin Road at Richard's Shop, from which point his march would parallel those of the other 2 corps, on his left between him and the Rapidan. Lee's plan, though he announced no details yet, was to get within reach of the Federals as soon as possible, bring them to a wilderness-hampered halt with Hill and Ewell, then launch an all-out hip-and-thigh assault with all 3 corps as soon as Longstreet came up on the right. Ewell stopped for the night at Locust Grove, a couple of miles into the wilderness beyond Mine Run. Clustered about their skillet wagons for supper, the men of his 3 divisions had no such reaction to their surroundings as the men of Warren's 4 divisions were experiencing around Wilderness Tavern, 5 miles up the pike, or those of Hancock's 4 at Chancellorsville, another 5 miles east. Outnumbered as usual on the eve of contact and having fought here against odds as long and longer, the Butternut veterans understood that the cramped, leaf-screened terrain would work to their advantage, now as before, and their bivouacs hummed with banter and small talk as they bedded down, after ravening their rations, to rest for the shock they knew was likely to come tomorrow. 5 miles southwest on the Plank Road and still 5 miles short of the western limits of the wilderness, it was much the same with the men of Hill's 2 divisions, rolled in their blankets and sleeping under the stars. At sundown, he had called a halt at Verdiersville, 11 miles beyond Orange and 9 from Parker's store. My Deersville, Hill's troops dubbed the hamlet. Here, Lee had had his headquarters during the Mine Run confrontation last November, and his tent was pitched tonight as then in a field beside the road. Soon there began to come to its flap a series of couriers bearing dispatches from all quarters of Virginia. Dispatches which in turn bore out to the letter predictions he had been making for the past month as to the nature of the offensive the Federals now had launched. Of these, the most alarming came from the President himself. A blue force estimated at 30,000 of all arms and said to be commanded by Ben Butler was unloading from transports at City Point and Bermuda Hundred, on the south bank of the James less than 20 miles from Richmond, in position to break its vital rail connections with Petersburg and points south, if not indeed to come swarming across its bridges and into its streets in a matter of hours, since the capital had scarcely 1/10 that many troops for its defense. With these facts and your previous knowledge, Davis wired, demonstrating his accustomed calmness under pressure as well as his abiding trust in Lee, you can estimate the condition of things here and decide how far your own movements should be influenced thereby. Lee's decision was not to allow his movements to be influenced at all by this development. He would continue to concentrate on meeting the threat to his immediate front, he informed Davis, and leave Butler to Beauregard, who had been ordered to proceed at once from Weldon to confront the South Side invaders with such troops as he could muster in his newly formed department. Lee's reaction to a second grievous danger, reported from out in the Shenandoah Valley, was much the same. Warned that a force of undetermined strength under Sigel had begun an advance up the valley in conjunction with another movement west of the Alleghenies, he replied with a wire instructing Breckinridge to assume general direction of affairs beyond the Blue Ridge. "I trust you will drive the enemy back," he told him. This done, he put both dangers, one to his rear, the other to his flank, and both to his lines of supply and communication, out of his mind, at least for the present, in order to give his undivided attention to the problem at hand. Specifically, how best to deal with Meade's blue host, which had crossed the Rapidan bent on his destruction, but which was camped for the present across his front in the green toils of the wilderness. That the Federals had called at least a temporary halt instead of pressing ahead on a night march to escape those toils and oblige him to race southward for a meeting in the open was welcome news indeed, received in a series of messages Jeb Stuart kept sending to Verdiersville from shortly after dark until near midnight, when he apparently decided that the time had come to give his short-winded animals some rest. Abandoning his plans for the Hamilton's Crossing review next day, the cavalry leader was bringing his spruced-up troopers westward along the southern fringes of the wilderness in order to get in position by morning on the right front of the army, there to protect its open flank and reconnoiter the enemy advance when it resumed. That, too, was welcome news, ensuring a continuous stream of intelligence such as only cavalry could gather, and providing a resilient cushion against shock. Welcome, too, was a late evening dispatch from Longstreet informing headquarters that he had crossed Brock's Bridge and would camp there tonight on the near bank of the North Anna. He expected to reach Richard's shop by noon tomorrow, 9 miles from Shady Grove Church and 12 from Todd's Tavern. This meant that he most likely would be able to move into his assigned position up the Catharpin Road by nightfall, in plenty of time for launching the all-hands attack at first light Friday, after Ewell and Hill made contact tomorrow and set the Bluecoats up for the assault designed to drive them back across the river they had crossed today. Accordingly, Lee had his adjutant notify Ewell that he was to move out early in the morning, continuing his march up the turnpike in order to menace the Union flank if Grant kept heading south. If he veered east toward Fredericksburg, Ewell was to pursue him and fall upon his rear. Or if he turned this way, Ewell was to take up a strong defensive position and hold him there in the tangled brush until Hill and Longstreet came up on the right, at which point they would all three go over to the offensive in accordance with Lee's plan. In any case, the adjutant added, the general's desire is to bring him to battle as soon now as possible. At breakfast next morning between dawn and sunup, Lee was in excellent spirits, refreshed by 4 or 5 hours of sleep and encouraged by a follow-up message just in from Stuart that the 3 Federal corps had in fact spent the whole night in their wilderness camps. He expressed his satisfaction at this evidence that all was working as he hoped, as well as at information that a brigade of Ewell's, detached for guard duty at Hanover Junction, would be rejoining no later than tomorrow. Together with last-minute piecemeal reinforcements sent from Richmond during the past week, this would give him an overall strength of nearly 65,000 men in his 8 divisions of infantry and 3 of cavalry. 4 brigades were still detached, Hoke's in North Carolina, and 3 with Major General George E. Pickett, comprising Longstreet's 3rd Division, still convalescing in Southside Virginia from its brief, horrific experience on the 3rd day at Gettysburg 10 months back. But Lee regretted this less than he might have done, except for a miscalculation that contributed to the boldness of his plan for the annihilation or quick repulse of the enemy in the thickets up ahead. He estimated the combined strength of Meade and Burnside at not more than 75,000 men, and therefore assumed, quite erroneously, since the Federals, with considerably better than half again that many troops, had in fact almost twice the number Lee could muster, that he was about to fight against the shortest odds he had faced at any time since he assumed command of the Army of Northern Virginia 2 victory-crowded years ago next month. Rising from breakfast, he mounted Traveler and gave A.P. Hill the word to resume his march up the plank road, first across the Poison Fields, as the leached-out mining region west of the Wilderness was called, and then into the briery hug of the jungle, where he intended to come to grips with the invaders who, Stuart reported, seemed unaware of his presence on their flank. Beyond the moldering 6-month-old entrenchments around the headwaters of Mine Run, a couple of miles out of Verdiersville, this unawareness ended with a spatter of fire from a detachment of Union cavalry armed with 7-shot carbines. They were few in number, apparently, and easily driven back. Stuart had arrived by now, resplendent in his red-lined cape, to attend to this by fanning his horsemen out on the right and front. But word was certainly on the way to Grant that graybacks were approaching Parker's store in strength. Moreover, a staff officer arrived from Ewell about this time to report that he had sighted heavy columns of bluecoats crossing the Wilderness Tavern intersection, 2 miles ahead on the Germanna Plank Road, perpendicular to the turnpike. It stood to reason that if Ewell could see the enemy, so could the enemy see him. Grant would be forewarned in that direction, too. Lee repeated his instructions that the 2nd Corps, continuing to regulate its march by that of the 3rd, was to move on and make contact, but added that he preferred not to bring on a general engagement until Longstreet came up. Hill was deep in the Wilderness by then, out of touch with Ewell as a result of a widening divergence beyond Verdiersville of the plank road from the turnpike, which was almost 3 miles away by the time he reached Parker's store at noon. At this point, still riding near the head of Hill's 2-division column, Lee heard a rising clatter of rifle fire from the left front. Obviously, there was fighting on the turnpike, and from the sound of it, filtered through 3 miles of brush and branches, the engagement was indeed general, mounting to a quick crescendo like the rapid tearing of canvas, though it lacked the deeper rumbling tones artillery gave a battle at that distance. Mindful of Lee's admonition not to bring on a general engagement, Ewell had deployed his lead division when he got within a couple of miles of the Union-held crossroad, then brought up the 2nd for close support on both sides of the pike, warning the 2 commanders, Major Generals Edward Johnston and Robert Rhodes, who at 48 and 35 were the oldest and youngest infantry division commanders in the Army, not to allow themselves to become involved, but to fall back slowly if pressed. So he later reported, but the words had little application when the time came, as it did all too soon, especially for the men of Johnson's lead brigade, Virginians under Brigadier General John M. Jones, who caught the initial and overwhelming impact of a whole blue division that came hurtling at them, as if out of nowhere through brush and vines that limited vision to less than 60 feet in any direction. Caught thus, they found it as impossible to fall back slowly as they had to avoid becoming involved. Losing Jones, who was killed by an early volley from the dense wave of attackers, they broke and fled, spreading panic through the ranks of an Alabama brigade Rhodes had posted in their rear. Ewell, so close to the front that the attack exploded practically in his face, whirled his horse and raced back to bring help from his 3rd Division, Major General Jubal Early's, which had kept to the road in order to come up fast in an emergency such as the one that was now at hand. In the lead was Brigadier General John B. Gordon's brigade, Georgians who had a reputation for aggressiveness on short notice. "General Gordon," Ewell cried, his dragoon mustache bristling and his prominent eyes bulging as he checked his mount with a hard pull on the reins. "The day depends on you." "These men will save it, sir," Gordon replied, partly for the benefit of the troops themselves, who had come crowding up, as was their custom at such times, to hear what the brass had to say. Going at once from march to attack formation, he advanced one regiment unsupported in a countercharge straight up the pike, while the rest deployed to go in on the right. On the left, two of Johnston's three intact brigades reacted by clawing their way through the brush toward the sound of firing, and Rhodes's four did likewise, including the Alabamians who had been rattled by the flight of the Virginians through their ranks. As suddenly as it had risen, the tide of battle turned, and for the former attackers, overlapped on both flanks and savagely assailed from dead ahead by the screaming Georgians, the outcome was even more disastrous. Now it was their turn to backtrack, losing heavily in the process, though not as heavily as two other blue divisions coming up in sequence on the left and groping blindly for the flank they had been told to support, but could not find. Struck before they could form for attack or defense, they were driven eastward in confusion, suffering grievously in killed and wounded and losing several hundred prisoners, many of whom fled unknowingly into the rebel lines, bereft of all sense of direction in that maze of vines and brambles. It was, as one veteran said, a conflict no man saw or could see. A battle of invisibles with invisibles, another called it. As for fighting, a third declared, it was simply bushwhacking on a grand scale in brush where all formation beyond that of regiments or companies was soon lost, and where such a thing as a consistent line of battle on either side was impossible. The pattern of wilderness fighting had been set, and one of its principal elements was panic, which came easily and spread rapidly on terrain that had all the claustral qualities of a landscape in a nightmare, with a variety of background sounds that ranged from a foreboding silence, so dense that a man was likely to jump 6 feet at the snap of a twig, to a veritable cataract of noise, referred to by a participant as the most terrific musketry firing ever heard on the American continent. Ewell, still mindful of Lee's admonition, did not pursue beyond the point at which the fight had opened, just under 2 miles west of the crossroad. It was 3 o'clock by now, and he could tell himself quite truthfully that he had done all that was asked of him and more, inflicting much heavier casualties than he suffered, and fixing the enemy there in the tangled depths of the wilderness. He put his men to work entrenching a line that extended about a mile to the left and a mile to the right of the turnpike, and after hauling off 2 guns he had captured in the course of his counterattack, he settled down to wait for tomorrow, when Longstreet would be up and the army would go over to the offensive. Fighting continued on a lesser scale all afternoon and into the evening, and though he lost 2 more brigade commanders, Brigadier Generals Leroy Stafford of Louisiana and John Pegram of Virginia, the former mortally wounded and the latter shot in the leg, Ewell had no doubt that he would be able to hold his newly fortified position no matter what the Yankees sent against him. There was no such assurance down on the plank road 3 miles south, where a separate battle swelled to a sudden and furious climax at about the time the disjointed contest on the pike began to wane. For Hill, whose 2 divisions were struck by a much heavier and far better coordinated attack than the one that had been launched against Ewell's 3, there was no waning. There was hard stand-up fighting from the moment of earnest contact around 4 o'clock until darkness and exhaustion persuaded the troops of both sides to rest on their arms, where they then were, for a resumption at first light tomorrow of a struggle that had been touch and go for the past 4 hours. His 2 divisions, commanded by Major Generals Henry Heath and Cadmus Wilcox, had continued their march beyond Parker's store to within a mile of the Brock Road, on which the Union infantry was known to be moving south, when stiffened resistance brought the head of the Gray Column to a halt. Heath formed for battle astride the road, and Lee, taking over for Hill, who was sick today as he had been at Gettysburg, set up headquarters in a roadside clearing near the farmhouse of a widow named Tapp. He had no sooner dismounted to confer with Stewart and Hill, who had stayed with his men despite his disability, than a platoon of blue-clad skirmishers walked into the clearing from behind a stand of pines in its northeast corner, rifles at the ready. Apparently as startled as the high-ranking Confederates were by the sudden confrontation, the Federals faded back into the pines instead of opening fire or advancing to make the capture that would have changed the course of the war. However thankful Lee was for this deliverance from the hands of the Bluecoats, their presence served to emphasize the dangerous possibility of an enemy plunge, whether on purpose or by accident, into the heavily wooded gap which the divergence of the two routes had created between Hill, down here on the plank road, and Ewell, whose battle was still in full swing on the turnpike. Accordingly, Lee sent word for Wilcox to extend Hill's left by moving his division northward into the brush beyond the clearing, thus to forestall a penetration of the gap, while Heath resumed his eastward advance to develop the strength of the Blue force in his front. Though he still intended to withhold delivery of his main effort until Longstreet was on hand, the Southern commander's hope was that Heath would be able to carry the Brock Road intersection less than a mile away as an effective means of bringing the Union Army to a severed, panicky halt in the very depths of the wilderness, half a dozen miles from open ground in any direction. It was now past 3 o'clock. A note went at once to Heath asking whether, in his judgment, he could seize the intersection without bringing on a general engagement. Heath replied that the enemy seemed to be there in strength. He could not tell how much an attack would spread the action, but he was willing to give the thing a try if that was what was wanted. While Lee was turning this over in his mind back at the Widow Tapp's, a sudden uproar from the immediate front, louder even than the one that had exploded in Ewell's face 4 hours ago, informed him that the decision had been taken out of his hands. Unsupported by Wilcox, who had moved off to the left, Heath was under heavy, all-out assault from dead ahead. Both attacks, the one against Ewell up on the turnpike and the present one down the plank road against Hill, were the result of a deliberate decision by Grant, whose self-confidence and natural combativeness had not been lessened by the enlargement of his responsibilities, and who was determined, moreover, not to yield the tactical initiative to an opponent with a reputation for making the most of it on all occasions. If this meant the abandonment of his original intention to get into, through, and out of the wilderness in the shortest possible time, then that just had to be. His primary talent had always been instinctive, highly improvisatorial at its best, and though there was little about him that could be described as Napoleonic, he trusted, like Napoleon, in his star. The overriding fact, as Grant saw it, was that the rebels were there in the tangled brush somewhere off to the west, and he was determined to hit them. He was determined, in Sheridan's phrase, to smash them up at every opportunity. Meade began it quite on his own, shortly after 7 o'clock that morning, by which time the leading elements of all three corps had been 2 hours on the march. He was notified by Warren that the commander of his rear division, preparing to head south from Wilderness Tavern, had sighted a heavy butternut column moving toward him on the turnpike, 2 or 3 miles west of the Germanna Plank Road intersection. Reacting fast, Meade ordered Warren to bring his other 3 divisions back to their starting point and advance his whole corps down the pike in order to confront and, if possible, destroy the rebel force. He believed that it amounted to no more than a division, left here to fool us, he told Warren, while they concentrate and prepare a position toward the North Anna. and he saw in the situation an opportunity to effect a considerable subtraction from Lee's army before coming to earnest grips with the rest of it in the open country to the south. With time to spare and the train still grinding slowly down the crowded roads to the east, he could afford a brief delay, especially one that held the promise of so rich a prize. In any case, with his exterior flank so threatened by a force of undetermined strength, he believed the decision was tactically sound. For, as he told Grant in a note informing him of the order for Warren to countermarch and attack, until this movement of the enemy is developed, the march of the corps must be suspended. Arriving shortly afterward for a meeting near the tavern, in whose yard Meade was conferring with Warren, Grant not only endorsed his chief lieutenant's aggressive reaction to the news that there were rebels on his flank, he also enlarged upon it in a characteristic manner with words that applied not only here but elsewhere. "If any opportunity presents itself for pitching into a part of Lee's army," he told him, "do so without giving time for disposition." In accordance with this policy, which might be described as hit now, worry later, when word was brought that another gray force had been spotted marching eastward on the Plank Road down around Parker's store, Hancock too was given orders to backtrack. Instead of continuing down the Catharpin Road to Shady Grove Church, his previous objective, he would turn right when he reached Todd's Tavern and take the Brock Road north to its intersection with the road on which this second rebel column was advancing. Similarly, now that the plot had thickened, Sedgwick was told to send one division to join Warren's turnpike attack and another down the Brock Road to the intersection Hancock had been assigned to cover. His 3rd Division would remain on guard at Germanna Ford until Burnside's arrival, expected by midday, when it too would come down and get in on the action, whichever, if either, fight was still in progress by that time, leaving Burnside's 4 divisions as an available reserve to be on call if they were needed. Thus Grant, though he still had no specific information as to the size or composition of either rebel column approaching his open flank, was determined to strike them both with everything he had. While couriers went pounding off to deliver these several messages, Grant and Meade rode a short way down the pike, a bit under half a mile beyond a boggy little stream called Wilderness Run, and turned off into the southwest quadrant of the Germanna Plank Road intersection, where there was a meadow adjoined by a farmhouse belonging to a family named Lacey. Headquarters tents were being pitched there in accordance with the change in plans, and the 2 generals dismounted and climbed a knoll on the far side of the field. Grant took a seat on a convenient stump, lighted another of the 20 cigars he distributed among the various pockets of his uniform at the start of every day, and sat calmly, an imperturbable figure wreathed in tobacco smoke, waiting for the attack to be launched beyond the heavy screen of brush at the rim of the clearing. Time dragged, the sun edging slowly toward meridian, and presently he took a penknife out of his trouser pocket, picked up a stick, and started to whittle. Snagged by the blade, the fingertips of his thread gloves began to fray until at last they were ruined. He took them off, unbuttoned his coat because of the increasing heat, and resumed his whittling. At noon, or a little after, a sudden clatter of stepped-up rifle fire announced that the action had finally opened about 1 mile down the turnpike. At first it was difficult to tell how the thing was going. The clatter moved westward, diminished briefly as if it had paused for breath, then swelled louder than ever and rolled back east for another pause, after which a similar uproar came from the left front, subsided, and then was repeated. Along the limited horizon, west and southwest, the trees began leaking smoke along a line that seemed to conform in general to the one from which the initial attack had been launched an hour ago. All that was clear so far was that little or nothing had been gained, although it was fairly certain by now that there were a good many more graybacks out there in the brush than Meade had supposed at the outset. Grant kept whittling. Presently details filtered rearward, brought to the Lacey meadow by dispatch bearers on lathered horses. Complying with Grant's instructions, relayed by Meade that he was to give no time for disposition, Warren had told Brigadier General Charles Griffin, the commander of what had been his rear but now was his lead division, not to wait for word from the heads of the 3 divisions assigned to support him on the flanks. Brigadier General Horatio G. Wright of Sedgwick's Corps on the march down from Germanna to go in on his right, and Brigadier Generals James S. Wadsworth and Samuel W. Crawford of his own corps, who were countermarching to come up on his left, but to pitch right into the Confederates hard and fast as soon as he got his troops in line astride the pike, trusting that the others would be there in time to furnish whatever assistance he might need. That was what he did, but he did so, as it turned out, unsupported in the crisis that resulted. Wright did not arrive for a full 2 hours, having gotten lost in the woods about as soon as he left the road, and Wadsworth and Crawford only came up in time to get badly mauled themselves, floundering around in the brush as if they were involved in a gigantic and altogether murderous game of blind man's bluff, as indeed they were. Particularly Wadsworth, a Hudson River grandee who at 56 was 9 years older than any other division commander in the Army. Just now he was feeling the weight of all those years. Trying to navigate by compass in that leafy sea of green, he got badly turned around and drifted northward so that his naked left was exposed to a sudden descent by Gordon's screaming Georgians, who tore into it so savagely that the whole division fell back in disorder, the men crying, "Flanked, we're flanked," as they ran. Crawford caught it even worse from the rallied Alabamians when he came up, groping blind after he lost touch with the navigating Wadsworth, a former Army surgeon who had been on duty at Fort Sumter when it fell. He was 34, the next youngest of Meade's division commanders, but he looked considerably older after 3 years of combat, including a bad wound taken at Antietam. A tall, chesty, glowering man with heavy eyes, a big nose, and bushy whiskers, he habitually wore what one of his soldiers described as a turn-out-the-guard expression. His expression just now, however, was one of outrage. His division had once been Meade's own, made up entirely of Pennsylvanians, and Crawford was outraged at the heavy and useless losses he had suffered, including one veteran regiment captured practically intact when it fled in the wrong direction and found itself surrounded by grinning rebel scarecrows when it stumbled to a halt. Unquestionably, though, to judge by individual reaction, the most outraged man on the field today was Griffin, a hard-case West Pointer and a veteran of the Mexican War at 38. He was much admired by his men, including a brigade of regulars who had followed him through a lot of fighting over the past 2 years. An old-line artilleryman, he was especially furious at the loss of a section of guns which had to be abandoned down the turnpike when his flanks were overlapped and his troops fell back to avoid being swamped by no less than 7 Confederate brigades. The blame, as he saw it, lay with the commanders who had failed to come up on his left and right, and as soon as he managed to stabilize the line his 3 brigades had fallen back to, he got on his horse and galloped off to protest to Meade in person. Crossing the headquarters meadow, he dismounted and stalked up the knoll at the far side, fuming and cursing as he came. Meade heard him out and did what he could to soothe him, although with small success. The air was full of goddams. Finally, relieved by at least having vented his spleen, Griffin went back down the knoll, remounted his horse, and rode off to rejoin his division on the firing line. Grant, who had stopped whittling for the first time while the tirade was in progress, got up from his stump and walked over to Meade. He had not quite caught Griffin's name, but he had never been one to put up with out-of-channels insubordination, even in the easier-going West. "Who is this General Gregg?" he asked. "You ought to put him under arrest." Meade, whose extreme irascibility was masked today by an unaccustomed calm, turned it to Grant with the same gentleness he had shown the angry brigadier. "His name's Griffin, not Gregg," he said, "and that's only his way of talking." In grizzled contrast to his younger chief and towering a full head above him, Meade leaned forward as he spoke and buttoned up Grant's coat for him, as if in concern that he might catch cold after being overheated. Grant went back to his stump and his whittling. By then it was close to 3 o'clock. Off to the south, although the sound of it did not get through until Warren's had died down, the second battle had been shaping up for the past hour. All that was there at the start was Brigadier General George W. Getty's division of Sedgwick's Corps, which had come down from Germanna before midday to take over from a hard-pressed regiment of cavalry the task of delaying the progress of the second Confederate force, in position astride the plank road about half a mile from the Brock Road intersection, while Hancock came up from Todd's Tavern on a march that was much impeded by 5th Corps artillery, which had halted to await developments. Hancock arrived at 2 o'clock, riding at the head of his 4-division column, and when Getty informed him that the Graybacks to his front were commanded by the ever-aggressive A.P. Hill, and that he might have to fall back at any moment under increasing pressure from such a savage fighter, thus uncovering the crossroad whose loss would cut the army in two and expose its train to capture or destruction, Hancock ignored Grant's instructions to forego time-consuming preparations and instead put his troops to work improvising crude log breastworks along the road in rear of the position, north and south of the Plank Road intersection, thus to provide them with something on which to rally in case they were repulsed. Peremptory orders for an immediate advance put an end to this at about 3:30. Leaving Brigadier Generals Francis Barlow's and John Gibbon's divisions posted well down the Brock Road to guard against an attack from the southwest. He had been warned that Longstreet's corps was on the march somewhere off in that direction, though it was not expected to arrive until tomorrow. Hancock put Major General David Birney's and Brigadier General Gershom Mott's divisions in line on the right and left of Getty's, and sent them forward with orders to drive the enemy back on Parker's store, 3 miles from the vital crossroad in their rear, and thus abolish for once and for all this threat to the safe passage of the army through the wilderness, together with its train. It was just past 4 o'clock by then, and on second thought, by way of giving more weight to the blow, he had Gibbon send 2 of his 3 brigades to stiffen the center of the attack, which had now begun to roll. It did not roll far, even though at this stage all that blocked the path of these 25,000 attackers was a single gray division with fewer than 7,500 in its ranks. Advancing through the tangled brush, the Federals delivered blind volleys of musketry that lopped the saplings at breast height all across their front, and made it nearly impossible, so heavy and continuous was the fire, for any standing defender to survive. The trouble was that scarcely a Confederate was standing. While waiting for a reply to his offer to go forward, if that was what Lee wanted, Heath, like Hancock, who was similarly engaged at the same time half a mile away on the Brock Road, had his men dig in and lie low along the slight, densely wooded ridge on which they had halted when the blue resistance stiffened. Prone beneath solid-seeming sheets of lead that slashed the leaves and clipped the breast-high branches, the troops along the ridge replied with volleys of their own. Not only were these as heavy as the ones the front-rank Federals were throwing, they were also a good deal more deadly. Caught thus, erect and unprotected by anything more substantial than smoke and foliage, the attackers suffered cruelly from a foe they could not see. Mott's division, bogged shoe-top deep in a swamp on the left, directly in front of the ridge, broke and ran from that first decimating fire, as did other outfits all along the line. Whole companies, whole regiments fell back in shock and panic, some of them all the way to the log defenses they had built an hour ago. There they were met individually and collectively with a curt demand from provost guards with leveled bayonets. "Show blood!" Those who could not show it were hoiked back into line alongside the troops who had not bolted, who were still in position, up there in the bullet-whipped brush, firing blind, by earsight it was called, in the general direction of the rebels lying prone in comparative safety on their ridge, pumping volley after horrendous volley into the blue mass down in the boggy swale to their immediate front. Hancock, a hard hitter, never hit harder than he did here in the wilderness today, despite confounding difficulties of terrain far better suited for defense, once the shock of surprise had been dispelled, than for attack. A second assault was mounted and delivered, then a third and a fourth, all with the disadvantage of trying to maintain alignment as well as a precarious sense of direction, while attacking veterans who had only to lie low and fire as rapidly as they could load their overheated rifles. Up at Army headquarters, where there was full awareness of the importance of keeping the Brock Road clear for travel, Meade had Warren send Wadsworth's division south across the mile-wide gap between him and Hancock, with instructions to strike the left flank of the rebels, fixed in position by headlong pressure from the front. Hancock, meantime, was doing all he could to increase that pressure, having added 2 of Barlow's 4 brigades to the struggle. This gave him close to 30,000 men in his attack force, even after the deduction of casualties, which were heavy and getting heavier by the minute, including Brigadier General Alexander Hayes, a lifelong friend of Grant's and one of the heroes of Gettysburg, killed at the head of his brigade in Birney's division. However, Lee by then had recalled Wilcox from his attempt to link up with Ewell and close the gap across the center. He came back fast and went in hard, supporting Heath just as his flank was about to crumble. This doubled the number of defenders and reduced the odds from 3 to 2 to 1. Even so, the issue could not have remained much longer in doubt, except that gathering darkness finally ended the contest. It dwindled by common consent, then flared up momentarily as Wadsworth finally arrived in the twilight after thrashing around in the brush on a 3-hour search for the battle raging furiously 1 mile to the south. When he came up, in position at last to wreck the interior rebel flank, Lee had no reserves to throw in his path except a single Alabama battalion of 125 men, detailed to guard the host of prisoners who had been streaming rearward ever since the fight began. The Alabamians formed a widespread skirmish line, leaving the prisoners to the care of a handful of wounded, and went in yelling for all they were worth, quite as if they had an army at their backs. Wadsworth stumbled to a halt, apparently convinced that his jungle-foundered soldiers were about to be swamped by superior numbers, and hastily took up a stout defensive position on Hancock's right as night came down. While both sides turned to attend to such of their wounded as they could reach, lucky ones these, compared to others caught between the lines, calling for help that could not come because the slightest movement drew instant volleys from troops made panicky by fear of a night attack at such close quarters, or trapped by fires that sprang up and spread rapidly when the night breeze rose and fanned the sparks in the dry leaves to flames. Grant went to his headquarters tent in the Lacey Meadow to study reports of what had happened today and to make plans for what he wanted to happen tomorrow. He would, of course, continue the offensive on both fronts, though his best chance for a breakthrough seemed to lie with Hancock, who reported that he would have made one today if darkness had not ended the battle an hour too soon. Sedgwick, joined late in the day by his 3rd Division under Brigadier General James B. Ricketts, would remain in position on the right of the northern sector, with Warren, minus Wadsworth, on the left. These 5 divisions had attacked again near sunset, but with no greater success than before. Ewell, buttoned up tight in his entrenchments, would not budge. Tomorrow's attack in this sector would be made primarily to prevent him from sending reinforcements down to Hill, who was to be hit with everything Hancock could lay hands on, his own 4 divisions, plus 1 from each of the other 3 corps, including Burnside's, which had been arriving all afternoon, too late for today's fight, but in plenty of time for tomorrow's. In addition to sending 1 division to Hancock, Burnside would leave another on guard at Germanna Ford and march the other 2 down the Germanna Plank Road tonight, turning off south of the Turnpike intersection to move west through the woods for a plunge into the gap between Warren's left and Hancock's right, and to drive against Hill's interior flank, which he would assail by turning south again as soon as he was well into the gap between the two Confederate corps. Such was Grant's victory formula, compounded tonight for application tomorrow. Jump-off time, he said, would be at first light, 4 o'clock. Sedgwick and Warren with 5 divisions would attack and pin down Ewell, while Hancock and Burnside with 9 divisions were overrunning Hill, and Longstreet too, if he arrived by then and was put into that portion of the line. All that was known just now was that he was on the march somewhere off to the south and west. Hancock was warned to be on the lookout for him on the far left, in case Lee tried something foxy in that direction, though Grant was, as usual, a good deal more intent on what he had in mind to do to the enemy than he was on what the enemy might or might not do to him. Meade was in full agreement with these orders, as indeed he had been with all orders from the start, except that he suggested that the jump-off be advanced an hour to sunrise, 5 o'clock, so that the troops' commanders would have a little daylight time in which to get their men in line for the assault. Grant considered this briefly, then agreed, and the two turned in, along with their staffs, to get some sleep for the hard day coming up. Lee, too, was planning an offensive for tomorrow, and he intended, moreover, to launch it in the same region Grant had chosen as the scene of his main effort, in the vicinity of the Plank Road intersection. This involved a revision, not of purpose — the Virginian had counted all along on going over to the offensive as soon as his whole army was at hand — but of method. Formerly, Longstreet had been told to proceed up the Catharpin Road to Todd's Tavern, a position from which he could turn the Union left, but the day-long need for closing the tactically dangerous gap between Hill and Ewell now provoked a change of plans, whereby old Peter would shift from the Catharpin to the Plank Road and come up not on Hill's right, but in his rear. Little Powell then could sidle northward to connect with Ewell, thus abolishing the gap, while Longstreet took over his position and prepared to launch, with his own 2 divisions and Hill's 3rd, a dawn attack designed to crumple Grant's left flank, roll it up, and, in conjunction with Hill and Ewell, who would advance in turn against the Federals to their front, fling the blue invaders back across the Rapidan. Accordingly, around 7 o'clock, while Hill's battle was still raging and the outcome was in doubt, Lee sent Longstreet word of the change in objectives, together with a guide to ensure against going astray on the cross-country night march he would have to make in order to get from one road to the other. A message went at the same time to Major General Richard Anderson, commander of Hill's 3rd Division, which had moved from Orange to Verdiersville today, instructing him to continue his march up the Plank Road beyond Parker's store tonight, in order to be with Longstreet in plenty of time for the attack at first light tomorrow. Heath and Wilcox, who could testify to the all-too probable truth of Hancock's claim across the way that another hour of daylight would have given him the breakthrough he had been seeking, were pleased to learn from Hill that Longstreet and Anderson would be up tonight to relieve their fought-out men. Whether Lee had revised his previous estimate of the enemy's strength or not, Little Powell was convinced that his 15,000 veterans had taken on upwards of 40,000 bluecoats in the wilderness today, and he had little patience with the concern of his 2 division commanders about the tangled condition of their lines, which had come so close to buckling under repeated assaults that, in the words of one witness, they were like a worm fence at every angle. Heath went to Hill and told him flatly, "A skirmish line could drive my division and Wilcox's, situated as we now are." He proposed that a new line be drawn just in rear of their present disordered position for them to fall back on before morning, when, as he predicted, we shall certainly be attacked. Little Powell would not hear of this, partly because such a move would have meant abandoning many of the wounded, and also because it would rob his soldiers of their hard-earned rest. "Longstreet will be up in a few hours," he said. "He will form in your front. The men have been marching and fighting all day and are tired. I don't wish them disturbed." Heath went back to his troops, but soon returned with Wilcox, who joined him in the proposal that both divisions be withdrawn to a new line. Hill repeated that he wanted the men to get their sleep between now and midnight, when Longstreet was expected. They went away, but Heath, whose heart was heavy with foreboding, came back for still a third time to renew the argument. This vexed Hill, whose own sleep was being interrupted now. "Damn it, Heath," he said angrily, "I don't want to hear any more about it. The men shall not be disturbed." Heath retired for good this time, though it was already after midnight, and Longstreet was obviously behind schedule. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock passed, and still there was no news that old Peter was approaching. Not long before dawn, the two division commanders sent for a battalion of corps engineers to come forward with picks and shovels in a belated attempt to complete the neglected entrenchments before they were overrun by the blue attackers Heath was convinced would come with the sun, if not sooner. Back at the Tap Farm, Lee had known since 10 o'clock that the First Corps would not be up till daylight at the earliest. The young cavalry officer who had ridden down to the Catharpin Road with instructions for the change in routes, Major Henry McClellan of Stewart's staff, had also been charged with giving Longstreet's lead division verbal orders to press on without delay, thereby assuring an early arrival in Hill's rear. He left about 7 and returned 3 hours later, highly indignant, to report to Lee that the commander of that division, Major General Charles W. Field, a West Pointer and a stickler for regulations, he had lately been promoted and appointed to his post, having served in Richmond as superintendent of the Bureau of Conscription since the loss of a leg at 2nd Manassas 20 months ago, flatly declined to accept from a stray cavalryman possibly garbled verbal orders that were in contradiction to the ones he had received from his corps commander, which were that he was to rest his men at Richard's shop until 1 o'clock in the morning. Then, and not until then, he said stiffly, would the march be resumed. This meant that old Peter's leading elements could scarcely arrive before sunup, since the distance from Richard's shop was about a dozen miles, 2 or 3 of them over rugged terrain, across fields, through woods, and by roundabout lanes connecting the 2 main roads. But Lee seemed oddly unperturbed. When McClellan offered to ride back with written orders which Field would have no choice except to obey, the Virginian declined with a shake of his gray head. "No, Major," he said calmly. "It is now past 10 o'clock, and by the time you could return to General Field and he could put his division in motion, it would be 1 o'clock. At that hour he will move." Lee returned to his tent for more paperwork, including an 11 o'clock dispatch informing the Secretary of War of what had occurred since Grant's crossing of the Rapidan the day before. "By the blessing of God," he wrote of today's hard fight, "we maintained our position against every effort until night when the contest closed," then turned in for another 4 or 5 hours of sleep before rising to face what might well be disaster. He did not mention the possibility of disaster or its cause either to Seddon in Richmond or to Hill, whose troops were sleeping helter-skelter in the brush, in whatever random positions they had occupied when darkness ended the fighting, and they fell asleep on their arms, many of them too weary to eat the scant rations sent up later in the evening. Perhaps, like little Powell, Lee reasoned that rest would do more for them than would fretting about a situation they could do but little to repair in the few hours of darkness that remained. In any case, he left them and their commander undisturbed until dawn began to filter through the thickets, and the popping of rifles like individual hand claps warned that another day of battle had begun, May 6th. Exposed by daylight to this picket fire, the engineers dropped their picks and shovels, which they had had small chance to use, and scuttled rearward. Within an hour, sharply at 5 o'clock as the sun was rising, this intermittent racket merged and grew in abrupt intensity to a steady clatter, described by one observer as the noise of a boy running with a stick pressed against a paling fence, faster and faster until it swelled into a continuous rattling roar. The Federals were attacking in greater strength than yesterday along and down both sides of the plank road, and after a brief resistance, the two Confederate divisions did just what Heath had said they would do. They broke. Though they did not scatter in panic or drop their rifles, still they made for the rear, more or less in a body, some among them firing as they went. The men seemed to fall back upon a deliberate conviction that it was impossible to hold the ground and, of course, foolish to attempt it, one among them later wrote by way of explanation, adding rather philosophically, "It was mortifying, but it was only what every veteran has experienced." Up on Ewell's front, the dug-in troops held firm under assault, but Sedgwick and Warren were accomplishing all that was asked of them by keeping him from sending reinforcements down to the far end of the line. Such flaw as there was in the execution of Grant's plan was in the center. Burnside, ordered to penetrate the rebel gap and descend on Hill's interior flank, had gotten himself and his two divisions lost as soon as he left the road last night and struck out through the brush. He was somewhere rearward now, behind the space between Warren and Hancock, disoriented and wandering in circles while the conflict raged, first to his right, then to his left, sometimes front and sometimes rear. Hancock was furious at this dereliction. Shouting to be heard above the din on the plank road, he told one of Meade's staff officers that if those missing 10,000 men could be added to the pressure being exerted, we could smash A.P. Hill all to pieces. In point of fact, he seemed well on the way to doing it anyhow, except for the troops with Barlow, whose division had been reunited down the Brock Road to guard against a possible flank attack. He had all the men assigned to the main effort massed and in motion, flushing graybacks as they went. 40 years old, a tall, soldierly man with light brown hair and a military jaw, he had what the staffer described as the massive features and the heavy folds round the eye that often mark a man of ability. Elated by the propitious opening of that portion of the battle in his charge, he made a handsome figure on horseback, and his elation grew as the attack continued. Just ahead was the tap clearing, and beyond it the white tops of wagons parked in the Confederate rear. "We are driving them, sir," Hancock called proudly to the staff man. "Tell General Meade we are driving them most beautifully." Lee was there in the clearing, doing all he could to stiffen what little was left of Hill's resistance, and so had Longstreet himself been there, momentarily at least, when the blue assault was launched. He came riding up just before sunrise, a mile or two in advance of his column, the head of which had reached Parker's store by then, and Hill's chief of staff crossed the Tap farmyard to welcome him as he turned off the road. "Ah, General, we have been looking for you since 12 o'clock last night. We expect to be attacked at any moment and are not in any shape to resist." Unaccustomed to being reproached by unstrung colonels, however valid their anxiety, old Peter looked sternly down at him. "My troops are not up," he said. "I've ridden ahead." At this point, the sudden clatter of Hancock's attack erupted out in the brush, and Longstreet, without waiting to learn more of what had happened, whirled his horse and galloped back to hurry his two divisions forward. So Lee at least knew that the First Corps would soon be up. His problem, after sending his adjutant to order the wagon train prepared for withdrawal, was to hang on till these reinforcements got there, probably within the hour, to shore up Hill's fast crumbling line. Presently, though, this began to look like more than he could manage. Wilcox and Heath, overlapped on both flanks, gave ground rapidly before a solid mass of attackers, and skulkers began to drift rearward across the clearing, singly and in groups, some of them turning to fire from time to time at their pursuers, while others seemed only intent on escape. Their number increased until finally Lee saw a whole brigade in full retreat. Moreover, this was not just any brigade. It was Brigadier General Samuel McGowan's brigade of South Carolinians, Wilcox's best and one of the finest in the Army. "My God, General McGowan," Lee exclaimed from horseback, breasting the flood of fugitives. "Is this splendid brigade of yours running like a flock of geese?" "General, these men are not whipped," McGowan answered, stung in his pride by this public rebuke. They only want a place to form, and they will fight as well as they ever did. But there was the rub. All that was left by now for them to form on was a battalion of 3rd Corps Artillery, 4 batteries under 28-year-old Lieutenant Colonel William Pogue, lined up along the west side of the clearing, which afforded one of the wilderness's few real fields of fire. The cannoneers stood to their loaded pieces, waiting for Hill's infantry to fall back far enough to give them a chance to shoot at the bluecoats in pursuit. However, there was no time for this. Pogue, with Lee's approval, had his guns open at what was already point-blank range, shaving the heads of the Confederate retreaters in order to throw their anti-personnel rounds into the enemy ranks. This took quick effect, particularly near the road where the Federals tended to bunch up. Flailed by double-shotted grape and canister, they paused and began to look for cover, seeing which the cannoneers stepped up their rate of fire. Lee remained mounted alongside Pogue, who kept his men at their work, getting the starch out of our shirts, they called it, without infantry support. This could not continue long before they would be overrun, but meantime they were making the most of it. Smoke from the guns drifted back, sparkling in the early morning sunlight, and presently Lee saw through its rearward swirls a cluster of men running toward him, carrying their rifles at the ready and shouldering Hill's fugitives aside. "Who are you, my boys?" he cried as they came up in rear of the line of bucking guns. "Texas boys," they yelled, gathering now in larger numbers, and Lee knew them. Hood's Texans, his old-time shock troops, now under Brigadier General John Gregg, the lead brigade of Field's division. Longstreet was up at last. "Hurrah for Texas!" Lee shouted. He took off his wide-brimmed hat and waved it. "Hurrah for Texas!" No one had ever seen him act this way before, either on or off the field of battle. And presently, when the guns ceased their fuming and the Texans started forward, they saw something else they had never seen, something that froze the cheers in their throats and brought them to a halt. When Gregg gave the order, "Attention, Texas Brigade! The eyes of General Lee are upon you. Forward, march!" Lee rose in his stirrups and lifted his hat. "Texans always move them," he declared. They cheered as they stepped out between the guns. "I would charge hell itself for that old man," a veteran said fervently. Then they saw the one thing that could stop them. Lee had spurred Traveler forward on their heels. He intended to go in with them, across the field and after the bluecoats in the brush. They slacked their pace and left off cheering. "Lee to the rear!" began to be heard along the line, and some of them addressed him directly. "Go back, General Lee, go back! We won't go unless you go back!" He was among them now, flushed with excitement, his eyes fixed on the woods ahead. They stopped, and when an attempt by Gregg to head him off had no effect, a sergeant reached out and took hold of Traveler's rein, bringing the animal to a halt. "Lee to the rear! Lee to the rear!" the men were shouting. But his blood was up. He did not seem to hear them or even to know that he and they were no longer in motion. At this point, a staff colonel intervened. "General, you've been looking for General Longstreet. There he is, over yonder." Lee looked and saw at the far end of the field the man he called his warhorse. For the first time since he cleared the line of guns, he seemed to become aware that he was involved in something larger than a charge. Responding to the colonel's suggestion, he turned at Traveler's head and rode in that direction. On the way, he passed in rear of Brigadier General Evander Law's Alabama Brigade, about to move out on the left. "What troops are these?" he asked, and on being told, he called to them, "God bless the Alabamians." They went forward with a whoop alongside the Texans, who were whooping too. "I thought him at that moment the grandest specimen of manhood I ever beheld," one among them later wrote. "He looked as though he ought to have been and was the monarch of the world." Longstreet yielded to no man in his admiration for Lee, yet his admiration never amounted to idolatry, especially if idolatry included a willingness to put up with tactical interference. Seeing him thus off his balance, he later wrote, he informed him with jocular bluntness as soon as he came up, that his line would be recovered in an hour if he would permit me to handle the troops, but if my services were not needed, I would like to ride to some place of safety, as it was not quite comfortable where we were. Lee complied by retiring westward a short distance with his staff officers, who no doubt were glad to get him out of there, and old Peter kept his word here and on the opposite side of the plank road as well. There, his other division had been put in line by its commander, Brigadier General Joseph Kershaw, whose Georgians, South Carolinians, and Mississippians hooted cruelly when Heath's badly shaken troops fell back through their ranks. "Do you belong to Lee's army?" they jeered, seeing their old comrades thus for the first time in 8 months. "You don't look like the men we left here. You're worse than Bragg's men." Taking over, they stalled Hancock's advance on this side of the road, while Field was doing the same across the way. Then the two divisions went forward together against the Federals, who were wearier and a good deal more disorganized than they had known until they were brought to a halt, first by Pogue's 4 rapid-firing batteries, and then by 10,000 newly committed rebels whose appearance was as sudden as if they had dropped out of the sky. Still, the going was rough for the First Corps, most of whose members had never fought in the region west of Fredericksburg before. Some brigades lost heavily, including the Texans, who went in boasting that they had put General Lee under arrest and sent him to the rear. A captured private from the brigade expressed its collective opinion when his captors asked him what he thought of this Battle of the Wilderness. "Battle be damned," he said hotly. "It ain't no battle, it's a worse riot than Chickamauga. At Chickamauga there was at least a rear, but here there ain't neither front nor rear. It's all a damned mess. And our two armies ain't nothing but howling mobs." Before 10 o'clock, despite the various impediments of terrain and the refusal by most of Hancock's men to panic under pressure, Longstreet fulfilled his promise to recover the line that had begun to be lost at sunrise. Halting there within half a mile of the Brock Road, he proceeded to consolidate the position, reinforced presently by Anderson, whose division arrived while the First Corps was advancing and moved up in its support. Hill, meantime, had rallied his other 2 divisions and swung them northward in accordance with Lee's orders to plug the gap that had yawned since yesterday between him and Ewell. Finding it unexploited by the Federals, whose own gap had been enlarged by Longstreet, Law's whooping Alabamians had struck and scattered Wadsworth's ill-starred division on Hancock's right, driving the remnant west and north all the way to the Lacey Meadow, and Burnside was still on his circuitous tour of the brush. Hill's men willingly and hurriedly did what they had failed to do the night before. They entrenched. Lee's line was now a continuous one, reasonably compact, and he had all his troops on hand at last, including Ewell's detached brigade, which arrived at mid-morning from Hanover. The time had come for him to go over to the all-out offensive he had planned to launch as soon as he managed to bring Grant to a standstill in the thickets, as he now had done. There was a lull all along the line, a regimental commander later said of this period, during which reconnaissance parties went out and came back, and last-minute instructions were delivered, adding, "It was the ominous silence that precedes the tornado." Tactically, Grant was in far worse shape than he or anyone else in the Lacey Meadow seemed to know. In addition to the unmanned gap across his center, he had both flanks in the air. No Blue Army had ever remained long in any such attitude here in Virginia without suffering grievously at the hands of Lee for having been so neglectful or inept. Hooker, for example, had left only one flank open, but his discomfiture had been complete. Now the same treatment might well be in store for Grant on practically that same ground just 1 year later. Headquarters had been more or less in a turmoil for the past 2 hours, ever since Hancock's attack went into reverse. First, there was the matter of Burnside's non-arrival, which not only reduced the intended strength of the main effort, but also left it unsupported on the right, exposing Wadsworth to the catastrophe that ensued. In point of fact, after all that had happened yesterday, the aging New Yorker, a brigadier since shortly after First Bull Run, military governor of the District of Columbia during the tenure of McClellan, whom he had helped to frustrate, and an unsuccessful candidate for governor of his home state on the Republican ticket in '62, the year of the Democratic sweep, had seemed to suspect from the start that today would be no better. He was feeling his years, and he told an aide he thought perhaps he ought to turn the command of his division over to someone else and go to the rear. As it was, however, he stayed and managed, today as yesterday, to lose his sense of direction in the course of the attack, and came crowding down on the units to his left, creating a jam on the near side of the plank road and thereby adding to the effectiveness of Pogue's fire from the Tap farmyard, as well as to the confusion that prevailed when Law assailed his unprotected right. One of his 3 brigades disintegrated without more ado, and Wadsworth, in an attempt to keep the other 2 from doing likewise, appealed to them from horseback to stand firm, whereupon he was hit in the back of the head and fell to the ground with a bullet in his brain. His troops ran off and left him, pursued by the rebels, who gathered him up and took him back to one of their aid stations. He died there 2 days later, having been stared at by a great many of his enemies who came for a look at a man reputed to possess more wealth than the treasury of the Confederate government. Rich men were not unusual in the armies of the South, where the West Point tradition was strong in leading families, and no $300 commutation fee could secure exemption from conscription, but were rarely encountered on the other side, particularly on the firing line. Meantime, the fallen general's troops continued their flight all the way to the Lacey Meadow, as if they expected to find sanctuary there with Grant, who sat on his accustomed stump atop the knoll, still whittling, still wreathed in cigar smoke. Headquarters was alarmed by their sudden appearance, even though they did not seem to be pursued, and presently, when long-range shots began to fall in the vicinity, an anxious staffer, fearful that the meadow was about to be overrun, suggested that it would be prudent to shift the command post rearward. Grant stopped whittling. "It strikes me it would be better to order up some artillery and defend the present location," he said quietly. This was done, although there was nothing the gunners could see in the way of targets, and Hancock bolstered what remained of Wadsworth's division by sending reinforcements over from the left. On the right, Sedgwick and Warren had suffered heavy losses in carrying out their instructions to keep attacking Ewell's entrenchments and thus prevent his sending reinforcements down the hill. This they had done, and in doing it they had kept him on the defensive. But if they assumed from this that he would remain so, or that Sedgwick's outer flank was secure because it was covered by Flat Creek, they would be disabused before nightfall. Gordon, whose brigade was on the left, was trying even now to get permission from his superiors to turn the Federal flank, which he insisted was wide open to such a maneuver, having scouted it himself. So far, Ewell and Early had declined to let him try it, being convinced that Burnside's corps was posted rearward in support. Obviously, Sedgwick's immunity from attack, based as it was on this misconception by Gordon's superiors, was going to last no longer than Burnside remained unaccounted for in the Union order of battle. Once he found his way up to the firing line and was identified, Ewell and Early would have to abandon their objection to Gordon's proposal and unleash him, with results that were likely to be spectacular if Sedgwick's dispositions were as faulty as the Georgian claimed to have seen with his own eyes. Just now, however, for Burnside, having spent the past 5 hours out of pocket, was to spend another 3 in the same fashion, lost to friend and foe alike before he managed to get where he belonged. The gravest danger was on the opposite flank, which was also exposed to being turned or struck end-on. This was due to a combination of misconceptions based on erroneous information from headquarters. Hancock had kept Barlow in position down the Brock Road all this time, yesterday and today, in expectation that Longstreet would arrive from that direction. Instead, he had come up the Plank Road, converting Hill's near route into a counteroffensive. But Hancock still held Barlow where he was, outside the action, because only 2 of Old Peter's divisions, Field's and Kershaw's, had so far been identified. The third, Pickett's, reported to have been with Longstreet at Gordonsville, though in fact it was south of Richmond, might be maneuvering for an attack up the Brock Road, perhaps in conjunction with Anderson's division of Hill's Corps, which had also not yet been accounted for. So Barlow was kept where he was, a mile and a half from the Plank Road intersection, to guard against a tangential strike by these 10,000 missing rebels. Meantime, evidence had accumulated to support the belief that they were already at hand, including one frantic eyewitness report that they were advancing en masse up the Brock Road. This was a case of mistaken identity. The advancing mass turned out to be a herd of Federal convalescents, marching from Chancellorsville to rejoin the Army by Hancock's roundabout route. No sooner was this mistake discovered, however, than heavy firing was heard from down around Todd's Tavern, where the Brock and Catharpin roads intersected, less than 3 miles from Barlow's outpost on the Union left. The assumption was that the cavalry must have encountered Pickett's column coming up from the Catharpin road and was doing what it could to hold him off while Barlow got ready to receive him. This was partly correct and partly wrong. It was cavalry, right enough, but that was all it was. The blue troopers were shooting not at Pickett, who was perhaps of greater service to his country here today, though he was not within 60 miles of the battle than he had been 10 months ago at Gettysburg, leading the charge that would be known forever after by his name, but at Stuart. Sheridan had served Grant poorly yesterday by plunging eastward with 2/3 of the Army's cavalry into the vacuum Stuart had left around Fredericksburg when he moved westward to take position on Lee's right. Still intent on closing with the Graybacks, more for the purpose of destroying them than of finding out what was happening in their rear, Sheridan's horsemen made such a racket with their rapid-firing carbines that Barlow thought a large-scale action was in progress, though in fact it was nothing more than an unprofitable skirmish, which did not result in the slightest penetration of the cavalry screen Stuart kept tightly drawn to prevent his adversary from catching even a glimpse of the preparations now being made for attack 4 miles northwest. As it was, Barlow was so impressed by the uproar down around Todd's Tavern that he called urgently for reinforcements to help him meet what he was convinced was coming, and Hancock obliged by sending him 2 brigades from the main body, which by then was back on the line it had left at sunrise. Hancock had his hands full where he was, holding Longstreet west of the Brock Road, immediately north and south of the Plank Road intersection. For better than 5 hours now, advancing and retreating, the fighting had been as heavy as any he had ever seen, and so too had his casualties and the expenditure of ammunition. Drummer boys were pressed into unfamiliar service as stretcher-bearers, and when they got to the rear with their anguished burdens, the stretchers were loaded with boxes of cartridges for the return to the firing line, so that, as one reporter wrote, "The struggle shall not cease for want of ball and powder." Involved as he was in the direction of all this, blinded by thickets and appealed to simultaneously from the left and right, Barlow was convinced that he was about to be hit by Pickett, and Wadsworth's division, adjacent to the unmanned gap across the Army's center, had just come apart at the seams. Hancock was apparently too busy to notice that the contraction of his front in the vicinity of the crossroad, resulting from his losses and the withdrawal of 4 brigades to meet the reported dangers on the far left and the right, had widened to about a mile the brush-choked interval between the main body and Barlow's outpost position down the road. Consequently, though he was reasonably well protected against a flank attack by Pickett, who wasn't there, he was not protected at all from one by Longstreet, who was. His immediate left, as Gordon was saying of Sedgwick's right, 4 miles away, was wide open to either a turning movement or an end-on strike. Then came the lull, a half-hour breathing space. Hancock spent it shoring up his line against an expected renewal of Longstreet's frontal effort to drive him back from the vital crossroad. Atop the knoll in the Lacey Meadow, Grant, with a hole in his center and both flanks in the air, continued to whittle. Then, around 11 o'clock, the storm broke. Within minutes of the opening shots, according to Meade's chief of staff, the uproar of the rebel attack approached the sublime. Longstreet, always grand in battle, never shone as he did here, a First Corps artillerist said of the general in his conduct of this morning's fighting on the right. Within 3 hours of his arrival, he introduced tactics into a battle which, up to then, had been little more than a 20-hour slugging match, with first one side then the other surging forward through the brush, only to fall back when momentum was lost and the enemy took his turn at going over to the offensive. All attacks had been frontal except for chance encounters when some confused unit, a regiment or a brigade or, as in Wadsworth's case, a division, got turned around, usually in the course of an advance through blinding thickets, and exposed a naked flank to being torn. Now old Peter, who was always at his calmest when the conflict roared its loudest, undertook to serve a federal corps, reinforced to a strength of 7 divisions, in that same tearing fashion. Lee had ordered the Army's chief engineer, Major General Martin L. Smith, to report to Longstreet at about the time the Federals began to yield the ground they had won from Hill. Sent out to reconnoiter the Union left, Smith, a 44-year-old New York-born West Pointer whose most distinguished service to his adopted country up to now had been at Vicksburg, where he not only laid out and supervised the construction of its hilly defenses, but also commanded one of the divisions that manned them under siege, returned at 10 o'clock to report that he had found Hancock's flank wide open to attack from within the mile-wide gap that yawned between his main body and Barlow's outpost. Moreover, an unfinished and unmapped railroad, work on which had been abandoned when the war began, afforded an ideal covered approach to that vulnerable point. Troops could be massed in the brush-screened cut just where the roadbed made a turn southeast, perpendicular to the unguarded flank a briery quarter-mile away. Old Peter's eyes lighted up at the news, but he was no more inclined to be precipitate here than he had been at Second Manassas, when a similar opportunity arose. He summoned his young chief of staff, Lieutenant Colonel G. Moxley Sorrell, instructed him to take charge of a force made up of 3 brigades, one from each of the 3 divisions at hand, and conduct them to the designated point for the attack. Knowing how likely such maneuvers were to become disorganized under the influence of exuberance, he stressed the need for careful preparation. "Form a good line," he told him, "and then move, your right pushed forward and turning as much as possible to the left." Characteristically, before sending him on his way, he added in true First Corps style, "Hit hard when you start, but don't start until you have everything ready." Sorrell assembled the 3 brigades headed by Brigadier Generals William Wofford, G.T. Anderson, and William Mahone, respectively from Kershaw's, Field's, and Richard Anderson's divisions. And just as he was about to move out, Colonel John M. Stone of Heath's division, in position on Longstreet's left, requested permission to add the weight of his Mississippi Brigade to the blow about to be struck. Hill and Heath were willing, and that made 4 brigades from as many divisions, a pair each from 2 corps, not one of them under a professional soldier and all in charge of a young staff officer who never before had commanded troops in action. Sorrell was a former bank clerk, 26 years old, intensely ambitious and strikingly handsome, a Georgian like his chief, though of French, not Dutch extraction. As he set out, leading this force of about 5,000 into the railway cut, then eastward through its leafy tunnel to the bend where they would mass for the attack, he knew that his great hour had come, and he was determined to make the most of it, for his own and his country's sake. Old Peter, who had a great affection for him dating back to First Manassas, watched him disappear in the woods, then settled back to wait for the uproar that would signal the launching of the flank assault. He kept his remaining 11 brigades in position astride the plank road, maintaining frontal contact and preparing to increase the pressure when the time came. Already he was planning a larger turning movement to follow the one about to start. Once Hancock's line had been rolled up, the fronts of the other 2 Confederate corps would be uncovered in rapid sequence. Hill's 2 divisions would join the grand left wheel, and Ewell's 3 would drive straight ahead, cutting the Federals off from the fords by which they had crossed the Rapidan. Obliged to fall back on Fredericksburg, Grant's army would be cut to pieces, train and all, as it jammed the narrow wilderness trails and scattered in the brush. Anticipation made the wait seem long, though in fact it was quite brief. At 11 o'clock, within half an hour of his setting out, Sorel's attack exploded on the Union left and began to roll northward, clattering across the right front of the Confederate position. Longstreet ordered his main body forward simultaneously to exploit and enlarge the panic already evident in the enemy ranks. The end-on blow was as successful as even Sorel had dared to hope it would be. Struck without preamble by a horde of rapid-firing rebels who came screaming through what up to then had been a curtain of peaceful green, the 1st Blue Unit, a brigade that had just been withdrawn from the line to catch its breath while the lull was on, disintegrated on contact, its members taking off in all directions to escape the sudden onslaught, and though others reacted differently, having at least had a semblance of warning that something horrendous was headed in their direction from the left, the result was much the same in the end, as unit after unit, finding itself under simultaneous fire from the front and flank, sought to achieve a similar deliverance from fury. Consternation in such cases was followed by a strangely deliberate acceptance of the military facts of life, the difference being that they reacted not as individuals, but as a group seeking safety in numbers. A man from one of Gibbon's brigades reported that the first he knew of a flank attack was when he saw troops from Mott's division on his left trudging rearward in a body. At first, so deliberate was their step, so oddly sullen their expression, he could not make out what was happening. They did not seem to me demoralized in manner, he declared, nor did they present the appearance of soldiers moving under orders, but rather of a throng of armed men returning dissatisfied from a muster. The best explanation another observer could give was that a large number of troops were about to leave the service, and apparently they were doing all they could to leave it alive. One thing at least was clear to a staff officer who watched them slogging rearward, oblivious to pleas and threats alike. They had fought all they meant to fight for the present, he said, and there was an end to it. Hancock himself put it simplest in a statement years later to Longstreet. "You rolled me up like a wet blanket." Elation on the Confederate side was correspondingly great, and it too was a sort of mass reaction. Here the cheering troops perceived as soon as the flank attack began to roll was another Chancellorsville in the making. Moreover, they were aware of the highly encouraging difference that, instead of launching their turning movement with a scant 2 hours of daylight left for its exploitation, as Jackson's men had done, they now had a substantial 8 or 9 such hours, enough surely to complete the destruction already underway. Not that they wasted time simply because so much of it was available. Sorel had carried out his orders with speed and precision. Wofford and Mahone were abreast in front, respectively on the left and right, supported by G.T. Anderson and Stone, whose added pressure shattered what little resistance was encountered or bypassed in the course of the advance. Within less than an hour they had driven northward all the way to the plank road. Some of Wofford's Georgians, in fact, plunged eagerly across it, intent on the chase, though Mahone's Virginians called a halt at that point in accordance with instructions. When Sorel rode up, he found the plank road unobstructed all the way to its intersection with the Brock Road, where the displaced and rattled Federals were taking shelter behind the breastworks Hancock had had them build the day before. From the opposite direction, he saw Longstreet and his staff riding toward him on the plank road, accompanied by several unit commanders, to whom the burly lieutenant general was apparently giving directions for the follow-up assault. They made up a sizable cavalcade, and Sorel could see from their manner, their gestures and expressions as they rode, that they shared the exuberance he was feeling at the success of his first experience as a leader of men in battle. Their high spirits were voiced by Brigadier General Micah Jenkins, the 28-year-old commander of a brigade in Field's division, who had just been informed that his troops would play a major role in the follow-up attack. "I am happy," the young South Carolina aristocrat told Longstreet, excited by the prospect of enlarging the gains already made. "I have felt despair for the cause for some months, but now I am relieved and feel assured that we will put the enemy back across the Rapidan before night." When Sorrell came up, Jenkins embraced and congratulated him warmly. "We will smash them now," he said. Old Peter thought so too. Engineer Smith had returned from a second reconnaissance of the Union left to report that a second turning movement, designed to flank the rallying bluecoats out of their breastworks along the Brock Road, was altogether as feasible as the first. Just then, however, as the cavalcade continued its ride east to within musket range of the Brock Road intersection, there was a sudden spatter of fire from the woods to the right front. Some of Mahone's men were shooting at some of Wofford's, having mistaken them for Federals when they came hurrying back across the plank road to take their proper place in line. Aggressive as always, Longstreet whirled his horse in that direction, apparently intending to stop the undisciplined firing. Others followed his example, including Joe Kershaw, who had ridden forward to confer with Wofford on the condition of his detached brigade, and were met by a heavier volley from the Virginians in the woods. 4 men were hit, a courier and a staff captain, both of whom were killed instantly, Micah Jenkins, who died a few hours later with a bullet in his brain, and Longstreet. "Friends! They are friends!" Kershaw shouted in a voice that rang above the clatter and the groans, and almost at once Mahone's veterans ceased firing and hurried out of the woods to express their regret for what had happened. By then, solicitous hands were helping the wounded lieutenant general to dismount. Hit solidly by a bullet that passed through the base of his neck and lodged in his right shoulder, he had been lifted straight up by the impact and had come down hard, his right arm hanging useless, though he managed to stay in the saddle, bleeding heavily, until his companions were there to ease him to the ground, the upper part of his body propped against the trunk of a roadside tree. Exultation turned to dismay as word spread rapidly through the wilderness that old Peter had been hit. All down the line, men's thoughts were more than ever of Chancellorsville, but with the bitter irony of remembering that Jackson too had been shot by his own soldiers, less than 4 miles up the road through these same woods, at the climax of a successful flank attack. As for Longstreet, his thoughts were neither on the past nor on the present, despite his pain. His concern was for the immediate future, the follow-up assault that would complete his victory. Field, being the ranking division commander present in the Corps, Longstreet blew the bloody foam from his mouth to say to Sorrell, "Tell General Field to take command and move forward with the whole force and gain the Brock Road." Soon his staff physician was there to tend his wounds, and when Lee arrived, he told him, in such detail as his shaken vocal cords allowed, of his plan for turning the Federals out of their new position. By now a stretcher had been brought. He was lifted onto it, his hat placed over his face to shield his eyes, and carried back down the plank road to a waiting ambulance. On the way, when he heard troops by the roadside saying, "He is dead, they are only telling us he is wounded," he raised his hat from his face with his usable hand. The answering cheers, he declared long afterward, served to ease his pain somewhat on the jolting rearward journey. A wandering artillery major on a fruitless search for a decent gun position came up just as the ambulance moved off. Later he wrote of what he saw and felt. Members of the general's staff, literally bowed down with grief, were all around the vehicle. One, I remember, stood upon the rear step of the ambulance, seeming to desire to be as near him as possible. All of them were in tears. The doctor had said that Longstreet's wounds were not necessarily fatal, but they recalled that the prognosis had been even more favorable in Jackson's case right up to the day he died, a year ago next week. Though he had never really liked old Peter, the artillerist wanted to see for himself what his condition was. For one thing, the procession's resemblance to a funeral cortege lent credence to a rumor that the general was dead. I rode up to the ambulance and looked in. They had taken off Longstreet's hat and coat and boots. The blood had paled out of his face, and its somewhat gross aspect was gone. I noticed how white and dome-like his great forehead looked, and, with scarcely less reverent admiration, how spotless white his socks and his fine gauze undervest, save where the black-red gore from his breast and shoulder had stained it. While I gazed at his massive frame, lying so still except when it rocked inertly with the lurch of the vehicle, his eyelids frayed apart till I could see a delicate line of blue between them. And then he very quietly moved his unwounded arm and, with his thumb and 2 fingers, carefully lifted the saturated undershirt from his chest, holding it up a moment, and heaved a deep sigh. "He is not dead," I said to myself, "and he is calm and entirely master of the situation. He is both greater and more attractive than I have heretofore thought him." Back up the road at the scene of the wounding, Field was doing what he could to carry out his orders to take command and move forward. But this was by no means as easy a task as Longstreet seemed to think. Other disruptive accidents, like the one that had just cost the Corps its chief, were apt to follow if the main body, still in line astride the plank road, and Sorrell's flankers, drawn up facing it, were left to fight with their fronts at right angles. Lee ordered a postponement of the follow-up assault until the lines were readjusted. This was done, although the process was a slow one. Not only was the confusion greater than had been thought, it had also been increased by the loss of Jenkins and old Peter. 4 mortal hours from noon to 4 o'clock were required to get the troops untangled and into satisfactory positions for attack. And when they went forward at 4:15, they found that Hancock, too, had made good use of the time afforded for adjustments. He had strengthened his breastworks, brought up reinforcements, and posted a secondary line in support of the first. Worst of all, or best, depending on the point of view, he had shored up and realigned his outer flank, which the attackers found no longer dangling in the air. At a couple of points the Confederates achieved a penetration, one where the log breastworks caught fire, forcing the defenders to abandon them, and Jenkins's Carolinians came leaping through the flames, intent on avenging the fall of their young brigadier. But in both cases, supporting troops came up and restored the line by driving them out again. Proof, if any such was needed, that 7 divisions, snug behind breastworks and with both flanks secure, Burnside had come up at last, midway through the 4-hour lull, and gone into position on Hancock's right, were not to be driven or even budged by 3 divisions attacking head-on through bullet-flailed brush. An hour of such fighting was quite enough to show that nothing more was going to be accomplished here. It was time, indeed almost past time, to look elsewhere, meaning in Ewell's direction up on the opposite flank. All day, though he had had no chance to go in person, Lee had been sending messages to the Second Corps, urging an offensive in that quarter to relieve the pressure on the First, or, if that was impracticable, the detachment of reinforcements to strengthen the offensive on the right. Invariably, Ewell had replied that he could do neither. There was no fit opening for an attack. He needed all his troops to maintain his position astride the turnpike. When Lee arrived at 5:30 asking, "Cannot something be done on this flank?" Ewell said again that he believed it would be unwise to assault the Federals in their entrenchments, and he was supported in this by Early, who was at Corps headquarters when Lee rode up. Gordon was also there, intending to renew his day-long plea that he be unleashed, and when his 2 superiors finished protesting that there was nothing to be done, he presumed to appeal to the Army commander himself for permission to strike at the enemy flank, which he insisted had been wide open to attack for more than 8 hours now. Ewell and Early repeated their objections based on the conviction that Burnside was posted in Sedgwick's rear to forestall such a move. Lee, who knew that Burnside was in front of Hill, wasted no more time on reproaches, although, as Gordon later wrote, his silence and grim looks revealed his thoughts almost as plainly as words could have done. He simply ordered the attack to be made at once. It was launched at straight up 6 o'clock, and within the limitations of the little daylight time remaining, sunset came at 6:50, and darkness followed quickly in the thickets of the wilderness. It was altogether as successful as Gordon, for the past 9 hours, had been telling Ewell and Early it would be. With the support of the brigade that had arrived that morning from Hanover, North Carolinians under 27-year-old Brigadier General Robert D. Johnston, the Georgians struck and scattered Ricketts's unwary flank brigade and captured its commander, Brigadier General Truman Seymour. Seymour had led a division in the ill-starred Florida campaign, and after being whipped at Olustee had returned to Virginia to head a brigade whose members were known in both armies as Milroy's Weary Boys, a description applied 2 years ago after Stonewall Jackson gave them the runaround in the Shenandoah Valley, and confirmed last year when Ewell encountered them near Winchester on his way to Gettysburg. Weary or not, they broke badly again today and spread panic through the rest of the division, as well as through part of Wright's division, which was next in line and which also had a brigade commander scooped up by the rebels in the confusion. This was Brigadier General Alexander Shaler, a Connecticut-born New Yorker whose capture was especially welcome because he had recently been in charge of the prison for Confederate officers on Johnson's Island in Sandusky Bay, where winters were cold and blankets few. Now he would get a taste of prison life from the inside looking out instead of from the outside looking in. Seymour and Shaler, for all their lofty rank, were only 2 among some 600 Federals taken captive in the attack, while about as many more were killed or wounded, bringing Sedgwick's total loss to well over 1,000 in 1 hour. Gordon himself lost only about 50 in the course of what his men referred to ever afterwards as their finest frolic. The blue right flank was rolled up for more than a mile before dusk put an end to the advance and obliged the Georgians and Carolinians, who by then had plunged all the way to the Germanna Plank Road, to pull back with their prisoners, their booty from the overrun camps, and their conviction that an earlier attack, in Gordon's words, would have resulted in a decided disaster to the whole right wing of General Grant's army, if not in its entire disorganization. Lee was inclined to think so too, especially if the attack on this flank against Sedgwick had been delivered at the same time as Longstreet's against Hancock on the other. In which case the indications were that Grant would have been overwhelmed and routed, not merely discomfited and bled down another 1%. An earlier visit to the left by the Army commander would no doubt have resulted in an earlier attack, but Lee had come as soon as he felt he could leave the critical right, where the contest had been touch and go since sunrise. The trouble was that he could not be everywhere at once, despite the need for him to do just that. Although this impossible need had grown more pressing ever since the death of Stonewall Jackson, today it had become downright acute. Longstreet's departure left his corps in the hands of a newly promoted major general who had been with it less than 3 months, none of the time in combat, and whose desk-bound year in Richmond seemed to have made him utterly inflexible at a time when flexibility was among the highest virtues. Hill's failing health, worse today than yesterday and likely to be still worse tomorrow, obviously required him to take a sick leave that would deprive the Army, however briefly, of the most aggressive of its corps commanders. It was harder even to think of Lee without A.P. Hill than it was to think of him without Longstreet, for Hill had never been detached. As for Ewell, although by ordinary standards he had done well today and yesterday, holding his own against the odds, he seemed incapable of doing one whit more than was required by specific orders. Ewell in the wilderness, unable to bring himself to unleash Gordon despite repeated pleas from headquarters that something be attempted in that direction, was disturbingly like Ewell at Gettysburg, where his indecisiveness had cost the Army its one best chance for a quick victory in what instead turned out to be a bloody 3-day battle that ended in retreat. All this might well have been heavy on Lee's mind as he rode southward 3 miles through the twilight to the Tapp Farm. He was faced at this most critical juncture with a crisis of command, a crisis that would have to be resolved if the Army of Northern Virginia, at the close of only the second day of fighting in what promised to be the longest and grimmest of its campaigns, was to survive the continuing confrontation here in the depths of the wilderness with an enemy force roughly twice its size, superbly equipped, and still in possession of the main artery leading southeast, through the thickets and beyond into open country, where the tactical odds would lengthen and the capital itself would be in danger of being taken, either by sudden assault or inexorable maneuver. All around him, as he dismounted in front of his tent in the Tap farmyard, was confusion. East and north, out in the jungle where the battle had raged for 2 incredibly savage days, the moans of the wounded, blue and gray, were heightened to screams of terror when a brisk wind sprang up shortly after dark and fanned random smoldering embers into flames that spread faster through the underbrush than an injured man could crawl. Dead pines, their sap long dried to rosin, burned like 20-foot torches, and the low clouds took on an eerie yellow cast as if they reflected the glow from molten sulfur on the floor of hell. The roar of wind-whipped flames through crackling brush was punctuated from time to time by a clatter resembling the sudden clash of pickets, as groups of disabled men from both sides, huddled together against a common danger, were engulfed by the inferno, and the paper-wrapped charges in their pockets or cartridge boxes caught fire and exploded. While stretcher-bearers and volunteers did what they could to rescue all the wounded they could reach, others along the Confederate line of battle, including those Third Corps veterans who had thought they were too tired for such exertion the night before, worked hard to strengthen their defenses for a renewal of the contest at first light tomorrow. They expected it, and so did their commander. Less soundly beaten tactically and with no greater losses, Hooker had pulled back across the river. But neither Lee nor his soldiers thought it likely that Grant would do what Fighting Joe had done, at least not yet. Judging their new opponent by his Western reputation as well as by his aggressive performance over the past 2 days, they believed he would stay and fight. Next to a retreat which he did not expect, Lee preferred a Federal attack, and that was what he had his men prepare for. If Grant was to be beaten further to and beyond the point at which he would have no choice except to pull back across the river, it would have to come as the result of a bloody, morale-shattering repulse. In any case, the next move was up to the invader. Today's abortive follow-up assault by the First Corps, launched after the long delay occasioned in part by the fall of its commander, had shown only too clearly that the Confederates, whatever their successes when they caught the enemy off balance, lacked the strength to drive an opponent who was not only twice their size, but was also braced for the shock in well-prepared entrenchments. And there could be no doubt that the Federals were as hard at work on their defenses, left and right and center, as the Graybacks were on their side of the line. Obliged as he was, now that all chances for surprise had been exhausted, to rule out a resumption of the offensive by his badly outnumbered army, Lee's decision not to attack amounted to a surrender of the initiative. This was a dangerous procedure against an adversary as nimble as Grant had shown himself to be in the campaign that brought Vicksburg under siege. But Lee had no choice. His hope, as he turned in for the night, was that Grant, despite his freedom to maneuver, would continue to forget his Vicksburg method and hold instead to the pattern of headlong assault he had followed so far in Virginia. That might lead to his repulse, and another repulse, if decisive enough, might lead to his destruction. The alternative for Lee, who had no such freedom to maneuver, was stalemate and defeat. This second day of battle in the wilderness had been Grant's hardest since the opening day at Shiloh, where his army and his reputation had also been threatened with destruction. Here, as there, however, so long at least as the fighting was in progress, he bore the strain unruffled and gave his orders calmly and coherently, one witness noted, without any external sign of undue tension or agitation. Internally, a brief sequel was to show he was a good deal more upset than he appeared, but outwardly, as he continued to sit on his stump atop the knoll in the Lacey meadow, smoking and whittling the critical hours away, he seemed altogether imperturbable. When word came shortly before noon that Hancock's flank had been turned and the left half of his army was in imminent danger of being routed, his reaction was to send more troops in that direction, together with additional supplies of ammunition, followed at 3 o'clock by orders for a counterattack to be launched at 6 to recover the lost ground and assure the holding of the Brock Road leading south. As it turned out, Hancock was himself assaulted a second time, nearly 2 hours before that, and had to use up so much of the ammunition in repelling the attack that not enough was left for compliance with the order. Besides, Grant by then was faced with an even graver crisis on his right. Sedgwick, too, had been flanked and was being routed, he was told, by a rebel force that had penetrated all the way to the Germanna Plank Road, cutting the army off from its nearest escape hatch back across the Rapidan. Meade was a steadying influence in this case as in others. "Nonsense," he snorted when a pair of flustered staffers came riding in from the crumpled flank after sundown to report that all was lost in that direction, including all hope of deliverance from the trap the rebels had sprung on Sedgwick and were about to enlarge in order to snap up everything in blue. "Nonsense. If they have broken our lines, they can do nothing more tonight." He had confidence in John Sedgwick, the least excitable of his corps commanders, and he showed it by sending reinforcements from the center to help shore up the tottered right. Grant approved, of course, and had an even stronger reaction to an officer of higher rank who came crying that this second flank assault meant the end of the Northern Army, unless it found some way to get out from under the blow about to fall. "This is a crisis that cannot be looked upon too seriously," he declared. "I know Lee's methods well by past experience. He will throw his whole army between us and the Rapidan and cut us off completely from our communications." Grant was not a cursor, but his patience had run out. He got up from the stump, took the cigar out of his mouth, and turned on this latest in the series of prophets of doom and idolaters of his opponent. "Oh, I am heartily tired of hearing about what Lee is going to do," he said testily. "Some of you always seem to think he is suddenly going to turn a double somersault and land in our rear and on both our flanks at the same time. Go back to your command and try to think what we are going to do ourselves instead of what Lee is going to do." Further reports of havoc on the right were received with the same firmness, the same quick rejection of all notions of defeat, although, as Rawlins told a friend who rode over to headquarters to see him later that evening, the coming of officer after officer with additional details soon made it apparent that the general was confronted by the greatest crisis in his life. By nightfall, however, Meade's assessment was confirmed. Sedgwick established a new and stronger line 1/2 mile south and east of the one he had lost to Gordon's flankers, who withdrew in the twilight from their position astride the road leading back to Germanna Ford. Then, and not until then, did the general-in-chief show the full effect of the strain he had been under, all this day and most of the day before. He broke. Yet even this was done with a degree of circumspection and detachment highly characteristic of the man. Not only was his personal collapse resisted until after the damage to both flanks had been repaired and the tactical danger had passed, it also occurred in the privacy of his quarters rather than in the presence of his staff or gossip-hungry visitors. When all proper measures had been taken, Rawlins confided, Grant went into his tent, threw himself face downward on his cot, and gave way to the greatest emotion. He wept, and though the chief of staff, who followed him into the tent, declared that he had never before seen him so deeply moved, and that nothing could be more certain than that he was stirred to the very depths of his soul, he also observed that Grant gave way to the strain without uttering any word of doubt or discouragement. Another witness, a captain attached to Meade's headquarters, Charles F. Adams, Jr., son and namesake of the ambassador, put it stronger. "I never saw a man so agitated in my life," he said. However violent the breakdown, the giving way to hysteria at this point, it appeared that Grant wept more from the relief of tension — after all, both flanks were well shored up by then — than out of continuing desperation. In any case, it was soon over, when Rawlins's friend, Brigadier General James H. Wilson, a friend of Grant's as well, formerly a member of his military family and recently appointed by him to command one of Sheridan's cavalry divisions, reached headquarters about 9 o'clock, less than an hour after the collapse Rawlins presently described. He found the general surrounded by his staff in a state of perfect composure, as if nothing at all had happened. And in fact, nothing had. Nothing that mattered, anyhow. Unlike Hooker, who broke inside as a result of similar frustrations, Grant broke outside, and then only in the privacy of his tent. He cracked, but the crack healed so quickly that it had no effect whatever on the military situation, then or later. Whereas Hooker had reacted by falling back across the river, such a course was no more in Grant's mind now than it had been that morning before sunup, when he was accosted by a journalist who was about to leave for Washington to file a story on the first day's fighting. Asked if he had any message for the authorities there, Grant, whose usual procedure was to hold off sending word of his progress in battle until the news was good, thought it over briefly, then replied, "If you see the president, tell him from me that whatever happens, there will be no turning back." Late that evening, another journalist, New York Herald correspondent Sylvanus Cadwallader, was reassured to find that Grant still felt that way about the matter, despite the tactical disappointments of the day just past. Seated on opposite sides of a smoldering headquarters campfire, these two, the reporter because he was too depressed for sleep and the general, he presumed, for the same reason, were the last to turn in for the night. Formerly of the Chicago Times, Cadwallader had been with Grant for nearly 2 years now, through the greatest of his triumphs, as well as through a 2-day drunk up the Yazoo last summer. And for the first time here in the wilderness tonight, he began, as he said afterward, to question the grounds of my faith in him. We had waged 2 days of murderous battle and had but little to show for it. Judged by comparative losses, it had been disastrous to the Union cause. We had been compelled by General Lee to fight him on a field of his own choosing, with the certainty of losing at least 2 men to his 1, until he could be dislodged and driven from his vantage ground. Yet we had gained scarcely a rod of the battlefield at the close of the 2 days' contest. He wondered, as a result of this disconsolate review of the situation, whether he had followed Grant all this long way through the conquest of Vicksburg and the deliverance of Chattanooga, only to record his defeat and overthrow when he came up against Lee in the Virginia thickets. Musing thus beside the dying embers of the campfire, he looked across its low glow at the lieutenant general, who seemed to be musing too. His hat was drawn down over his face, the high collar of an old blue army overcoat turned up above his ears, one leg crossed over the other knee, eyes on the ashes in front. Only the fitful crossing and recrossing of his legs indicated that he was not asleep, and Cadwallader supposed that the general's thoughts were as gloomy as his own, until at last Grant spoke and disabused him of the notion. He began what the reporter termed a pleasant, chatty conversation upon indifferent subjects, none of which had anything to do with the fighting today or yesterday. As he got up from his chair to go to bed, however, he spoke briefly of the sharp work General Lee had been giving us for a couple of days, then turned and went into his tent to get some sleep. That was all. But now that Cadwallader realized that the general had not been sharing them, he found that all his gloomy thoughts were gone. Grant, opposed by Lee in Virginia, he perceived, was the same Grant he had known in Mississippi and Tennessee, where Pemberton and Bragg had been defeated. "It was the grandest mental sunburst of my life," he declared years later, looking back on the effect this abrupt realization had had on his state of mind from that time forward. I had suddenly emerged from the slough of despond to the solid bedrock of unwavering faith. In the course of the next 20 hours or so, May 7th now, a Saturday, the whole army experienced a like sequence of reactions, from utter doubt to mental sunburst. Reconnaissance parties working their way along and across the charred, smoky corridors last night's fires had left found the rebels fidgety and quick to shoot, but content, it seemed, to stay tightly buttoned up in the breastworks they had built or improved since yesterday. Lee preferred receiving to delivering an attack, and Grant apparently felt the same, since he issued no orders directing that one be made. For this, the troops were duly thankful, especially those who had had a close-up look at the enemy lines, but they were also puzzled. The Federal choice seemed limited to attack or retreat, and they had not thought that Grant, despite the drubbing he had received these past 2 days, would give up quite this early. Still, word soon came that the pontoon bridges had been taken up at Germanna and relayed at Ely's Ford to hasten the passage of the ambulance train with the wounded, who were to be sent by rail to Washington. This meant that a withdrawal of the army, whether by that route or through Fredericksburg, would have to proceed by way of Chancellorsville, the hub where roads from the south and west converged to continue north and east. Swiftly now the conviction grew that everything blue would be headed in that direction after sundown. Sure enough, such guns as had found positions for direct support of the infantry, including those on the knoll in the Lacey Meadow, were limbered and started rearward that afternoon, obviously to avoid jamming the roads that night, and in this the men saw confirmation of their worst judgments and suspicions. Grant, for all his Western bulldog reputation, was merely another Pope, another Hooker, at best another Meade. They had been through this before. They recognized the signs. Most of us thought it was another Chancellorsville, a Massachusetts infantryman would remember, while a Pennsylvania cavalryman recorded that his comrades used a homelier term to describe the predicted movement. They called it another skedaddle. If the Chancellorsville parallel was obvious, both battles had been waged in the same thicket, so to speak, between the same two armies at the same time of year and against the same Confederate commander. It was also at this stage disturbingly apt. By every tactical standard, although the earlier contest was often held up as a model of Federal ineptitude, the second was even worse fought than the first. Hooker had had one flank turned, Grant had both. Hooker had achieved at least a measure of surprise in the opening stage of his campaign. Grant achieved none. Indeed, the latter had been surprised himself while on a march designed to avoid battle on the very ground where this one raged for 2 horrendous days, not only without profit to the invaders, but also at a cost so disproportionate that it emphasized the wisdom of his original intention to avoid a confrontation on this terrain. Moreover, it was in the three-way assessment of casualties, Hooker's and Lee's along with his own, that the comparison became least flattering. Grant lost 17,666 killed and wounded, captured and missing, about 400 more than Hooker, while Lee, whose victory a year ago had cost him nearly 13,000 casualties, was losing a scant 7,800, considerably fewer than half the number he inflicted. Here the comparison tended to break down, however, because for anything like comparable losses, north and south, it was necessary to go back to Fredericksburg, the most one-sided of all the large-scale Confederate triumphs. In plain fact, up to the point of obliging Grant to throw in the sponge and pull back across the river, Lee had never beaten an adversary so soundly as he had beaten this one in the course of the past 2 days. What it all boiled down to was that Grant was whipped, and soundly whipped, if he would only admit it by retreating, which in turn was only a way of saying that he had not been whipped at all. Whatever happens, there will be no turning back, he had said, and he would hold to that. The mid-afternoon displacement of the guns deployed along the Union line of battle was in preparation for a march, just as the troops assumed, but not in the direction they supposed. No more willing to accept a stalemate than he was to accept defeat, he would shift his ground, and in doing so he would hold to the offensive. He would move, not north toward Washington, but south toward Richmond, obliging Lee to conform if he was to protect the capital in his rear. Grant thus clung to the initiative. Lee surrendered when he had exhausted all his chances for surprise. Now it was Grant's turn to try again for a surprise, and he planned accordingly. The objective was Spotsylvania Courthouse, less than a dozen miles down the Brock Road from the Turnpike intersection. With an early start, to be made as soon as darkness screened the movement from the rebels in their works across the way, it was not too much to expect that the leading elements would be in position there by dawn, plying shovels and swinging axes in the construction of fortifications which Lee, when he caught up at last, would be obliged to storm, even if the storming meant the destruction of his army, because they would stand between him and the capital whose protection was his prime concern. Warren would have the lead and would go all the way tonight, marching down the Brock Road across the rear of Hancock, who would fall in behind once Warren had passed, and stop at Todd's Tavern, where he would guard the rear and slow the progress of the rebels if they attempted to follow by this route. Sedgwick would move east on the turnpike to Chancellorsville, then south by the road past Piney Branch Church to its junction with the Brock Road at Alsop, between Todd's Tavern and Spotsylvania, close in Warren's rear and also within supporting distance of Hancock. Burnside would follow Sedgwick after taking the plank road to Chancellorsville, but would call a halt at Piney Branch Church to protect the trains and the reserve artillery, which were to assemble at that point. Sheridan's troopers would probe the darkness in advance of both columns, and he was directed to patrol the western flank in strength in order to keep the corps commanders advised in time of the approach of the enemy. Warren and Sedgwick would move out at 8:30, Hancock and Burnside as soon thereafter as the roads were clear. The emphasis was on silence and speed, both highly desirable factors in a maneuver designed to outfox Old Man Lee. Meade issued the march order at 3 o'clock in compliance with earlier instructions from Grant, and when the guns pulled out soon afterward, taking a 5-hour lead to clear the roads for the infantry that night, the troops along the line of battle drew their conclusions and went on exchanging occasional long-range shots with the Graybacks, while awaiting their turn to join what they were convinced was a retreat. Soon after dark, the expected orders came. Warren's and Sedgwick's veterans slung their packs, fell in quietly on the Brock Road and the Turnpike, and set out. To the surprise of the 5th Corps men, the march was south, in rear of Hancock's portion of the line. At first they thought that this was done to get them onto the plank road leading east to Chancellorsville, but when they slogged past the intersection, they knew that what they were headed for was not the Rapidan or the Rappahannock, but another battle somewhere south, beyond the unsuspecting rebel flank. Formerly glum, the column now began to buzz with talk. Packs were lighter, the step quickened. Spirits rose with the growing realization that they were stealing another march on Old Man Lee. Then came cheers as a group on horseback. Give way to the right," one of the riders kept calling to the soldiers on the road. Doubled the column at a fast walk, equipment jingling. In the lead was Grant, a vague, stoop-shouldered figure, undersized-looking on Cincinnati, the largest of his mounts. The other horsemen were his staff. Cincinnati pranced and sidled, tossing his head at the sudden cheering, and the general, who had his hands full getting the big animal quieted down, told his companions to pass the word for the cheers to stop, lest they give the movement away to the Confederates sleeping behind their breastworks in the woods half a mile to the west. The cheering stopped, but not the buzz of excitement, the elation men felt at seeing their commander take the lead in an advance they had supposed was a retreat. They stepped out smartly. Todd's Tavern was just ahead, a little beyond the midway point on the march to Spotsylvania. Up on the turnpike where Sedgwick's troops were marching, the glad reaction was delayed until the head of the column had covered the gloomy half-dozen miles to Chancellorsville. The men seemed aged, a cannoneer noted as he watched them slog past a roadside artillery park. Weary from 2 days of savage fighting and 2 nights of practically no sleep, dejected by the notion that they were adding still another to the long list of retreats the army had made in the past 3 years, they plodded heavy-footed and heavy-hearted, scuffing their shoes in the dust on the pike leading eastward. Beyond Chancellorsville, just ahead, the road forked. A turn to the left, which they expected, meant recrossing the river at Ely's Ford, probably to undergo another reorganization under another new commander who would lead them, in the fullness of time, into another battle that would end in another retreat. That was the all-too-familiar pattern, so endless in repetition that at times it seemed a full account of the Army's activities in the Old Dominion could be spanned in 4 short words: Bull Run, Da Capo. But now a murmur, swelling rapidly to a chatter, began to move back down the column from its head. And presently each man could see for himself that the turn beyond the ruins of the Chancellor Mansion had been to the right. They were headed south, not north. They were advancing, not retreating. Grant was giving them another go at Lee. And though on sober second thought a man might be of at least 2 minds about this, as a welcome or a dread thing to be facing, the immediate reaction was elation. There were cheers and even a few tossed caps, and long afterwards men were to say that for them this had been the high point of the war. Our spirits rose, one among them would recall. We marched free. The men began to sing. That night we were happy. 2. Lee was marching too by then, having divined once more his adversary's intention. That morning, after riding the length of his wilderness line and finding it strangely quiet, in contrast, that is, to the fury of the past 2 days when better than 25,000 men had been shot or captured, blue and gray, along that 4-mile stretch of tangled woodland, he drew rein on the far left to talk with Gordon, who supposed from Grant's lack of aggressiveness that he was about to retreat. "Grant is not going to retreat," Lee told him. "He will move his army to Spotsylvania." Surprised, the Georgian asked if there was any evidence that the Federals were moving in that direction. Not at all," Lee said as he turned Traveler's Head to ride back down the line. "But that is the next point at which the armies will meet. Spotsylvania is now General Grant's best strategic point." There was, as he said, no indication that Grant was moving, but there was at least negative evidence that when he did move, as obviously he would have to do, in lieu of assaulting the wilderness entrenchments before he used up the supplies in his train, it would not be back across the Rapidan. Ewell had sent word shortly after sunup that the Federals were dismantling their pontoon bridges at Germanna, and though Ely's Ford was still available, it seemed unlikely that they would give up either if they intended to retire to the north bank. That left Fredericksburg as a possible escape route, and in fact there were reports from cavalry scouts that wagon traffic was heavy in that direction. But there was also a report from Stuart, waiting for Lee when he got back to the Widow Taps, that the Union cavalry had returned to Todd's Tavern this morning in strength enough to drive the Confederate horsemen out and hold the place against all efforts to retake it. Todd's Tavern was down the Brock Road, midway between Grant's present position and Spotsylvania, which lay in the angle between the Richmond, Fredericksburg, and Potomac and the Virginia Central Railroads, and offered an excellent approach to Hanover Junction, where the 2 lines crossed en route to Richmond from the north and west, both of them vital to the subsistence of Lee's army. Spotsylvania, then, as Lee told Gordon, was his adversary's best strategic point. If what he wanted was either to steal the lead in a race for Richmond or to take up a stout defensive position which Lee would be obliged to attack, whatever the tactical disadvantages, not only because it would sever his lines of supply, but also because it lay between him and the capital, whose protection was his primary concern. As evidence, this was far from conclusive, but it was persuasive enough to cause him to summon Brigadier General William N. Pendleton, the 54-year-old former Episcopal rector who served as his chief of artillery, and instruct him to begin at once the cutting of a road through the woods, due south from the Army's right flank on the Orange Plank Road, down to Shady Grove Church on the Catharpin Road, the midpoint for Lee as Todd's Tavern, which was also on the Catharpin Road, was for Grant, to be used as soon as the first hard evidence reached headquarters that his opponent had taken or was about to take the first step in the race for Spotsylvania. The new road, if it was finished in time, would shorten the march by doing away with the need to backtrack down the Plank Road to Parker's store before turning south. But this was small comfort alongside the knowledge that Grant even then would have a shorter route, a better road to travel all the way, and the advantage of deciding when the race would begin or whether indeed it would be run at all. Another and possibly greater disadvantage lay in the fact that the lead corps on the march would be the first, since its position was on the right and therefore closest to the objective. Normally, as in the case of the movement into the wilderness earlier this week, one or both of the other two corps, composed for the most part of Jackson's famed foot cavalry, sought out the foe or rounded his flank to set him up for the Sunday punch methodical old Peter would deliver when he came up in turn. Moreover, the corps was now to be commanded by a general, 42-year-old Richard Anderson, whose reputation had never been one for dash or fire and whose performance over the past year under Hill had been undistinguished at best, while at worst it had been a good deal less than that. At Gettysburg, for example, the kindest thing that could be said of the easygoing South Carolinian's lack of aggressiveness was that it had been due to sloth. His earlier record, made in the days when he commanded first a brigade and then a division under Longstreet, had been better, and this was Lee's main reason, together with the consideration that he was the senior major general with the Army, for giving the post to him instead of Early, whom Lee otherwise preferred. A former member of the Corps, which Early was not, Field was of recent appointment, and Kershaw was still a brigadier, Anderson would be welcomed back by the officers and men of the two divisions he would command, while his 3rd Corps division would pass into the capable hands of Mahone, the Army's senior brigadier. Yet this was perhaps the greatest of all gambles, the appointment of genial, uninspired Dick Anderson to replace his most dependable lieutenant, at a time when dash and fire, both of which were conspicuous by their absence from his record, seemed likely to be the decisive factors in a contest that would begin at any moment and had Richmond for the prize. The fact that Lee was more or less obliged to take that gamble was one measure of the extent to which attrition was wearing down the Army in his charge. That afternoon he saw that still another such change was in the offing. Riding his line for the 2nd time that day, he stopped off at 3rd Corps headquarters, which had been set up in a deserted house about midway between the Plank Road and the Turnpike, and found A.P. Hill looking paler and sicker than ever. Though red-bearded little Powell was unwilling to relinquish command at this critical juncture, it was evident that he soon would be obliged to do so. This meant that once more, with Anderson transferred and Heath and Wilcox insufficiently seasoned, a temporary successor would have to be found outside a corps whose regular chief was incapacitated. In this case, however, the problem was simplified by having been faced beforehand, although in another connection. Jubal Early, runner-up as a candidate for command of the 1st Corps, would be brought in from the 2nd to lead the 3rd, at least until Hill recovered from the ailment he would not yet admit was grave enough to require him to step down. One dividend of this arrangement, similar to the one that had given Anderson's division to Mahone, was that Early's division could pass to Gordon, for whom Lee felt a growing admiration because of his performance yesterday. Lee's conversation with little Powell was interrupted about 4 o'clock by a staff colonel who came down from the attic of the house where he had established an observation post by ripping some shingles from the roof, to report on something he had seen with the aid of a powerful marine glass trained on what he believed was Grant's headquarters, a bit under 2 miles across the way. A number of heavy guns held in reserve there all through the fighting had just pulled out and headed south down the Brock Road toward the Confederate right. Though Grant's dead were still thickly strewn in the woods in front of his line, along with a few surviving wounded, and though none of the Blue Infantry had yet shown any sign of preparing for a shift, Lee took this limited artillery displacement as the first step in the race for Spotsylvania, which lay in the direction the guns had gone. Accordingly, he returned at once to the Tapp farm and issued orders for Anderson to march that night, taking Pendleton's just-cut southward trace through the woods to Shady Grove Church, then eastward across the Po River to Spotsylvania, which he was to hold against all comers. Provided, of course, that he got there first. The new Corps commander's instructions were for him to withdraw his 2 divisions from their present lines as soon as darkness masked the movement from the enemy, then give the troops a few hours' rest and sleep before setting out at 3 o'clock in the morning on the race for the objective a dozen miles away. Ewell and Hill were told to follow in that order as soon as they judged that the situation in their front would justify withdrawal. In accordance with these instructions, Anderson pulled back about 9 o'clock, but finding no suitable rest area in the immediate rear, fires had sprung up again in the smoldering brush, fanned alive as on the past 2 nights by the early evening breeze. He set out at once down Pendleton's trace with the intention of making a bivouac farther south, outside the smoky battle zone, in which the men could get some rest between then and 3 a.m., the designated hour for the start of the march. He had not gone far, however, before he abandoned the notion of making any considerable halt at all. For one thing, there simply was no usable stopping place this side of Shady Grove, down along the fringes of the wilderness, and for another, the condition of the newly built road, stump-pocked and cluttered with fallen trunks and limbs, was so miserable that the rate of march along it in the dark could scarcely be much better than a mile-an-hour crawl. He perceived that if he was to win the race for Spotsylvania, he would need every minute of the 4 or 5 hours he would gain by keeping moving instead of halting in accordance with Lee's order. So he kept moving. Eager to do well on his first assignment as a Corps commander, Anderson here rendered Lee and the Confederacy the greatest service of his career. Jeb Stuart, too, had one of his great days, perhaps his finest, although the action promised little of the glory he had chased in former times. His 3 cavalry divisions, under Major Generals Wade Hampton, Fitzhugh Lee, and W.H.F. Lee, the first was a wealthy South Carolina planter sportsman, 15 years older at 46 than his cinnamon-bearded chief, while the second and third, Virginians both, were respectively the commanding general's 28-year-old nephew and 27-year-old son, were scattered about the landscape to undertake the double task of protecting the Confederate march and impeding that of the Federals. There were 6 brigades, 2 in each division. Stuart assigned half of these to accompany the Gray Column, shielding its flank and clearing its front, while the other 3 moved out ahead to block and bedevil the Bluecoats who were slogging southeast on a parallel route, a couple of densely wooded miles away. Brigadier General Thomas Rosser, detached from Hampton, led his brigade directly to Spotsylvania, under instructions to hold the place if possible until Anderson arrived. Fitz Lee, meantime, turned northwest up the Brock Road to give his full attention to the Federals moving down it. 2 brigades of mounted men opposing a 4-division corps of infantry, preceded by a cavalry division half again larger than his own. Near Todd's Tavern, he put his troopers to work in the darkness, felling trees to obstruct the road as they withdrew. This gave the Blue Marchers almost as hard a time as their opponents were having on the crude trace across the way, and presently they had an added problem the Confederates did not have. When daylight began to filter through the thickets, the Graybacks began to take pot shots at the head and flanks of the Federal column, bringing it to a stumbling halt from time to time while details moved cautiously forward to flush the rebel marksmen out of their ambuscades. This continued down past Alsop to within 2 miles of Spotsylvania. There, at last, beyond the fringes of the wilderness and on comparatively open ground where he could bring his horse artillery into play, Fitz-Lee had his dismounted men pile fence rails for a barricade and get down behind it, there in the dust of the road and the grass of the adjoining fields, for a last-ditch fight while couriers set out to bring Anderson cross-country to join in the defense. So far it had been cavalry against cavalry, and Fitz had managed to hold his own, despite the Union advantage of numbers and rapid-fire weapons. Sooner or later, however, the blue troopers would be replaced by infantry, brought forward Grant style in a solid mass to overlap and overrun his flimsy breastwork. Unless Anderson came up fast and first, there would be nothing substantial between the Federals and Spotsylvania. Grant would have won the race whose prize was Richmond. The sun by then was an hour high, and Anderson's 2 divisions, having covered 9 miles on their all-night march out of the wilderness, were ending an hour-long breakfast halt in the open fields, half a mile short of the Po and within about 3 miles of their objective. Sustained and heartened by the meal, such as it was, a frizzled chunk of fatty bacon, a piece of hardtack warmed and softened in the grease, and a cup of coffee boiled from roasted peanuts, poor fare by any ordinary standards, but quite as much as they were accustomed to, and considerably more in any case than Warren's road-worn men received across the way, the troops resumed their eastward march across the Po. Kershaw's division had the lead. About halfway to Spotsylvania, as he drew near a peculiar roadside dwelling built of squared logs and referred to locally as the blockhouse, he was met by a cavalry courier urging speed in the final heat of the race. Fitz-Lee needed help, and he needed it quick. Fortified by the meager Sunday breakfast, the 2 front brigades quickened their step and hurried a mile northward across the fields, to where the dismounted troopers were making their last-ditch stand on the Brock Road. "Run for our rail piles," a cavalryman shouted as the men of the leading regiment came up. "The Federal infantry will reach them first if you don't run." They did run and barely made it. Crouching behind the hastily improvised works, they opened fire on the advancing bluecoats at a range of 60 yards and blasted them back, at least for the moment. Thanks to Lee and Anderson, as well as to Stuart and Fitzhugh Lee, not to mention their own stout legs, they had won the race, although by a margin of less than a minute. Whether it would stay won was another matter. Apparently not, for while the Federal infantry, recovering from the shock of having encountered more than cavalry in defense of the stacked rails, was massing for a heavier assault, Stuart sent word that Rosser's brigade had been driven out of Spotsylvania by a division of blue troopers who came surging down the road from Fredericksburg. Calm, despite this evidence that the race had been lost after all, Anderson rerouted Kershaw's other 2 brigades, instructing them to proceed at once to the courthouse and fling the Federals out before they had time to entrench or bring in reinforcements. Field's division was coming up by now, and Anderson got the men into line on Kershaw's left, just in time to repulse a second and much heavier attack, which otherwise would have turned his western flank. No sooner had this been done than word came from the south that the Blue Horsemen had withdrawn from Spotsylvania of their own accord, apparently in the belief that they were escaping from a trap. Anderson at once summoned Kershaw's 2 detached brigades to rejoin him, leaving the defense of the town to Stuart, who by now had brought Fitz-Lee down to help Rosser prevent a return by the rapid-firing Federals in case they got their nerve back. Kershaw's men came hurrying up the Brock Road in time to extend his right and share in the repulse of a still heavier third assault by the Union infantry. This time, though they were punished even more cruelly in the course of their advance across the open fields and down the road, the Bluecoats did not scatter or fall back as far as they had done before. They took up a semicircular position just beyond easy rifle range of the defenders and began to entrench. This last was something the Confederates had been doing all along. Familiar enough with Grant's method by now to expect that at least one more all-out attack would be made on their line before the Union commander would be satisfied that it could not be shattered. They worked with picks and shovels and axes, bayonets and frying pans, tin cups and anything else that came to hand, improving and extending the fence rail works they had inherited from Fitz Lee. By the time the sun swung past the overhead and the third assault had been repulsed, the artillery-studded defenses extending about 1 mile west and half a mile east of the Brock Road, roughly a mile and a half from Spotsylvania, had grown as formidable as if they had been occupied for days. Across the way, however, in the woods and fields beyond the line the Federals were at work on, more blue troops were coming up and massing south of Alsop, obviously in preparation for a fourth assault, to be launched with greater numbers and on a broader front. Anderson's 2 divisions had fought Warren's 4 to a standstill, but now that Sedgwick's 3 were being added to the weight that Grant could bring to bear, the odds seemed overwhelming. About 2:30, the commanding general arrived, having ridden across the Po ahead of Ewell, whose corps by now was passing Shady Grove Church, a good 2 hours from the field of fight. Informed of the situation, Lee sent word for Ewell to hasten his march. This was no easy thing to ask of men who were trudging wearily through heat that was more like June than May, but fortunately the weather seemed to be having an even more lethargic effect on the Federals, who, unlike Ewell, had been marching all the previous night. It was 5 o'clock before they completed their leaden-legged dispositions and started forward. By then, Ewell's lead division had arrived and gone into position on Anderson's right in time to block the attack on that flank and assist in driving the Bluecoats back upon their works. It was smartly done, and that ended the fighting for the day. Lee turned in early, rounding out a busy, fateful Sunday. Rising at 3 o'clock next morning, May 9th, just 1 week ago today, although it seemed a great deal longer, he had stood on Clark's Mountain, extended a gauntleted hand, and told his assembled generals, "Grant will cross by one of those fords." He wired the president of his success in frustrating the designs of the Army of the Potomac by winning the race for Spotsylvania. "We have succeeded so far in keeping on the front flank of that army and impeding its progress without a general engagement, which I will not bring on unless a favorable opportunity offers or as a last resort. Every attack made upon us has been repelled and considerable damage done to the enemy." He expected the attacks to be renewed today, but he had little doubt of being able to withstand them, so long as the Federals held to the headlong methods they had favored on 3 of the past 4 days. A.P. Hill's corps under Early — Hill had broken down at last, too sick to mount a horse, though he insisted on riding along in an ambulance in order to be with his men — was on the march even now, under instructions to come up on Ewell's right. With his army united and entrenched, dispositions complete and both flanks snug, Lee feared nothing the Blue Force could do, at least on this front, and he said as much in the telegram this morning. "With the blessing of God," he told Davis, "I trust we shall be able to prevent General Grant from reaching Richmond." On the Union side, the trouble the leading elements had encountered in losing the race for Spotsylvania was compounded, in about equal parts, of weariness and Sheridan. Or perhaps it just came down to a prevalent loss of temper. Weariness made tempers short, and Sheridan's was short enough already. In any case, after the elation that came with finding they were advancing, not retreating, the troops settled down to an ill-regulated march, stop and go, but mostly stop, that soon became what one of Sedgwick's men described as a medley of phantasmagoria. Down on the Brock Road, tunneling southeast through the blackness, Warren's dust-choked marchers had it worse, for though the total distance was less, their progress was jerkier, mainly because of the cavalry up front, which seemed not only to have no definite notion of where it was going, but also to be in no hurry whatever to get there. One delay of about an hour, for example, was occasioned by an all-out fistfight between two cavalry regiments, one composed of veterans who effected a forcible exchange of their run-down horses for the well-groomed mounts of the other, made up of recruits who were not so green as to take such treatment without protest, even though the protest accomplished nothing except a prolongation of the delay. All this was short of Todd's Tavern, the midpoint of the march, where the real jam-up began. Sheridan, like Stuart, except that he began the campaign with 13,000 sabers as compared to the Confederate 8,500, had 3 divisions in his charge. One of these, James Wilson's, he ordered to move roundabout by the Fredericksburg Road to Spotsylvania, while the other 2, under Brigadier Generals Alfred Torbert and David Gregg, moved out in front of Warren's infantry to block the crossings of the Po before the rebels got there. So he intended. As all too often happened, however, someone failed to get the word. In this case, 2 someones, Gregg and Torbert. Reaching Todd's Tavern around midnight, Meade and his escort found the infantry column stalled and the crossroad jammed with Gregg's troopers, held up and turned by Torbert's, who were waiting for orders on the road beyond. Neither had been told what to do, and neither was doing anything at all. Meade got them moving by telling Gregg to proceed down the Catharpin Road toward Corbin's Bridge, where he would cover the wooded approaches from Parker's store, and Torbert, or rather his senior brigadier, Wesley Merritt, Torbert was sick tonight, to remain on the Brock Road, clearing the way to Spotsylvania for the infantry and sending 1 brigade to the blockhouse, where it would stand in the path of any rebels on the march from Shady Grove. After issuing these instructions, Meade sent word of them to Sheridan, wherever he might be, and rode back to get Warren on the move again. By now it was past 1 a.m., and the going was even slower than before. Up ahead in the woods beyond the tavern, Merritt's troopers found the narrow road obstructed and enemy horsemen taking shots at them out of the darkness when they dismounted by lantern light to drag the just-felled timber from their path. This got worse as the march continued, especially for the infantry, with sudden starts and stops, races to close the resultant gaps, and long waits for the column to lurch into motion, segment by jangled segment. The first glimmers of daylight, so fervently hoped for in the gloom, only made things worse by improving the marksmanship of the snipers in the brush. Just before sunup, Sheridan himself came pounding onto the scene on his big black horse. Fuming at Meade's high-handed interference, which seemed to him to have exposed the cavalry to piecemeal destruction by scattering it about the countryside, he sent word for Wilson to withdraw at once from Spotsylvania, lest he be trapped there without adequate support when the rebel infantry arrived. Meantime, the dismounted graybacks continued to snipe at the head of the column, toppling riders from their saddles. Beyond Alsop, within 2 miles of the courthouse, where, for all he knew, Wilson was being cut to pieces by superior numbers before he could pull out, Sheridan was galled even more by having to call on Warren's infantry to come forward with their bayonets and pry Fitzlee's stubborn troopers out of their fence-rail barricade, which had proved too formidable for Merritt's frazzled cavalry to storm. Chafed by the delays and aggravations, Warren was determined, now that Sheridan had his horsemen out of the way, to settle the issue before the defenders had time to strengthen their position on the low ridge just ahead, barely a mile and a half from the objective of his disjointed night-long march. He told Brigadier General John C. Robinson, whose division had the lead, to attack as fast as his men could make it down the road. Weary, outdone, and unfed as they were, wobbly on their legs for lack of sleep, this wasn't very fast, but it was fast enough, as the thing developed, to accomplish their destruction in short order. Robinson, a large, hairy New Yorker with an outsized beard and shaggy brows, a crusty manner, and a solid reputation earned in practically all of the major Eastern battles, was at 47 Wadsworth's successor as the oldest division commander in the Army. He studied the terrain, peering briefly out across a shallow valley, scarped along its bottom and lightly timbered, then up the gentle slope on its far side to where the graybacks crouched behind the fence rails they had stacked along the thickly wooded crest, about a quarter-mile away. The scene had a certain bucolic charm, particularly by contrast with the smothering hug of the wilderness. But Robinson found the situation tactically unpromising, and he said as much to Warren, asking for time to bring up his 3 strung-out brigades and mass them before launching the assault. Warren said no, there was nothing across the way but dismounted cavalry. Go in now with the brigade at hand and go in hard. This Robinson did, as hard at least as his winded men could manage after crossing the gullied valley and wheezing up the incline, only to have the rebel line explode in their faces a scant 60 yards away. In quality and volume, a sudden heavy bank of flame-stabbed smoke jetting up and out, and a rattling clatter much too loud for carbines. The fire left no doubt that the line was occupied not by cavalry, as the attackers had been informed when they set out, but by infantry who met them with massed volleys and blasted them back down the slope a good deal faster than they had climbed it on their way to the explosion. Nor was that the worst of the affair. By now the 2nd Brigade, 4 regiments of Maryland troops whose enlistments were to expire before the month was out, had come up and begun its descent into the valley, coincident with the arrival of Anderson's corps artillery on the ridge ahead. Startled to find the first wave of attackers in retreat from momentary contact with the rebels, the second was caught and churned up fearfully by a deluge of projectiles. The Marylanders broke, scrambling rearward in a race with the comrades they had intended to support. Dismayed and angered, Robinson hurried forward to rally them in person, but went down with a bullet through one knee. His 3rd Brigade fared no better, being struck in the flank and scattered by a savage counterattack, launched about as soon as it came up. This brought the casualty total to just under 1,200 killed and wounded in less than an hour, while as many more were fugitives and stragglers, captured or otherwise unaccounted for. Robinson's knee wound cost him his leg, which was taken off that night. He was out of the war for keeps. And so, as another result of this brief engagement, was his division. It was disbanded next day, the remnants of its 3 cut-up brigades being distributed among the other divisions of the Corps. Demoralized or not, these reinforcements were badly needed by all 3, for they had suffered cruelly in the wake of Robinson's fiasco. Anderson's 2nd Division had arrived by then to strengthen the rebel line against the Federals, who were committed division by division as fast as they came up, and division by division were repulsed. By the time Meade arrived around midday, Warren had done his worst. He had to admit that he could not get over or around the Confederate entrenchments with what was left of his corps. Meade told him to hold what he had, then summoned Sedgwick from his reserve position north of Alsop to add the weight of his 3 divisions to the attack. This took time, 5 hours in all. Sedgwick's men were weary too, but the interim was livened, at any rate for the gossip-hungry clerks and staff, by a personality clash. Sheridan dropped by Army headquarters, still fuming about last night's interference, and Meade, losing his famous temper at last, retorted hotly that the cavalry had been doing less than had been expected of it ever since the campaign opened. That the charge was true did not make it any more acceptable to Sheridan, who replied, bristling, that he considered the remark a calculated insult. Meade recovered his balance for a moment. "I didn't mean that," he said earnestly, placing one hand on the cavalryman's shoulder in a conciliatory gesture. Sheridan stepped back out of reach. All the Hotspur in his nature was aroused, a staff observer later wrote, and continued his protest. If the cavalry had done less than had been hoped for, he declared, it was not his fault but Meade's. Meade had countermanded his orders, interfered with his tactical dispositions, and worst of all had kept his troopers hobbled by assigning them such unprofitable and distractive tasks as guarding the slow-plodding trains and providing escorts for the brass. If results were what Meade wanted, he should let the cavalry function as it was meant to function, on its own as a compact, hard-hitting body. Give him a free rein, Sheridan said, and he would tackle Jeb Stuart on his own ground, deep in the Confederate rear, and whip him out of his boots. The argument continued, both men getting madder by the minute, until Meade at last decided there was only one way to resolve their differences. He went to Grant. 3 days ago, the General-in-Chief's reaction to a similar confrontation had been decisive. "You ought to put him under arrest," he had said of the riled-up Griffin. Today, though, having heard Meade out, he seemed more amused than angered, especially by the bandy-legged cavalryman's reported claim that he would whip Jeb Stuart out of his boots if Meade would only turn him loose. "Did Sheridan say that?" he asked. Meade nodded. "Well," Grant said, "he generally knows what he's talking about. Let him start right out and do it." Meade, having thus been taught the difference between Eastern and Western insubordination, returned to his own headquarters and issued the order. Sheridan would take off next morning with all 3 of his divisions on a maneuver designed to provoke Stuart into hand-to-hand combat by threatening the capital in his rear. Meantime, Sedgwick was coming up. By 5 o'clock, he had his 3 divisions in line alongside what was left of Warren's 4, and all 7 went forward more or less together in a final attempt to turn the day's disjointed fighting into a Union victory by taking possession of Spotsylvania, a mile and a half beyond the rebel works. It failed, as the earlier attacks had failed, because Lee again managed to get enough of his veterans, in this case Ewell's lead division, up to the critical point in time to prevent a breakthrough. His losses had been light today, while Meade's had been comparatively heavy. The ground was new to everyone, and the troops were tired, Meade's chief of staff explained. For Grant, who smoked as he watched the sunset repulse, the day had been a grievous disappointment. Not only had he failed to pass Lee's front, but the resultant tactical situation in which he now found himself seemed to favor the defensive at least as much as had been the case in the one he abandoned just last night, in the belief that it offered him little or no chance to achieve the canny he was seeking. Moreover, though he said that he left the wilderness because he saw no profit in assaulting the works Lee's men had thrown up in the brush, the fortifications here were even more formidable, laid out on dominant ground between unfordable rivers and getting stronger by the hour. Still smoking, he looked out across the shallow valley where so many of Warren's men had fallen, tousled rag-doll shapes becoming indistinguishable as the daylight faded into dusk, then turned as imperturbable as ever and rode back to his tent, there to make a study of the situation based on such information as had been gathered. Today's reconnaissance, for that was all it came to in the end, had been costly, and next morning it grew more so, although nothing so patently wasteful as a repetition of yesterday's headlong approach to the problem was attempted. While Hancock and Burnside were on the march, summoned to come up on the right and left, Warren and Sedgwick limited their activities to improving their entrenchments and making a cautious investigation of the Confederate position. Restricted in scope by the absence of the cavalry, which had taken off soon after sunrise to challenge Stuart, this last was a gingerly business at best. Rebel marksmen, equipped with imported Whitworth rifles mounting telescopic sights, were quick to draw a bead on anything blue that moved, especially if it had a glint of brass about the shoulders. Moreover, in addition to this lack of respect for rank, they seemed to have none for the supposed reduction of accuracy by distance, with the result that there was a good deal of ducking and dodging on the Union side, even though the range was sometimes as great as half a mile. This not only interfered with work, it was also thought to be detrimental to discipline and morale. John Sedgwick looked at it that way for one, and reproved his troops for flinching from a danger so remote. "What? Men dodging this way for single bullets?" he exclaimed when he saw one outfit react in such a manner to a far-off sniper. "What will you do when they open fire along the whole line? I'm ashamed of you. They couldn't hit an elephant at this distance." The soldiers wanted to believe him, partly because they admired him so. Uncle John, they called him with affection. But the flesh, being thus exposed, was weak. They continued to flinch at the crack of the sharpshooter's rifle, even though it was a good 800 yards away, and at the quick, unnerving whiplash of near misses, which seemed to part the hair of every man at once. "I'm ashamed of you dodging that way," Sedgwick said again, laughing, and repeated, "They couldn't hit an elephant at this distance." Next time the glass-sided Whitworth cracked, a couple of minutes later, Sedgwick's chief of staff was startled to see the 50-year-old general stiffen as if in profound surprise and slowly turn his head to show blood spurting from a half-inch hole just under his left eye. He pitched forward, taking the unbraced colonel down with him, and though the doctors did what they could to help, they could not staunch or even slow the steady spurt of blood from the neat new hole beside his cheekbone. He smiled strangely as if to acknowledge the dark humor of what had turned out to be his last remark, and did not speak again. Within a few minutes he was dead. Sudden as it was, his death was a knee-buckling shock to the men of his corps, who had made him the best-loved general in the army. Besides, when corps commanders started toppling, alive one minute and dead the next, struck down as if by a bolt of blue-sky lightning, who was safe? All down the line, from brigadiers to privates, spirits were heavy with intimations of mortality. Sorrowfully, the staff carried his body back to Army headquarters and laid it in a bower of evergreens beside the road, there to receive the salute of passing troops till nightfall, when he began the journey north to Cornwall Hollow, his home in the Connecticut Berkshires. Nor was the grieving limited to those who had served under him or even under the same flag today. R.E. Lee across the way was saddened by this final news of his old friend. Meade wept, and Grant himself was stunned when he heard that Sedgwick had been hit. "Is he really dead?" he asked. Later, after characterizing the fallen general as one who was never at fault when serious work was to be done, he told his staff that Sedgwick's loss was worse for him than the loss of a whole division. For the present, though, he found it hard to accept the fact that he was gone. "Is he really dead?" he asked again. One fact was clear in any case, and this was that a great many men of various ranks, now alive, were likely to be dead before long if they were ordered to overrun the entrenchments to their front. Formidable as these works had seemed at sundown, they were downright awesome this morning after an unmolested night of labor by the troops who manned them. Studded with guns at critical points throughout its convex 3-mile length, Lee's Spotsylvania line was constructed, Meade's chief of staff declared, in a manner unknown to European warfare and indeed in a manner new to warfare in this country. Actually, it was not so much the novelty of the individual engineering techniques that made this log and dirt barrier so forbidding. It was the combination of them into a single construction of interlocking parts, the canny use of natural features of the terrain, and the speed with which the butternut veterans, familiar by now with the fury of Grant's assaults, had accomplished their intricate task. Traverses zigzagged to provide cover against enfilade fire from artillery, and headlogs, chocked a few inches above the hard-packed soil on the enemy side of the trench, afforded riflemen a protected slit through which they could take unruffled aim at whatever came their way. Where there were woods in front of the line, the trees were slashed to deny concealment for 200 yards or more, and wherever the ground was open or insufficiently obstructed, timber barricades called abatis were installed within easy rifle range, bristling with sharpened sticks to entangle or slow the attackers, while the defenders, more or less at their leisure, picked them off. For Grant, the prospect was altogether grim. To assault seemed suicidal, and yet to do nothing was militarily unsound, since a stalemate under such circumstances might well allow Lee to detach troops for operations against Butler or Sigel back near Richmond or out in the Shenandoah Valley. On the other hand, to maneuver him out of position again by swinging wide around one of his flanks would amount to nothing more than a postponement of the inevitable showdown, which in that case would occur in closer proximity to his capital and would probably result in his being reinforced by units from the garrison charged with its ultimate defense. Grant pondered these three alternatives, unwelcome as they were, until about midday, when Burnside, coming up on the left, provided information which suggested a fourth alternative, more acceptable than the others. While making his far-out eastern swing across Nye River, the rough-whiskered general reported, he had encountered Confederate infantry, and though he had not had much trouble driving them off, it seemed to him that they might be the leading element of a detached force of considerable strength, engaged in a deep penetration of the Federal left rear for a strike at the Army's Fredericksburg supply base. Burnside could scarcely be classed as a skilled assessor of enemy intentions, but in the absence of Sheridan's cavalry, which might otherwise have been sent out to confirm or refute the validity of the report, Grant accepted the information at face value, partly on grounds that such a move would be altogether in character for Lee. By now, after the buffeting he had taken in the course of the past 5 days, the old fox must be groping rather desperately in his bag of tricks for some such table-turning maneuver as the one he had devised, under similar circumstances, when he sent Jackson wide around Pope's flank for a strike at the supply base in his rear, compelling that hapless commander to abandon his position in short order. Grant's reaction was equally characteristic and quite different. Instead of allowing concern for his base to deflect him from his purpose, he saw in this supposed development a chance to strike from an unexpected direction while his opponent's attention was distracted and his army was divided. Hancock, who had come up on the right, was instructed to detach one division as a possible reinforcement for Burnside and proceed westward with the other three for an upstream crossing of the Po. A fast march down the opposite bank, first south to reach the road from Shady Grove, then eastward along it to the bridge 1 mile west of the blockhouse, would put him in position for a second crossing well below the point where the rebel flank was anchored, and a sudden descent on Lee's left rear. At worst, this should bring the Confederates out of their entrenchments by obliging them to turn and meet the unexpected threat, while at best, assailed as they would be from two directions, north and south, it would result in their destruction. In any case, that was the plan devised in reaction to Burnside's report, and Grant considered it well worth a try, especially since the ablest of his surviving corps commanders was charged with its execution. Hancock crossed upstream that afternoon, putting in 3 pontoon bridges, and encountered only sporadic opposition from butternut horsemen on the prowl. Even so, he had not reached the Shady Grove road leading eastward to the downstream point where he was to make the crossing that would land him in Lee's rear, before darkness obliged all 3 divisions to call a halt in the woods on the south bank. An early start next morning, Tuesday, May 10th, brought the head of the column within easy reach of Blockhouse Bridge by sunup. To Hancock's surprise, there on the opposite bank, fortifications had been thrown up overnight and were occupied in considerable strength, bristling with guns trained expectantly on the bridge and its approaches. Once more, with the help of his hard-working cavalry, Lee had forestalled a maneuver designed to discomfit or destroy him. Hancock could only regret that he had not waited until this morning to make his upstream crossing, in which case he would not have afforded the rebels a full night to work on their plans for his reception. Not much given to spilt milk thinking, he devised an alternate crossing half a mile downriver and got one division in motion at once, intending to follow with the other 2, when a courier arrived from Meade with instructions for a quick return by 2 of his divisions to their former position in line on the right of Warren. He himself was to come back with them, the message directed, to take charge of his and Warren's corps for an all-out frontal attack on the Confederate entrenchments at 5 o'clock that afternoon. Hancock scarcely knew what to make of this sudden change of plans. By now, 1 brigade of the advanced division was across the river. He had only to follow with the other 2 divisions and Lee's flank would be turned, instead of which, apparently, Meade intended to revert to a direct assault, Fredericksburg style, on fortifications that were admittedly the most formidable ever constructed by an army in the field. Still, orders were orders, comprehensible or not. Recalling the crossed brigade, lest it be gobbled up in the bridgehead it was holding, he left his lead division behind with instructions to continue what had now become no more than a demonstration, and set out at once with the other 2 to recross the Po by the 3 bridges they had installed with such high hopes the day before. Back on the main front to which Hancock was returning, Grant had ordered the change in plans as a result of Lee's failure to sustain Burnside's assessment that he had detached a major portion of his army for a strike at the Union supply base. In point of fact, what the 9th Corps had encountered on its approach march down across the Nye the day before had not been infantry at all, but more of Stuart's ubiquitous cavalry, dismounted as skirmishers to delay the Federal concentration. Burnside had simply been mistaken, here as elsewhere in his career, and Grant decided that if Lee had not divided his army, it would be unwise for him to divide his own, particularly if this involved detaching Hancock, his most dependable lieutenant, who would be needed to help meet whatever crisis Lee had it in mind to precipitate, not in theory, but in fact. Accordingly, he had had Meade summon Hancock back to his former position alongside Warren, who had also contributed to the decision by informing his superiors that, despite his failure yesterday, he believed he could score a breakthrough today if he was properly supported. It was true the attack would be made against what seemed to be the most impregnable part of the rebel line, but when Warren declared that he had examined it carefully and believed it could be broken, Grant was altogether willing to give him the chance to prove his claim. Hancock would come up on his right, and Sedgwick's corps was already posted on his left. At 5 o'clock, they would all go forward together, and if Warren's judgment proved sound, Lee's defenses would be pierced, his position overrun, and his army shattered. Richmond then would be Grant's for the taking, which in turn would mean that the war was approximately over, all but the incidental task of picking up the pieces. It did not work out that way for a variety of reasons. Like Sheridan 2 days ago, Warren was anxious to accomplish something solid that would cancel his poor showing up to now, and this apparently made him over-sanguine in his assessment of the chances for a breakthrough, as well as over-eager to get started. Faulty judgment thus laid the groundwork for a failure which impatience served to enlarge. Around 3:30, with Sedgwick's corps alerted on his left and one of Hancock's divisions back in position on his right, he decided that to wait another hour and a half for jump-off time as scheduled would be to risk losing the opportunity he believed he saw. Or perhaps he acted out of knowledge that Hancock, when he came up on the right, would take command by virtue of his rank. In any case, he appealed to Grant through Meade for permission to attack at once. Always ready to encourage aggressiveness, Grant was willing, and Warren, who had put on his dress uniform that morning, evidently for the purpose of making a good appearance on what he hoped would be his finest day since Gettysburg, went forward around 4 o'clock, into chaos. Exposed in the slashings and snagged by the abatis, his troops were badly cut up, their ranks thrown into disorder by artillery and rifle fire from the flanks and dead ahead. Some among the bravest pressed on to within point-blank range of the rebel works, and a few even made it to the crest of the parapet. But that was all. There was no penetration anywhere along the line. Warren kept trying only to have the process repeated. He was deeply discouraged at seeing his hopes break in blood on the rim of the entrenchments, even though Grant and Meade were not so deeply at any rate that it caused them to discontinue the effort to score a breakthrough here today. When Hancock arrived soon after 5 o'clock with his other division, back at last from his overnight excursion on the far side of the Po, he was ordered to resume the attack at 6:30, taking charge of all the troops on the right, his own and Warren's. Elsewhere along the concave Union line, north and northwest of Spotsylvania, results had been no better up to now. Posted astride the Fredericksburg Road to block the movement Lee failed to make, Burnside had scarcely been engaged. His only consequential loss today was the commander of his lead division, Brigadier General T.G. Stevenson, a young Bostonian of high promise who was killed instantly, much as Sedgwick had been the day before, by a long-range sniper. Sedgwick's corps, headed now by Horatio Wright, who was also a Connecticut-born professional, had made no more of a dent in the enemy defenses than Warren's corps had done, but a close-up look at the rebel works had given one brigade commander a notion of how to go about making a good deal more than a dent. This was Colonel Emory Upton, a 24-year-old New Yorker who had graduated from West Point less than a month after Sumter, and since then, aside from a brief unhappy period as a drill instructor of volunteers, had served with distinction in all the Army's battles, winning 5 promotions along the way. Strong on theory as well as action, Upton returned from a personal examination of the Confederate fortifications to report to his division chief, Wright's successor, Brigadier General David Russell, that he believed he knew a way to score a breakthrough in short order. His notion was that the troops should attack on a narrow front, 4 lines deep, without pausing to fire until a limited penetration had been achieved, whereupon the first line would fan out left and right to widen the breach, and the second would plunge straight ahead to deepen it, supported by the third and fourth, which would form the reserve and be called upon as needed in any or all of the 3 directions. Russell liked the plan and took Upton to see the corps commander, who liked it too. In fact, Wright liked it so well that he not only gave the young colonel 12 regiments to use in the attack, but also arranged to have a full division standing by to exploit whatever success was gained. Speed and precision being the main elements, together with a clear distribution of duties, Upton took the dozen unit commanders forward to the line of departure, along the edge of a dense belt of pines 200 yards from the rebel works, and indicated to each of them just what was expected of him. The point selected for assault was about midway down the western face of a salient which Ewell's corps had occupied to deny the Federals possession of some high ground where they might otherwise have posted batteries to enfilade this central portion of Lee's line, the 2 wings of which slanted sharply back from the salient, or angle as it was called. Rebel guns were thick in there, thicker than anywhere else along the line, but it was Upton's plan to get among them fast and overwhelm the crews before they had much chance to use them. Having explained all this to the individual leaders and shown them their objectives on the map and on the ground, he told them to bring their regiments forward, one at a time to avoid attracting attention to the buildup, and post them under cover for the assault, which was set for 6 o'clock, 1 hour before sunset and 2 before dark. At 10 minutes past the appointed time, having waited for the prearranged bombardment to die down, Upton gave the signal, and the column started forward with a cheer, 3 regiments in each of its 4 lines. Almost at once, the rebel guns took up the challenge, blasting away at the mass of bluecoats running toward them across the field. But despite the delay involved in breaking through the tangled abatis, set up about midway between the woods and the entrenchments, men of all 3 leading regiments were mounting the parapet within 5 minutes of the jump-off. These first arrivers were shot or bayoneted or clubbed back. Upton later reported that at this stage the defenders absolutely refused to yield the ground. But as others came up, the weight of numbers began to tell. Presently there was hand-to-hand fighting in the trenches, which broke off when the second wave of attackers arrived, and the badly outweighed Confederates turned and ran for their secondary defenses just under 200 yards in their rear. Many did not make it, being captured or shot down. Meantime, the first Federal line had fanned out left and right, widening the gap, and the reserves were surging forward to support the second in its continued penetration. So far, everything had worked precisely as Upton had planned. The rebel line was broken. Whether the break would be extended or even remain, Confederate reinforcements were coming in fast by then from other parts of the salient, depended now on the division Wright had given the assignment of exploiting just such a success as had been gained. This was not one of his own divisions, but the one that had been detached from Hancock when he crossed the Po the day before. Originally intended for support of the Ninth Corps, it had been attached to Wright when the threat to Burnside turned out to be non-existent, and Wright had given its commander, Gershom Mott, instructions to support Upton by advancing simultaneously on the apex of the angle, thus to divert the attention of the defenders away from the main effort, midway down the western face of the salient, after which he was to move fast to consolidate and, if possible, enlarge whatever gains had been scored in that direction. As it turned out, he was only too successful, both for his own sake and for Upton's, in carrying out the first half of this assignment. Forming his two brigades in full view of the objective half a mile away, Mott did such a thorough job of attracting the attention of the rebels, particularly the gunners who had crowded into that narrow space no fewer than 22 pieces of artillery with which to take him under fire across half a mile of open ground, that his division was knocked to pieces within minutes. Already badly shaken by their wilderness experience, the troops milled about briefly under this pounding, some of them attempting ineffectively to return the fire with their outranged rifles, then scuttled backward in confusion, seeking cover and concealment. Staff officers, sent out to search for them that evening, found them deep in the rearward woods, huddled in groups about their regimental flags and boiling coffee to help them recover from the shock. Like Robinson's division, which had gone out of existence as a result of its misadventure 2 days ago, Mott's too would presently be abolished, the remnant of its 2 brigades being assigned 3 days afterward to another division in Hancock's corps. But that was later. A more immediate consequence of the rout was that Upton's breakthrough went for nothing, not only because he was left without support, but also because the defenders now were free to concentrate all their attention and strength on healing the breach. This they were quick to do, obliging Upton to fight his way out of the rebel lines with much of the fervor and urgency he had displayed while fighting his way in. Darkness, gathering fast after sundown, was a help in the disengagement. All 12 regiments made it back to their own lines, having suffered about 1,000 casualties. That was also about the number they inflicted, mostly in the form of prisoners taken in the initial rush and escorted into the Federal lines before the counterattack obliged their captors to follow in their wake. Far on the right, Hancock's attack, deferred till sunset, was repulsed at about the same time, as decisively as Warren's had been earlier, and Burnside continued his pointless vigil on the left. Night came down as the fighting ended. Men sat around campfires and discussed the events of the day, which provoked much blame of Mott and praise for Upton. Across the way, notes, faint in the distance and filtered through the trees, a Confederate band lent an eerie touch to the scene by playing "Nearer, My God, to Thee," but this was offset to some extent, or anyhow balanced, when a Union band responded with the Dead March from Saul. One of Upton's warmest admirers was the General-in-Chief, who rewarded him with a battlefield promotion, subject, of course, to Washington approval, for gallant and meritorious services. Much encouraged by the young colonel's tactical contribution, which he saw as the key to Lee's undoing if the maneuver could be repeated on a larger scale and properly supported, Grant was in high spirits. A headquarters orderly saw him talking to Meade about the prospect that night with unaccustomed animation, puffing rapidly on a cigar. "A brigade today," he was saying, "will try a corps tomorrow." Thinking it over, he realized, however, that tomorrow would be too soon. One trouble with today's attack was that it had been launched with not enough daylight left for its full exploitation. Dawn would be a much better time in that regard, and the preceding darkness would help to conceal the massing of large bodies of troops within charging distance of the rebel works. So Grant, having ruled out tomorrow, decided that the assault would be delivered at first light on the following day, May 12th, which would also give him plenty of time for briefing all commanders, high and low, and an unhurried movement of units, large and small, into their designated jump-off areas. Given the method, the tactical execution was fairly obvious. Hancock would be shifted from the far right to the center, where he would be in charge of the main effort, and he would make it with his whole corps against the very point that Mott had failed to hit today, the apex of the angle, the military theory being that the tip of a salient was hard to defend because fire from the lines slanting back from that forward point could not converge on the force advancing from dead ahead. It was true this theory had not applied too well on that same ground today. Mott had been wrecked before he got within reach of the objective. But Hancock's assault would be delivered Upton style, without pauses for alignment or for firing, and if it worked as well for him as it had worked for Upton, his men would be up to the enemy works and maybe over them before the defenders had time to offer much resistance. Moreover, this attack, unlike the one today, would be heavily supported. Burnside, off on the left, would move up close tomorrow night and launch a simultaneous assault next morning against the salient's eastern face, while Wright and Warren kept up the pressure on the right and the far right. Further details could be worked out next day when the formal order was drawn up. In any case, after Upton's demonstration late today, a Tuesday, Grant had little doubt that Lee's defenses would be breached on Thursday, and that careful planning would see to it that the breach was enlarged to victory proportions. He went to bed in a better frame of mind than he had done on any of the other 5 nights since May 4th, when his army completed its crossing of the Rapidan unopposed. That his mood was still the same on Wednesday, hopeful and determined, was demonstrated shortly after breakfast by his response to a request from a distinguished visitor, U.S. Representative Elihu B. Washburn of Illinois, that he give him some word of encouragement to take back to Washington with him. Grant's congressional guardian angel from the outset of the war, Washburn had spent the past week at headquarters, where, incongruous in somber civilian broadcloth amid the panoply of the staff, he had been something of a puzzle to the troops. They could not figure out who or what he was until a wit explained that the general, with his usual concern for the eventualities, had brought his private undertaker along on the campaign. Now that he was returning to his duties at the Capitol, the congressman told Grant as they stood outside the latter's tent to say goodbye, it might be a good idea to relieve the anxiety of the President and the Secretary of War by sending them some word on the progress of the fighting here in Virginia. I know they would be greatly gratified, Washburn said, if I could carry a message from you giving what encouragement you can as to the situation. Grant looked doubtful. He was aware that anything of the kind would be released to the public, and he did not want to be hurt, as others before him had been hurt, by the boomerang effect of over-optimistic statements. Pleased though he was with his progress so far, he replied, he knew that the road ahead was a long one, and he was therefore anxious not to say anything just now that might hold out false hopes to the people. He hesitated, then added, however, I will write a letter to Halleck, as I generally communicate through him, giving the general situation, and you can take it with you. He stepped inside the tent, sat down at his field desk, and after heading a sheet of paper, near Spotsylvania C.H., May 11, 1864, 8:30 a.m., scribbled a couple of hundred words, puffing away at his cigar as he wrote. We have now ended our 6th day of very hard fighting, he informed Halleck. The result up to this time is much in our favor, but our losses have been heavy as well as those of the enemy. I am now sending back to Belle Plaine all my wagons for a fresh supply of provisions and ammunition, and purpose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer. I am satisfied the enemy are very shaky and are only kept up to the mark by the greatest exertions on the part of their officers and by keeping them entrenched in every position they take." When he finished, he had a clerk make a fair copy, which he then signed and folded and gave to Washburn, along with a farewell handshake, before returning to work on his plans for tomorrow's dawn assault. Staff officers read the retained draft of the letter, one afterwards recalled, without finding in it anything unusual or epigrammatic, until a few days later when the New York papers reached camp with excerpts from it splashed across their front pages in large headlines, particularly a phrase or sentence which someone, either the copyist here or another at the far end, polished up a bit. "I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer." That caught the attention of the editors and through them the public with a force unequaled by anything Grant had said or written since the unconditional surrender note at Donelson more than 2 years ago. "I propose to move immediately upon your works" had passed into history as a watchword signifying federal determination to press for total victory over the forces in rebellion. And so too now did "I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer." Grant's assessment of the Confederates as very shaky indicated that he had not really believed it would take all summer to settle the issue at hand that Wednesday morning north of Spotsylvania. By mid-afternoon, coincident with a sudden change in the weather brought on by a light drizzle of rain that dropped the temperature from the unseasonable high it had been holding for the past few days, the field order for tomorrow's attack was being distributed to the commanders of all 4 corps. Already in close proximity to the enemy along their respective portions of the line, Warren and Wright would remain more or less where they were, and Burnside had only a limited adjustment to make. It was otherwise with Hancock, who had to shift 3 of his divisions into position with the 4th. Mott's, which by now, although considerably diminished and dejected, had been reassembled just in rear of the area where it had begun its ill-fated advance the day before. The division he had left beyond the Po when he returned with the other 2, in accordance with orders from Meade, had also recrossed the river after a clash with a rebel force Lee sent over from his right. And in this rearguard action the division had had to leave behind a gun that, in the haste of the withdrawal, got wedged so tightly between 2 trees that it could not be freed. Hancock took this hard, the more so because it was the only piece of artillery the Second Corps had ever lost in battle, and he was determined to get full revenge tomorrow. Just now, though, he had his hands full getting his troops into position for the attack at first light, which the almanac said would come at 4 a.m. The march began at dusk along a narrow road soon churned to mud by a pelting rain that seemed to be getting harder by the hour. It was midnight before the head of the column reached the jump-off area, and the 4 divisions, 3 of them wet and cold from their rainy march, started forming in the dripping woods. This, too, was a difficult business, for more reasons than the unpleasantness of the weather or the loss of sleep and lack of food. Here on reconnaissance earlier that day, unable to see far or clearly through the steely curtain of rain, Hancock had tried to get Mott's disheartened men to drive the enemy pickets back so he could get a look at the objective, but little or nothing came of the attempt. They had too vivid a memory of what those 22 guns up there had done to them the day before, with the result that his examination of the apex of the angle, along with most of the intervening ground across which he would charge, had practically been limited to what he could learn from the map. And so it was tonight in the rain and darkness. The best Hancock could do was give his division commanders a compass bearing derived from the map by drawing a line connecting a house in their rear with a house in the approximate center of the rebel salient, and tell them to move in that direction when they received his order to advance. 4 o'clock came, but not daylight. The almanac had not taken the rain or fog into account. Finally, at 4:30, though there still was scarcely a glimmer of light from what the compass showed to be the east, word came for the lead division to go forward, followed closely by the other 3. Fearing the worst as they stumbled forward through fog so dense that it held back the dawn, Hancock and his soldiers were in better luck than they had any way of knowing. For one thing, those 22 guns assigned to defend the apex of the salient up ahead, which they expected to start roaring at any moment, tearing their close-packed ranks with shot and shell within seconds of hearing a picket give the alarm, were by no means the threat they had been 2 days ago when they all but demolished one of these 4 divisions attempting this same thing on this same ground. They were, in fact, no threat at all. They were not there. They had been withdrawn the night before as the result of an overdue error by Lee, whose intelligence machinery, after a week of smooth, if not uncanny, functioning, had finally slipped a cog. Reports of activity beyond the Union lines had been coming in from various sources all the previous afternoon. A lookout perched in the belfry of a Spotsylvania church, which commanded a view of the roads in rear of the enemy left, informed headquarters of what seemed to be a large-scale withdrawal in that direction, and this was confirmed between 4 and 5 o'clock by 2 messages from Lee's cavalryman's son, whose division, left behind by Stuart when he took out after Sheridan 2 days ago with 3 of his 6 brigades, was probing for information in that direction. Heavy trains were in motion for Fredericksburg, young Lee declared, and Federal wounded were being taken across the Rappahannock in large numbers to Belle Plaine, 8 miles beyond on the Potomac. There is evidently a general move going on, he notified his father. Here, as in the Wilderness, the Southern commander was alert to the danger of having his opponent steal a march on him, and here as there he was prepared to react on the basis of information less than conclusive or even substantial. Such activity in Grant's left rear could mean that, having found the Spotsylvania confrontation unprofitable and restrictive, he had one of 2 strategic shifts in mind. One, a limited retreat to Fredericksburg, where he would consolidate his forces and better cover his supply line for a subsequent advance by land or water. Or 2, another swing around the Confederate right to interpose his army between Lee and Richmond. From Lee's point of view, though a similar endeavor had failed 4 days ago, the latter was the more dangerous maneuver, one that he simply could not afford to have succeed. In this case, however, he believed from the evidence that what Grant was about to attempt was a withdrawal to the Rappahannock line, and he wanted to prevent this, or more strictly speaking, take advantage of it, almost as much as he did the other. In conversation with 2 of his generals about an hour before sundown, he told why. It began as a discussion of Grant's worth as a tactician. Lee was visiting Harry Heath's headquarters on the far right near the courthouse, as was A.P. Hill, up and about but still not well enough to return to duty, when a staff officer happened to remark that in slaughtering his troops by assaulting earthworks, the Union commander was little better than a butcher. Lee did not agree. "I think General Grant has managed his affairs remarkably well up to the present time," he said quietly. Then he turned to Heath and told him what he had come for. "My opinion is the enemy are preparing to retreat tonight to Fredericksburg. I wish you to have everything in readiness to pull out at a moment's notice, but do not disturb your artillery till you commence moving. We must attack those people if they retreat." Hill spoke up, pale but impetuous as always. "General Lee, let them continue to attack our breastworks. We can stand that very well." The talk was then of casualties, and though no one knew the actual number of the fallen on either side, Grant, in fact, had lost about 7,000 men by now in front of Spotsylvania, while Lee was losing barely 1/3 that many, all expressed their satisfaction with the present position, which they were convinced they could maintain longer than the Federals could afford to keep assaulting it. Lee rose to go. "We must attack those people if they retreat," he had declared, and in parting he explained what he meant by that. "This army cannot stand a siege," he said. "We must end this business on the battlefield, not in a fortified place." From there he rode in the rain to the center, where Ewell had disposed his 3 divisions to defend the salient, one along its eastern face and the apex, another along its western face where Upton had scored an abortive breakthrough yesterday, and the 3rd in reserve, posted rearward under instructions to move quickly in support of any stricken point along the inverted U of the entrenched perimeter. Dubbed the Mule Shoe by its defenders in description of its shape, the position was a little under a mile in depth and about 2/3 as wide, heavily wooded for the most part, and crisscrossed by a few narrow winding roads. Because of this last, which would make removal of the guns a difficult business in the dark and the deepening mud, Lee told Ewell to get the batteries that were posted in the forward portion of the salient withdrawn before nightfall, in order to avoid delaying pursuit of the Federals when word arrived that their retreat was underway. It was close to sunset now, and while Ewell got to work on this, Lee rode to 1st Corps headquarters on the left. After giving Anderson the instructions he had earlier given Heath, to be ready to pull out at a moment's notice but to leave his artillery in position until then, the gray commander returned to his tent to get what sleep he could between then and 3:30, his usual rising time at this critical stage of the campaign. Within the salient, as night wore on and the rain came down harder, a feeling of uneasiness, which began with the departure of the guns, pervaded the bivouacs and trenches. At first it was vague, a nameless something in the air, one soldier was to call it, looking back. But after midnight it grew less so, particularly for the men who held the toe of the shoe-shaped line and were closest to the enemy position. A sort of rumble, slow but steady, came from the saturated darkness out in front. Some likened it to the muffled thunder of a waterfall, others to the grinding of a powerful machine. Veterans who heard it over and under the pelting of the rain identified it as the sound of troops in motion by the thousands. Either a retreat was underway, as Lee had said, or else a heavy attack was in the making. If it was the latter, there was difficulty in telling whether the enemy was moving to the left or right, for a strike at Anderson or Early, or massing for another assault on the Mule Shoe. One of Edward Johnston's brigade commanders, Brigadier General George H. Stewart, a Maryland-born West Pointer, went out to his picket line for a closer investigation. He had not listened long before he decided that the Federals not only were preparing an attack, but were aiming it at him. His next thought was of the gun pits standing empty along his portion of the works, and he went at once to Johnston to urge the prompt return of his artillery, parked since sundown back near Spotsylvania. Old Allegheny passed the request to Ewell, who approved it. All 22 of the withdrawn guns would be back in position by 2 o'clock, he said. When the appointed time had come, but not the guns, Stewart's anxiety mounted. After waiting another hour, he went again to Johnston, who had a staff officer make the round of the brigades with orders for the troops to turn out and check the condition of their rifles, while another rode back to inform Ewell that the artillery had not arrived as promised. All this time that muffled grinding sound continued in the outer darkness. Shortly before 4:30, just as the fog began to lift a bit, Johnston was relieved to learn that the missing guns were returning up the road from the base of the salient. Before they came in sight, however, the sound out front in the paling darkness rose in volume and intensity, drawing nearer until it became the unmistakable tramp of a marching host. From a distance of about 300 yards, a mighty cheer went up, the deep-chested roar of charging Federals, as distinguished from the high-throated scream that was known as the rebel yell, and heavy masses of blue infantry, close-packed and abristle with bayonets glinting steely in the dawn, broke through the fog directly in front of the apex of the salient. Alerted, the Confederates rose and gave the attackers point-blank volleys. In some cases, the fire was effective, while in others it was not, depending on whether unit commanders had acted on the warning to have their men draw the dampened charges from their rifles and reload. Not that it mattered tactically, for whether their losses were high or low, the various elements of the dense blue mass surged up and over the parapet into the trenches. Johnston, who was sometimes called Old Clubby because of the stout hickory stick he used as a cane to favor the leg he had been shot in 2 years back, limped about amid the confusion and implored his troops to keep fighting, despite the odds. The guns would soon be up to settle the issue, he told them, and for a moment it seemed to be true. The lead battery unlimbered there in the toe of the mule shoe and managed to get off 1 round each from 2 of the pieces. But that was all. "Stop firing that gun," the cannoneers heard someone shout as they prepared to reload, and looked around to find scores of rifles leveled at them by hard-eyed Federals who had broken the gray line. They raised their hands. Others were less fortunate, taking fire from all directions before they knew the place had been overrun. "Where shall I point the gun?" a rattled corporal asked a badly wounded lieutenant. "At the Yankees," he replied with his last breath. But the 2 rounds already gotten off were all that were fired before all but 2 of the 22 guns were surrendered, most of them still in limber on the road. Lee was breakfasting by lantern light when the rapid-fire clatter erupted in the mule shoe to inform him that the enemy, far from retreating, was launching an assault upon his center, which he had stripped of guns the night before. From the volume of sound, he knew the attack was a heavy one, and presently, when he mounted Traveler to ride in that direction, he saw at first hand that, so far at least, it had also been successful. Fugitives fled past him, streaming rearward with and without their weapons. "Hold on," he cried, removing his hat so they would know him. "Your comrades need your services. Stop, men." Some stopped, and some kept running past him with a wild look in their eyes. "Shame on you, men, shame on you," he called after them in his deep voice. "Go back to your regiments." As he drew near the base of the salient, he met an officer from Edward Johnston's staff riding to bring him word of what had happened up ahead. Pouring in through a quick break just east of the apex, which was held by Stonewall Jackson's old Manassas Brigade, the Federals had fanned out rapidly, left and right, to come upon the adjoining brigades from the flank and rear. Johnston himself had been taken after being surrounded and very nearly shot because he would not stop hobbling about, brandishing his hickory club and calling for his troops to rally, even though a whole company of bluecoats had their rifles trained on him. Stewart, too, was a prisoner, along with a number of his soldiers, and the Stonewall Brigade had surrendered practically en masse when the enemy came up in its rear and blocked the possibility of escape. In all, no less than half of Johnston's 5,000-man division had been shot or captured in the first half-hour of fighting, along with 20 guns and well over half of the regimental flags. That was the worst of it. On the credit side, Lee was presently to learn Rodes's division, by refusing its flank adjoining the break at the apex, was holding fast to the western face of the salient, and Wilcox had managed to do the same on the right, where Early's line joined Ewell's, even though an attack of nearly equal strength had been made against that point by Burnside at about the same time Hancock struck. This meant that, up to now at any rate, the breakthrough was laterally contained. Whether it could also be contained in depth was another matter, and it was to this that Lee gave his immediate attention. "Ride with me to General Gordon," he told the orphaned staff man, and continued to spur Traveler toward the open end of the mule shoe, where Gordon's division had been posted with instructions to support Rodes or Johnston in such a crisis as the one at hand. Gordon had already begun to meet the situation by sending one of his 3 brigades forward on a wide front, the men deployed as skirmishers to blunt the Federal penetration, and was preparing to counterattack with the other 2, his own Georgians and Pegram's Virginians, when Lee rode up. "What do you want me to do, General?" Gordon asked. Lee wanted him to do just what he was doing, and said so, knowing only too well that unless the Union drive was stopped, his army would be cut in half. Gordon saluted and returned to the work at hand. However, as he was about to give the signal to go forward, he looked back and saw that Lee, faced with a crisis as grave as the one 6 days ago in the wilderness, was responding in the same fashion here at Spotsylvania. Still with his hat off, he had ridden to a position near the center of the line between the two brigades with the obvious intention of taking part in the charge. Horrified, for he knew how great the danger was, even here near the base of the salient, having just had his coat twitched by a stray bullet out of the woods he was about to enter, the young brigadier wheeled his horse and rode back to confront his gray-haired chief. "General Lee, this is no place for you," he told him. "Go back, General. We will drive them back." Soldiers from both brigades began to gather about the two horsemen for a better view, and Gordon spoke louder, wanting them to reinforce his plea. "These men are Virginians and Georgians. They have never failed you. They never will. Will you, boys?" The answer was prompt and vociferous. "No, no. General, Lee to the rear, Lee to the rear. We'll drive them back for you, General." Lee kept looking straight ahead, apparently determined not to be put off, until a tall Virginia sergeant took the matter into his own hands by grabbing Traveler's rein, jerking his head around and leading him rearward through the cheering ranks. Behind him, Lee heard Gordon's voice ring out above the roar of battle, which grew louder as the breakthrough deepened. "Forward! Guide right!" And while the Virginians and Georgians crashed into the woods to come to grips with the attackers as they had promised they would do, the Southern commander resumed his higher duties. Of these, the most immediate was to find some means of strengthening the counterattack now being launched, and in this connection his first thought was of the fugitives, the troops blown loose from their units when the forward part of the salient went. "Collect together the men of Johnston's division and report to General Gordon," he told the orphaned staffer. That would help, though probably not enough. He thought then of Mahone's division, detached from Early 2 days ago to meet the threat from across the Po at Blockhouse Bridge, and sent word for Mahone to leave one brigade in the newly dug entrenchments there, protecting his flank, and move at once with the other 3 to reinforce Gordon's effort to restore the integrity of his broken center. In point of fact, Gordon was already doing remarkably well on his own, first by stemming, then by reversing the flow of the blue flood down the salient. His success in this unequal contest, in effect a matching of 3 brigades against 4 divisions, was due in part to the fury of his assault, inspired by Lee, and in part to the assistance given by the hardcore remnant of Johnston's division, as well as by the troops from the adjoining divisions of Rhodes and Wilcox, whose interior flanks hooked onto the wings of his line as he advanced. All this helped, but perhaps the greatest help came from the Federals themselves, who by then were in no condition, tactically or otherwise, to offer sustained resistance to what Gordon threw at them. Boiling over the works and onto unfamiliar ground, a maze of trenches and traverses, thickly wooded in spots and cluttered with prisoners and debris, they scarcely knew which way to turn in order to make the most of the breakthrough they had scored with such comparative ease and speed. The impetus at this point came mainly from the rear as more and more of Hancock's men continued to pour into the salient. Eventually, there were close to 20,000 of them in an area less than half a mile square, with such resultant jumbling of their ranks that what had been meant to be a smoothly functioning military formation quickly degenerated into a close-packed mob, some of whose members were so tightly wedged against their fellows that, like muscle-bound athletes, they could not lift their arms to use their weapons. It was at this discordant stage that Gordon struck, and the effect of his fire on the men in that hampered mass of blue was appalling. A bullet could scarcely miss its mark, or if it did, it struck another quite as vital. Turning to breast the pressure from the rear, where there was little knowledge of what was going on up front, they broke as best they could, a stumbling herd, and fled back up the salient to gain the protection of the entrenchments they had crossed on their way in. Gordon's troops came after them, screaming and firing as they ran. Down the eastern face of the salient, the critical point being near its base, where Ewell's line joined Early's, Burnside had attacked at about the same time Hancock did, but there was less confusion here on both sides, for the simple reason that there had been no penetration. Recoiling, the 3 blue divisions, made up of greener, less determined men than the veterans under Meade, found what cover they could within range of the rebel works, and contented themselves with firing at whatever showed above the parapet. This gave Wilcox so little trouble that he was free to assist in Gordon's counterattack, thus helping to keep Hancock off his flank. Across the way down the western face of the salient, Rhodes was able to do the same for the even simpler reason that he had not been hit at all. Not yet. But then at 6 o'clock, with Hancock's attackers tamped firmly back into the toe of the mule shoe, Wright struck. He came up hard with everything he had against that portion of Rhodes's front where Upton had scored the original breakthrough 2 days back. Rhodes managed to prevent a repetition of that archetypical success, though only by the hardest. Much of the fighting was hand-to-hand across the works, but Wright's attack, like Hancock's, was muscle-bound, hampered by its bulk. He, too, had close to 20,000 men, and he was mindful of Grant's concern that he bring the weight of every one of them to bear. Rhodes kept his badly outnumbered division in position, but he knew that the line might go with a rush at any moment under all that pressure. Accordingly, he sent word to Lee that if he was to prevent a second breakthrough, potentially even more dangerous than the first since it would put the attackers in rear of practically every Confederate in the salient, he must have reinforcements and have them quick. They were already on the way from Blockhouse Bridge, sent for earlier to strengthen Gordon's counterattack. The 3 brigades from Mahone's division could be used instead to shore up Rhodes, provided, of course, that they came up in time. Impatient at their non-arrival, Lee rode westward in rear of Anderson's position, which had not been attacked so far but was under fire from Warren's long-range artillery, to meet them and save time by redirecting their march to the hard-pressed west face of the salient, where the Federals were hammering at the works. Presently he came upon the lead brigade, Carnot Posey's Mississippians, now under Brigadier General Nathaniel Harris, a 30-year-old former Vicksburg lawyer. Lee rode alongside Harris, giving instructions, and the Union gunners, spotting the column in brisk motion across the way, lengthened their ranges to bring it under fire. They concentrated mainly on the horseman at its head, with the result that Lee had to give all his attention to Traveler, who began to rear wildly amid a flurry of plunging shot and bursting shell. Lee kept his seat, doing what he could to calm the animal, but Traveler kept rearing. It was well he did, for as he went back on his hind legs, boxing the air with his forehoofs, a solid shot, which otherwise would have killed or maimed both horse and rider, passed directly under his belly. Horrified, the Mississippians began to yell, "Go back, General, go back! For God's sake, go back!" They tried to get between him and the exploding shells, urging him to hurry out of range, but Lee was in no more of a mind to retire from this 4th lead of the rear tableau than he had been to quit the other 3. His blood was up now as before. Anxiety was on him. At last he said, "If you will promise me to drive those people from our works, I will go back." The soldiers cheered, and while Lee watched admiringly, took up the march at a faster rate, joining Rhodes in time to prevent a breakthrough which one of his brigadiers had just warned him was only minutes away. Now, however, this second phase of the contest, which ended with the approximate restoration of Lee's line, merged into the third, a struggle even fiercer than the 2 that had gone before. Tamped back into the toe of the mule shoe, Hancock's troops found cover by recrossing the log parapet and taking shelter behind it. There they stayed and there they fought, sometimes at arm's length, much as Wright's men were doing on their right down the western face of the salient, where the region of Upton's abortive penetration acquired a new name, the Bloody Angle. The term had been used before in other battles elsewhere in the war, but there was no doubt forever after, at least on the part of those who fought there, that here was where the appellation best applied. It soon became apparent to both sides that what they were involved in now was not only fiercer than what had gone before, today, but was in fact more horrendous than what had gone before, ever. This was grimmer than the wilderness, a way of saying that it was worse than anything at all, not so much in bloodshed, although blood was shed in plenty, as in concentrated terror. These were the red hours of the conflict, hours no man who survived them would forget, even in his sleep, forever after. Fighting thus at arm's length across that parapet, they were caught up in a waking nightmare, although they were mercifully spared the knowledge at the outset that it was to last for another 16 unrelenting hours. All day long it was one continuous assault, a Pennsylvanian would recall. But in truth it was as much a defense as it was an attack on either side, and the two were simultaneous. Neither victory nor defeat was any longer a factor in the struggle. Men simply fought to keep on fighting, and not so much on instinct as on pure adrenaline. Slaughter became an end in itself, unrelated to issues or objectives, as if it had nothing whatever to do with the war. Troops were killed by thrusts and stabs through chinks in the log barricade, while others were harpooned by bayoneted rifles flung javelin-style across it. Sometimes in this extremity, even the instinct for self-preservation went by the board. From point to point, some wrought-up soldier would leap up on the parapet and fire down into the opposite mass of blue or gray, then continue this with loaded rifles passed up by comrades until he was shot down and another wrought-up soldier took his place. Rain fell, slacked, fell again in sheets, drenching the fighters and turning the floor of their slaughter pen to slime. Down in the trenches, dead and wounded men were trampled out of sight in the blood-splotched mud by those who staggered up to take their posts along the works, until they too were dropped or forced to retire because their weapons became so powder-fouled from rapid firing that they could not be loaded to fire again. High though the casualties were along this portion of the line, they would have been much higher if there had been time or room for taking aim. As it was, the largely unaimed fire, particularly heavy from the Federal side, where men were stacked up 20 deep in places, passed over the heads of the Confederates to destroy a whole grove of trees within the salient. Some, including an oak nearly 2 feet in diameter, were actually felled by the chipping bullets, which, to the amazement of a Vermont brigadier, continued their work until the fallen trunks and limbs were cut to pieces and whipped into basket stuff. One of Wright's officers, fighting in the bloody angle, tried afterwards to sum up what he had lived through. "I never expect to be believed when I tell of what I saw of the horrors of Spotsylvania," he wrote, "because I should be loath to believe it myself were the cases reversed." Warren's infantry moved out at last, shortly after 9 o'clock, in a full-scale assault on the Confederate left, but this was broken up so effectively by Anderson's artillery and massed small arms fire that not a Federal reached the works along this portion of the line. Severely hurt, the attackers recoiled and did not venture out again, permitting Lee to detach a brigade from each of the 2 First Corps divisions as reinforcements for Ewell in the Muleshoe. They were sorely needed. It was noon by then, and men were falling there from nervous exhaustion as well as from wounds. Veterans who had survived the worst this war afforded up to now went through the motions of combat after the manner of blank-faced automatons, as if what they were involved in had driven them beyond madness into imbecility. They fought by the numbers, unrecognizant of comrades in the ultimate loneliness of a horror as profoundly isolating in its effect as bone pain, nausea, or prolonged orgasm, their vacant eyes unlighted by anger or even dulled by fear. There were exceptions. One man, for example, stopped fighting to plunder an abandoned knapsack, and finding clean clothes in it, stripped off his butternut rags to exchange them for the laundered finery, underwear and all, then returned cheerfully to the grisly work at hand, apparently refreshed. But for the most part they had that look, well known to experienced officers of the line, of troops whose numbness under pressure might give way at any moment to utter panic, an abrupt collapse of all resistance. Unit commanders began to send word to superiors that the men were near their limits of endurance, but the answer was always the same: hold on longer, a little longer, until a new line of entrenchments, under construction across the base of the salient by Martin Smith's engineers, could be completed to provide shelter for the troops when they withdrew. So they kept fighting, albeit mechanically, up in the blood-drenched toe of the mule shoe and down its western shank, and Hancock and Wright kept battering, although they too had most of the same problems with regard to keeping their larger masses of men involved in the meat grinder action along those two portions of the line. Sunset, twilight, and the following darkness brought no slackening of the struggle. 9 o'clock came, then 10, and then 11. Not yet was still the answer to urgent requests for permission to retire to the line being drawn across the gorge of the salient, half a mile in rear of the apex which had been under bloody contention for the past 18 hours. Finally, at midnight, word arrived and was passed along the zigzag curve of trenches, defined against the moonless blackness by the wink and glare of muzzle flashes, fitful stabs of pinkish yellow stitching their pattern back and forth across the parapet, for a piecemeal disengagement to begin. Unit by unit, so stealthily that they were not detected, the weary graybacks stumbled rearward through the bullet-tattered woods to where the new line had been dug. It was close to dawn before the last of them completed their somnambulistic withdrawal and took up their position in the works near the Brock Road. Daybreak showed the abandoned salient held only by corpses, the sodden trenches yawning empty save for these and other shattered remnants of the all-day battle. Still hugging the outward face of the log barricade, the Federals did not cross it even now that the defenders had departed, and the Confederates were glad that this was so. Exhausted, out of contact at last, blue and gray alike slept on their arms in the mud where they lay, oblivious to the pelting rain. Lee had preserved the integrity of his position, but at a cruel cost, having had nearly 3,000 of his hardcore veterans captured and a somewhat larger number killed or wounded. Grant had lost as many, if not more. 6,820 was the subsequent Federal count for this one day, a figure almost as great as the total for the 3 preceding days when the Confederates lost fewer than 1/3 as many. The Gray Army, fighting for the most part behind entrenchments, had managed to maintain its 1-for-2 ratio of casualties suffered and inflicted since the start of the campaign. But that was by no means the whole story of comparable attrition, which, as it applied to the men of highest rank on the 2 rosters, was just the other way around. 8 days of combat had cost the Army of Northern Virginia better than 1/3 of its corps, division, and brigade commanders, 20 out of 57 killed or captured or severely wounded, while its adversary was losing barely half as many, 10 out of 69. And presently word arrived that still another Confederate general was to be added to the doleful list, one whose loss might prove the hardest to bear of them all, since his absence in the past had left the Army and its famed commander groping blind. Soon after the Blue Assault was launched on the morning of May 12th, Lee received a telegram informing him of the mishap which had occurred within 10 miles of Richmond the afternoon before. "Gentlemen, we have very bad news," he announced to a group around him. "General Stuart has been mortally wounded, a most valuable and able officer." He paused as if in search of further words for a formal statement, but then gave up and merely added in a shaken voice, "He never brought me a piece of false information." His sorrow was commensurate with his personal affection for, and his military debt to, the stricken horseman. Still, throughout the long day's fight at Spotsylvania, he kept hoping that somehow Jeb would pull through this crisis, as he had escaped so many other dangers over the past 3 years. Late that night, however, shortly before the withdrawal to the line still under construction across the base of the embattled salient, a second message came. Stuart was gone. Lee put his hands over his face to conceal his emotion. Presently he retired to his tent to master his grief, and when one of the dead cavalryman's staff officers arrived to tell him of Jeb's last minutes back in Richmond, he remarked, "I can scarcely think of him without weeping." Directed by Grant through Meade to cut loose from the Army of the Potomac, pass around Lee's army, and attack his cavalry and communications, Sheridan was determined not only to make the most of the opportunity, which came his way as a result of the high-tempered clash at headquarters earlier that same Sunday, May 8th, but also to do so in a style that was in keeping with his claim that, left to the devices he had been urging all along, he could whip Jeb Stuart out of his boots. "We are going out to fight Stuart's cavalry in consequence of a suggestion from me," he told his 3 division commanders that evening, and he added, by way of emphasizing the highly personal nature of the challenge as he saw it, "In view of my recent representations to General Meade, I shall expect nothing but success." His method of assuring this was demonstrated at first light next morning, back near Fredericksburg, when the march began down the Telegraph Road, the main traveled artery to Richmond. Riding 4 abreast, accompanied by all 32 of their guns and such forage and ordnance wagons as were needed, the 12,000 blue troopers comprised a column 13 miles in length. They moved not at a run or trot and not by separate converging routes, both of which had been standard procedure on raids in the past, but at a walk and in a single inspacated column, compact as a fist clenched for striking on short notice. Not much concerned with deception and even less with speed, Sheridan's dependence was on power, the ability of his 3 combined divisions to ride through or over whatever got in their path. Previous raiders had sought to avoid the fast-moving rebel horsemen, lest they be delayed or thwarted in their attempt to reach their assigned objectives. But Sheridan's objective, so to speak, was just such a confrontation. He defined the raid as a challenge to Stuart for a cavalry duel behind Lee's lines in his own country. And the more there were of the Gray Riders when the showdown was at hand, the better he would like it, since that would mean there were more to be smashed up. His confidence was in numbers and the superiority of his horses and equipment, as was shown within an hour of the outset, when the head of the column ran into brisk fire from an enemy outpost line and stopped to ponder the situation. Little Phil, as his troopers had taken to calling him, came riding up and asked what was the matter. "Skirmishers," he was told, apparently in strength. "Cavalry or infantry?" he demanded, and on being informed that they were cavalry, barked impatiently, "Keep moving, boys. We're going on through. There isn't cavalry enough in all the Southern Confederacy to stop us." Southward the march led down across the Nye, the Po, the Ta, and around the mazy sources of the Mat, 4 streams that combined to contribute their waters and their names to the Mattapony, until, well in the rear of Lee's far right, the column turned off the Telegraph Road and headed southwest for Charlesburg and the North Anna, 3 miles beyond which lay Beaver Dam Station, Lee's advance supply base on the Virginia Central Railroad. Stores of all kinds were collected there, drawn from the Carolinas and the Shenandoah Valley. Sheridan planned to go through them in the course of his move on Stuart and the Confederate capital itself, which he would approach by the front door if it came within his reach, while Ben Butler's infantry was knocking at the back. Torbert's division, still under Wesley Merritt, had the lead, followed by Gregg and Wilson. Progress was steady all day long, mainly because Sheridan refused to be distracted, whether by threats or the rumor of threats, which were frequent, front and rear. When a rebel brigade launched an attack on his rear guard south of the Ta, for example, he simply detached one of Gregg's brigades as a reinforcement and kept the main body moving at the deliberate pace he had set at the start, on the far side of the Nye. Just before dusk, the North Anna came in sight. Merritt crossed with his 3 brigades while the other 2 divisions went into camp on the near bank. Before long, the sky was aglow in the direction Merritt had moved, and the night breeze was fragrant with the aroma of burning bacon, wafted northward all the way from Beaver Dam. Much of the burning, close to 1 million rations of meat and better than 500,000 of bread, along with Lee's entire reserve of medical stores, had been done by the depot guards themselves, who fired the sheds to keep their contents out of the hands of the raiders. First on the scene was the brigade of 24-year-old Brigadier General George A. Custer, Michiganders as skilled in wrecking as they were in fighting. They added more than 100 railway cars to the conflagration, as well as 2 locomotives, 1/4 of all the Virginia Central had in operation at the time, and for Lagniappe freed 378 Union soldiers captured in the wilderness and en route to prison camps. After the excitement of all this, the horsemen bedded down for a few hours' sleep by the fitful light of the fading embers of the station, and were roused before dawn to get to work on the railroad track. 10 miles in all were torn up, together with the telegraph wires and poles that ran beside it, before the whooping troopers fell back into column to resume their march. Like their comrades on the north bank, they were well rested despite their overnight carnival of destruction, having slept in one large bivouac that required few sentinels, rather than in scattered groups requiring many. Reconsolidated, the 3 divisions proceeded again at an energy-saving walk, a road-wide, dusty blue serpent more than a dozen miles long and crawling inexorably south. So leisurely, so unperturbed was this horseback saunter through the springtime greenness of Virginia, except, of course, for those engaged in the rearguard fret of fending off the rebels snapping persistently at their heels, that the raiders had to remind themselves from time to time that they were deep in enemy country, out for blood. By late afternoon, Tuesday, May 10th, Upton was massing for his abortive penetration of Ewell's works 30 airline miles due north. The head of the column reached Ground Squirrel Bridge on the South Anna, and there in the grassy fields beside the river, well over halfway to Richmond, Sheridan called a halt for the night. He might have kept on. Today's march had been a good deal shorter than yesterday's, and there were still a couple of daylight hours left, but this was an excellent place to feed and water his mounts and rest his men. Besides, he not only was in no hurry, he also reasoned that Stuart by now, as he said later, was urging his horses to the death so as to get in between Richmond and our column, and he preferred it so. He wanted Jeb to win the race, since only in that way would it end in the confrontation he was seeking. Stuart had accepted the gambit and was proceeding much as Sheridan supposed, with one exception. Unlike his opponent, who had stripped the Federal Army of practically every horseman he could lay hands on, the Southern cavalry commander had resisted the temptation to jump this latest adversary with everything he had, and instead of leaving Lee to grope as blind as Grant was going to be for the next week or two, had taken up the pursuit with only 3 of his 6 brigades, some 4,500 sabers opposing 12,000, engaged in what might turn out to be an attempt to seize the scantily defended capital, already menaced by Butler's army from the far side of the James. One factor in this decision to forego a better chance at personal laurels was that he could not know, until the Yankees cleared Beaver Dam on the morning of the 2nd day, whether their intention was to keep on riding south for Richmond or turn north for a strike at Spotsylvania from the rear, in which case Lee, of course, would need all the help he could get, especially from his cavalry. As a result of this limiting decision made at the outset, Stuart knew as well as Sheridan did that, in light of the numerical odds prevailing, the confrontation could have only one result if it was head-on. Sheridan, whose 3 well-mounted divisions were equipped with rapid-fire carbines, whereas the 3 gray brigades were armed with single-shot muzzle-loaders and mounted on crowbait horses, would ride right over him. Stuart's solution in considering this dilemma was not to avoid the confrontation, despite the likelihood that it would be disastrous on those terms, but rather to arrange for it to be something other than head-on and to get what assistance he could from the Richmond garrison, scant as it was, when the march of the 2 columns intersected in the vicinity of the threatened capital. Whatever he lacked in comparative strength, even at the outset of the raid, before his underfed, short-winded horses started breaking down from the strain of the chase, there was at least no diminution of his accustomed vigilance and vigor. Pressing close in rear of the outsized blue formation with one of Fitz Lee's brigades, He sent for Fitz and his other brigade, as well as Brigadier General James B. Gordon's brigade of W.H.F. Lee's division, and with these three took up the pursuit in earnest, first down the Telegraph Road, then southeast to the North Anna, beyond which, as night came down, he saw to his distress the spreading reflection of the flames at Beaver Dam, where a 3-week supply of food went up in smoke while the men for whom it had been intended went hungry in the Spotsylvania woods. In just one day, by this one blow, Sheridan had accomplished more than any of his predecessors had managed to do in the past 3 years. What was worse, with Richmond not much farther south than he had come already, he seemed likely to accomplish a great deal more, unless Stuart found some way to check or divert him. Up to now, the Gray Jackets had been limited to attacks on the Union rear, since to have doubled the Blue Column for a strike at its head would have left the raiders free to turn for an unmolested dash against the rear of Lee's entrenchments. By next morning, though, with all the enemy horsemen over the North Anna, proceeding south past the charred base they had destroyed the night before, Stuart was free at least of that restriction. He could give his full attention to covering Richmond, since that now seemed without much doubt to be the Federal objective. Accordingly, he told Gordon to keep his brigade of North Carolinians close on the tail of the Blue Column, impeding it all he could, while Fitz Lee and his 2 Virginia brigades under Brigadier Generals Lunsford Lomax and Williams Wickham rode east along the Virginia Central to regain the Telegraph Road, just this side of Hanover Junction, and hurry down it to take up a position in which to intercept the raiders before they got to Richmond. A message went to Braxton Bragg informing him of the danger to the capital in his charge. Stuart hoped to be reinforced from the city's garrison in time for the confrontation on its outskirts, but if Sheridan brushed past him, he told Bragg, "I will certainly move in his rear and do what I can." So much for intention. Execution, he knew, would be a larger order. However, before setting out to catch up with Fitz, Jeb took advantage of an opportunity Sheridan had unwittingly given him to call on his wife Flora and their 2 children, who were visiting on a plantation near Beaver Dam Station, thought until yesterday to be a place of safety from the Yankees. She came out to meet him on the front steps of the house, and though he did not take the time to dismount, he at least had the satisfaction of leaning down from the saddle to kiss her hello and goodbye before continuing on his way. The parting had a somber effect on the normally jovial cavalier. So many goodbyes by so many soldiers had turned out to be last goodbyes in the course of the past 3 years. And today was the anniversary, moreover, of the death of his great and good friend Stonewall Jackson. Stuart rode in silence for a time before he spoke to his only companion, a staff major, on a theme he seldom touched. He did not expect to survive the war, he said, and he did not want to live anyhow if the South went down in defeat. Sheridan's calculation that his adversary would be urging his horses to the death so as to get in between Richmond and our column was nearly confirmed quite literally that night. Tireless himself, Jeb was not inclined to have much patience with tiredness in others. "We must substitute esprit for numbers," he had declared in the early days of the war, adding in partial explanation not only of his exuberant fox hunt manner but also for the gaudy uniform, red-lined cape, bright yellow sash, black ostrich plume, and golden spurs he wore with such flamboyance on and off the field of battle. "I strive to inculcate in my men the spirit of the chase." Overtaking Fitz Lee soon after dark near Hanover Junction, he learned from Gordon, who sent a courier cross-country, that the Federals had made an early halt that afternoon at Ground Squirrel Bridge on the South Anna. This was within 20 miles of Richmond, 5 miles closer than Stuart himself was at the time. Jeb was all for pushing ahead on an all-night march until Fitz persuaded him that unless he stopped to feed and rest his weary mounts, he would arrive with no more than a handful of troopers, the remainder having been left behind to clutter the road with broken-down horses. Stuart relented on condition that Fitz would have his men back in the saddle by 1 a.m., but rode on himself for another few miles before he lay down by the roadside to get a little sleep. Up and off again before the dawn of May 11th, unaware, of course, that this was to be his last day in the field, he crossed the South Anna at sunrise and passed the farm where he had bivouacked 1 month less than 2 years ago tomorrow night, on the eve of his first ride around McClellan, the exploit that had made his name a household word. Nearing Ashland, 4 miles south on the Richmond, Fredericksburg, and Potomac, he found that a brigade of raiders detached from the main column had struck the place the night before, burning a locomotive and a train of cars, along with several government warehouses, while tearing up 6 miles of track. Stuart quickened his pace at this evidence of what might be in store for Richmond, 15 miles away, unless he managed to head the marauders off or force them into retreat by pitching into their rear while they were attacking the works that ringed the city. Today, as yesterday, however, a staff officer who rode with him found him inclined to speak of personal rather than of military matters. He was more quiet than usual, softer and more communicative, the staffer observed, believing, as he later wrote, that Jeb somehow felt the shadow of the near future already upon him. Informed by another courier from Gordon that the federal main body had resumed its march from Ground Squirrel Bridge this morning on the mountain road from Louisa, Jeb found his problem as to the choice of an interceptive position more or less solved before he got there. Less than half a mile below the junction of the Mountain and Telegraph roads, which came together to form Brook Turnpike, a macadamized thoroughfare running the last 6 miles into Richmond, was an abandoned stagecoach inn called Yellow Tavern, paintless now, made derelict by progress and set amid rolling, sparsely wooded fields of grass and grain. Stuart arrived at 8 o'clock ahead of his troops, and after sending word to Bragg that he had won the race, proceeded at once to plan his dispositions. Sporadic firing up the mountain road confirmed that Gordon still was snapping terrier-like at the heels of the Union column, as instructed, and gave warning that Fitz-Lee not only had no time to spare in getting ready to receive it, but also could expect no reinforcements from Bragg on such brief notice. Stuart's decision was to compromise between taking up a frontal and a flank position, since the former would invite the powerful enemy force to run right over him, while the latter would afford him little more than a chance to pepper the blue troopers as they galloped past him, bound for Richmond. He had Fitz put Wickham on the right, 1 mile north of Yellow Tavern, facing south into the V of the converging roads, and Lomax on the left, his left advanced so that the 2 brigades came together at an angle, presenting a concave front which allowed a concentration of fire upon whatever moved against them down the western arm of the V. By 10 o'clock, these dispositions were completed. Stuart had his men in line, dismounted except for a single regiment, the 1st Virginia, which he held in reserve to be hurried wherever it was needed most. Within another hour, the enemy too had come up and was massing for attack. This was approximately what Sheridan had been wanting all along, and now that he had it, he took care to make the most of it. Richmond lay just ahead, the prize of prizes, but he was in no hurry. Richmond would still be there tonight and tomorrow, whereas Stuart, with his reputation for hair-breadth extractions, might skedaddle. From noon until about 2 o'clock, he reconnoitered the Confederate position, probing here and there to test its strength, then settled down in earnest, using 1 brigade to hold off Gordon in his rear, 2 more to block the turnpike escape route, and the remaining 4 against Fitz-Lee, whom he outnumbered 2-1 in men and 3-1 in guns. For another 2 hours the fight was hot, sometimes hand-to-hand at critical points. By 4 o'clock, Sheridan had found what he believed was the key to Lee's undoing, and orders went for Merritt to press the issue on the right, crumpling Lomax to fling him back on Wickham, after which the whole line would move forward to exploit the resultant confusion. Merritt passed the order on to Custer, who promptly attacked with 2 regiments mounted and the other 2 on foot as skirmishers, striking hard for the left of the rebel line just north of Yellow Tavern. Stewart was there, having sensed the point of greatest danger from his command post near the center. A conspicuous target in his silk-lined cape and nodding plume, he laughed at an aide's protest that he was exposing himself unnecessarily. "I don't reckon there is any danger," he replied. For 3 years this had apparently been true for him, although his clothes had been slit repeatedly by twittering bullets, and he once had half of his mustache clipped off by a stray round. Moreover, he was encouraged by a dispatch from Bragg expressing the opinion that he could hold the Richmond works with his 4,000 local defense troops and the help of 3 brigades of regulars he had ordered to join him from the far side of the James, provided the raiders could be delayed long enough for these reinforcements to make it across the river. Jeb figured there had been time for that already, and once again was proudly conscious of having carried out a difficult assignment, though he was determined to gain still more by way of allowing a margin for error. Arriving on the far left as the 2 Michigan regiments thundered past in a charge on a section of guns just up the line, he drew his big 9-shot Lamat revolver and fired at the Blue Horsemen going by. They took the guns, scattering the cannoneers, but soon came tumbling back, some mounted and some unhorsed by a counterattack from the 1st Virginia, which Fitz Lee threw at them. Stewart had ridden forward to a fence, putting his horse's head across it between 2 of his butternut soldiers in order to get as close as possible to the bluecoats coming back. "Steady, men, steady!" he shouted, still firing his silver-chased pistol at the enemy beyond the fence. "Give it to them!" Instead, it was they who gave it to him, one of them anyhow. A dismounted private trotting past with his revolver drawn, John A. Huff of the 5th Michigan, who had served a 2-year hitch in a sharpshooter outfit, winning a prize as the best marksman in his regiment, then returned home and re-enlisted under Custer, apparently out of boredom, though at 45 he was old for that branch of the service, took time to fire, almost casually in passing, at the red-bearded officer 30 feet away. Jeb's head dropped suddenly forward so that his plumed hat fell off, and he clapped one hand to his right side. "General, are you hit?" one of the men alongside him cried as the blue trooper ran off down the fence line, pistol smoking from the fire of that one unlucky shot. "I'm afraid I am," Stewart replied calmly when the question was asked again. "But don't worry, boys," he told the distressed soldiers gathering rapidly around him. "Fitz will do as well for you as I have done." They got him off his horse and did what they could to make him comfortable while waiting for an ambulance. Fitz Lee came riding fast when he heard of the wound, but Jeb sent him back at once to take charge of the field. "Go ahead, Fitz, old fellow," he said. "I know you'll do what is right." Then the ambulance came and they lifted him into it, obviously in pain. Just as it started rearward, a portion of the line gave way and a number of flustered gray troopers made off across the field. "Go back," Stewart called after them, sitting up in his indignation despite the wrench to his hurt side. "Go back and do your duty as I have done mine, and our country will be safe. Go back, go back." Then he added, though in different words, what he had told the staff major yesterday about not wanting to survive the South's defeat. "I'd rather die than be whipped." Presently, a surgeon and other members of his staff overtook the mule-drawn ambulance and stopped it, out of range of the Federals, for an examination of the wound. While his blood-stained sash was being removed and his bullet-torn jacket opened, Stewart turned to Lieutenant Walter Holohan, a staff favorite, and addressed him by his nickname. "Honey Bun, how do I look in the face?" Holohan lied, for his chief was clearly in shock and getting weaker by the minute. "You are looking all right, General," he replied. "You will be all right." Jeb mused on the words as if in doubt, knowing only too well what lay in store for a gut-shot man. "Well, I don't know how this will turn out," he said at last, "but if it is God's will that I shall die, I am ready." By now the doctor had completed his examination and ordered the ambulance to move on. He believed there was little chance for the general's survival, but he wanted to get him to Richmond and expert medical attention as soon as possible. An 18-year-old private followed the vehicle for a time on horseback, looking in under the hood at the anguished Stuart until it picked up speed and pulled away. The last thing I saw of him, the boy trooper later wrote, he was lying flat on his back in the ambulance, the mules running at a terrific pace, and he was being jolted most unmercifully. He opened his eyes and looked at me and shook his head from side to side as much as to say, "It's all over with me." He had folded arms and a look of resignation. Fitz Lee by then had restored his line, and Sheridan, after prodding it here and there for another hour, decided the time had come to move on after all. Shadows were lengthening fast. Moreover, he had intercepted a rebel dispatch urging Bragg to send substantial reinforcements. So he broke off what he called this obstinate contest north of Yellow Tavern and pushed on down Brook Turnpike, through the outer works of Richmond to within earshot of the alarm bells tolling frantically in the gathering darkness. This was the route Kilpatrick had taken 10 weeks ago, only to call a halt when he came under fire from the fortifications, and Little Phil had a similar reaction when he drew near the intermediate line of defense 3 miles from Capitol Square. "It is possible that I might have captured the city of Richmond by assault," he would report to Meade, "but the want of knowledge of your operations and those of General Butler, and the facility with which the enemy could throw in troops, made me abandon the attempt." His personal inclination was to plunge on down the pike, over the earthworks, and into the streets of the town, though he knew he lacked the strength to stay there long. "The greatest temptation of my life," he later called the prospect, looking back. "I should have been the hero of the hour. I could have gone in and burned and killed right and left, but I had learned this thing, that our men knew what they were about. They would have followed me, but they would have known as well as I that the sacrifice was for no permanent advantage." Forbearance came hard, but he soon had other matters on his mind. Withdrawal under present circumstances called for perhaps more daring and certainly more skill than did staying where he was or going in. Gordon was still clawing at his rear on Brook Turnpike, and Fitz Lee was somewhere off in the darkness, hovering on his flank. Bragg, for all he knew, had summoned any number of reinforcements from beyond the James, and presently the confusion was compounded by a howling wind and rainstorm, the one that was giving Hancock so much trouble out on its fringes on the night march into position for his dawn assault on the toe of Ewell's mule shoe, so severe that the steeple of Old St. John's Church on the opposite side of Richmond was blown away. Sheridan turned eastward, headed for Meadow Bridge on the Chickahominy, which he intended to cross at that point, putting the river between him and his pursuers, and then recross well downstream to find sanctuary within Butler's lines, as had been prearranged, at Haxall's Landing on the James. In addition to the rain-lashed darkness which made any sense of direction hard to maintain, the march was complicated by the presence of landmines in his path. Torpedoes, they were called, buried artillery projectiles equipped with tripwires, and the first one encountered killed a number of horses and wounded several men. Sheridan had an answer to that, however. Bringing a couple of dozen prisoners forward to the head of the column, he made them get down on their knees, feel for the wires in the darkness, follow them up, and unearth the shells. Despite the delay, he reached Meadow Bridge at daylight, only to find that the rebels had set it afire the night before to prevent his getaway. At the same time he discovered this, Bragg's infantry came up in his rear, and Fitz Lee's vengeance-minded troopers descended whooping on his flank. He faced Wilson and Gregg about to meet the double challenge, and gave Merritt the task of repairing the bridge for a crossing. Fortunately, last night's rain had put the fire out before the stringers and ties burned through. A new floor could be improvised from fence rails. While these were being collected and put in place, the two divisions fighting rearward gave a good account of themselves, having acquired by now some of the fox hunt jauntiness formerly limited to their gray-clad adversaries. For example, when instructed by Sheridan to hold your position at all hazards while I arranged to withdraw the corps to the north side of the river, James Wilson made a jocular reply. "Our hair is badly entangled in the enemy's fingers and our nose firmly inserted in his mouth. We shall therefore hold on here till something breaks." Nothing broke, not in the blue ranks anyhow, though James Gordon was mortally wounded on the other side, shot from his horse while leading a charge by his brigade. Merritt finished his repair work in short order, and the 3 divisions withdrew without heavy losses to camp for the night down the left bank of the Chickahominy, near the old Gaines Mill battlefield. Proceeding by easy marches, they rode past other scenes from the 7 days, including Malvern Hill, to Haxall's Landing, which they reached on May 14th. The raid was over, all but the return, and Sheridan was greatly pleased with the results, not only because of the specific damage accomplished at Beaver Dam and Ashland, but also because of other damage no less grave for being more difficult to assess. At a cost of 625 killed and wounded and missing, he had freed nearly 400 Union prisoners and brought them with him into Butler's lines, along with some 300 captive rebels. How many of the enemy he had killed or wounded in the course of the raid he could not say, but he knew at least of one whose loss to Lee and the Confederacy was well nigh immeasurable. The killing of Jeb Stuart at Yellow Tavern, he declared, inflicted a blow from which entire recovery was impossible. After 3 days' rest with Butler, he was off to rejoin Grant. The northward march was uneventful except for a rather spectacular demonstration staged while crossing the high railroad bridge over Pamunkey River of the indestructibility of the Army pack mule. Falling from a height of 30 feet, one of these creatures, watched in amazement by a regiment of troopers whose colonel recorded the incident in his memoirs, turned a somersault, struck an abutment, disappeared under water, came up and swam ashore without disturbing his pack. On May 24th, the 3 divisions rejoined the army they had left 2 weeks and 1 day ago near Spotsylvania. Stuart by then had been 11 days in his grave, not far from the church that lost its steeple in the windstorm on the night he arrived from Yellow Tavern. After 6 mortal hours of being jounced on rutted country roads because the ambulance had to take a roundabout route to avoid the raiders on the turnpike, he reached his wife's sister's house on Grace Street at 11 o'clock that evening, and there, attended by 4 of Richmond's leading physicians through another 20 hours of suffering, he made what was called a good death, a matter of considerable importance in those days from the historical as well as the religious point of view. After sending word of his condition to his wife at Beaver Dam in hope that she and the children would reach him before the end, he gave instructions for the disposition of his few belongings, including his spurs and various horses. "My sword I leave to my son," the impromptu will concluded. The night was a hard one, with stretches of delirium, but toward morning he seemed to improve. An aide reported him calm and composed, in the full possession of his mind. Shortly after sunrise on May 12th, when the rumble of guns was heard from the north, he asked what it meant, and on being told that part of the capital garrison had gone out to work with the cavalry in an attempt to trap the raiders at Meadow Bridge, "God grant that they may be successful," he said fervently, then turned his head aside and returned with a sigh to the matter at hand. "But I must be prepared for another world." Later that morning, the president arrived to sit briefly at his bedside. "General, how do you feel?" he asked, taking the cavalryman's hand. "Easy, but willing to die," Jeb said, "if God and my country think I have fulfilled my destiny and done my duty." Davis could scarcely believe the 31-year-old Virginian was near death. He seemed, he said afterward, so calm and physically so strong. But one of the doctors, seeing the chief executive out, told him there was no chance for Stuart's recovery. The bullet had pierced his abdomen, causing heavy internal bleeding, and probably his liver and stomach as well. Mortification, peritonitis, had set in, and he was not likely to see another dawn. That afternoon, Jeb himself was told as much. "Can I last the night?" he asked, realizing that his wife might not arrive before tomorrow because of the damage to the railroad north of Richmond, and received the doctor's answer, "I'm afraid the end is near." Stewart nodded. "I am resigned, if it be God's will," he said. "I would like to see my wife, but God's will be done." Near sunset, he asked a clergyman to lead in the singing of Rock of Ages, and it was painful to see the effort he made to join the slow chorus of the hymn. "I am going fast now. I am resigned. God's will be done," he murmured. That was shortly after 7 o'clock, and within another half hour he was dead. Flora Stewart and the children did not arrive until 4 hours later, but were with him in plenty of time for the funeral next day at St. James Church and the burial in Hollywood Cemetery. There was no military escort. The Home Guard was in the field, and Lee could spare no soldiers from the Spotsylvania line. Davis and Bragg were there, along with other government dignitaries, but Fitzlee's troopers were still out after Sheridan down the peninsula. Such were the last rites for the man John Sedgwick, dead himself for 4 days now, had called the greatest cavalry officer ever foaled in America. His achievements form a conspicuous part of the history of this army, with which his name and services will be forever associated, Lee was presently to declare in a general order mourning the fallen Jeb. This was the hardest loss he had had to bear since the death of Jackson, and, coupled as it was with the disablement of Longstreet, the indisposition of A.P. Hill, and the increasing evidence that one-legged Ewell would never fulfill the expectations which had attended his appointment as Stonewall's successor, there was cause for despair in the Confederate Army, near exhaustion from its 20-hour struggle for the mule shoe. Fortunately, as if in respectful observation of Stewart's funeral 50 miles away in Richmond, the following day was one of rest. For the next 2 days and into a third, rain fell steadily, as if heaven were trying to wash up the blood as fast as the civilized barbarians were spilling it, a South Carolina sergeant of artillery observed. Such killing as there was mostly done at long range by cannoneers and snipers on both sides. There was little actual fighting, only a lumbering shift by the Union Army east and south. Lee conformed to cover Spotsylvania, extending his right southward beyond the courthouse to the crossing of the Po. The Blue maneuver seemed quite purposeless, not at all like Grant. Lee was puzzled. Unable to make out what the Federals were up to, if anything, he remarked sadly to a companion, "Ah, Major, if my poor friend Stewart were here, I should know all about what those people are doing." Grant was not as quiescent as he seemed. Anyhow, he hadn't meant to be. During the day of rest from his exertions of May 12th, he considered what to do to break the stalemate his headlong efforts had produced. A move around Lee's left would draw the old fox into open country, but in the absence of Sheridan's troopers, Grant would be at a disadvantage, maneuvering blind against a foe who still had half his cavalry on hand. His decision then was to strike the enemy right by shifting Warren from his own right to his left on a night march that would end in a surprise attack at first light May 14th. Wright would follow to extend the envelopment which, if successful, would turn Lee out of his Spotsylvania works and expose him to destruction when he retreated. Orders to effect this were issued before the day of rest was over, but all that came of them was lumbering confusion and the loss of many tempers. Floundering through roadless mud, rain-whipped underbrush and swollen creeks, the Fifth Corps did not reach its jump-off position on the Fredericksburg Road until 6 a.m., 2 hours behind schedule, and had to spend the rest of the day collecting the thousands of mud-caked stragglers left exhausted in its wake. The attack had to be called off, and instead there followed another day of rest. This time it was Wright who had a notion. The Confederates having conformed to the Union movement by shifting Anderson to their right, Wright suggested that a sudden reversal of last night's march, left to right instead of right to left, would provide a capital opportunity for a breakthrough on the rebel left, which had been thinned to furnish troops for the extension of the line down to Snell's Bridge on the Po. Grant liked and enlarged the plan to include Hancock, setting dawn of May 18th as the time of attack. Reoccupying the abandoned Mule Shoe in the darkness of the preceding night, Hancock and Wright were to assault the new works across its base, while Burnside made a diversionary effort on their left, and Warren stood by to join them once the fortifications were overrun. That gave 2 full days for getting ready. Grant wanted the thing done right despite the mud. Moreover, on the first of these 2 days, the rain left off, letting the roads begin to dry, and the second, May 17th, hastened the drying process with a sun as hot as summer. Everything went smoothly and on schedule, up to the point at which the 6 divisions moved into the Mule Shoe in the darkness, under instructions to take up positions for the 4 a.m. assault. So much time was spent occupying and moving through the first and second lines of the original entrenchments, undefended though they were, that it was 8 o'clock before the troops were in position to make the surprise attack that should have been launched 4 hours ago at the first blush of dawn. It would not have been a surprise in any case, even if the attackers had stayed on schedule. Rebel cavalry scouts, undistracted by the blue troopers taking their rest at Haxall's Landing, and lookouts in the Spotsylvania Belfry, surveying the Union rear with glasses, had reported the counter-movement yesterday. That left only the question of just where on the left the blow was going to land, and this in turn was answered by Ewell's outpost pickets, who came back in the night to announce that the assault would be delivered from the Mule Shoe. At first the defenders could not credit their luck. This must be a feint, designed to cover the main effort elsewhere. An artillery major, whose battalion had lost 8 of its 12 guns in the dawn assault 6 days ago, reported later that he and his cannoneers could not believe a serious attempt would be made to assail such a line as Ewell had in open day at such a distance. But he added that when it was found that a real assault was to be made, it was welcomed by the Confederates as a chance to pay off old scores. Pay them off they did, and with a vengeance, from the muzzles of 29 guns commanding the gorge of the abandoned salient and the shell-ripped woods beyond, first with round shot, then with case and canister as the Federals pressed forward in successive lines, apparently several brigades deep, well-aligned and steady, without bands but with flags flying. A most magnificent and thrilling sight, covering Ewell's whole front as far as could be seen. The conclusion was foregone, but the gunners made the most of their opportunity while it lasted. Double timing over the mangled corpses of the fallen, the attackers managed to reach the abatis at scattered points, only to find the fire unendurable at that range. They fell back with heavy losses and the worst wounds of the campaign, and when they re-entered the woods they had emerged from such a short time back, the guns fell silent, not out of mercy but simply to save ammunition in case the attack was resumed. It was not. "We found the enemy so strongly entrenched," Meade admitted in a letter to his wife, "that even Grant thought it useless to knock our heads against a brick wall, and directed a suspension. By 10 o'clock, the one-sided carnage was over, and nowhere along the line had the opposing infantry come to grips. This attack fairly illustrates the immense power of artillery well handled," Ewell's chief of artillery said proudly. Perhaps by now, if not earlier, Grant had learned the error of his statement to Halleck a week ago today. "I am satisfied the enemy are very shaky." By now, perhaps he also had discovered the basis for what had seemed to him the over-exaltation of Lee by many high-ranking Federals, who had not agreed with their new general-in-chief that the Virginian would be likely to fall back in haste from the Rapidan when he found the Blue Army on his flank. "Lee is not retreating," Colonel Theodore Lyman of Meade's staff wrote home that night. "He is a brave and skillful soldier and will fight while he has a division or a day's rations left." As for the troops who served the gray commander, wretchedly fed and clad though they were, Lyman considered them anything but shaky. "These rebels are not half-starved," he added. "A more sinewy, tawny, formidable-looking set of men could not be. In education they are certainly inferior to our native-born people, but they are usually very quick-witted, and they know enough to handle weapons with terrible effect. Their great characteristic is their stoical manliness. They never beg or whimper or complain, but look you straight in the face with as little animosity as if they had never heard a gun fired." Indeed, at this stage of the contest, there was a good deal more disaffection in the Union than there was in the Confederate ranks. "We fought here, we charged there, we accomplished nothing," a blue artillerist complained, while a disgruntled infantryman protested specifically, in the wake of this second mule-shoe fiasco, that the army was being mishandled from the top. The Wilderness had been a soldier's battle, he said, in which no one could see what he was doing anyhow. The enlisted men did not expect much generalship to be shown. All they expected was to have battle-torn portions of the line fed with fresh troops. There was no chance for a display of military talent. But that was not the case at Spotsylvania, he went on. "Here the Confederates are strongly entrenched, and it was the duty of our generals to know the strength of the works before they launched the army against them." He was bitter, and the bitterness was spreading, not without cause. There was a saying in the army, "A man likes to get the worth of his life if he gives it." And the survivors here could not see that their fallen comrades, shot down in close-packed masses flung off schedule against impregnable entrenchments, had gotten the smallest fraction of the worth of theirs. Whatever else he saw, or failed to see, he was admittedly not much given to engaging in hind-sighted introspection. Grant saw clearly enough that something else he had said in the week-old letter to Halleck was going to have to be revised, despite the wide publicity it had received in the newspaper version. "I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer." Stalemate was little better than defeat in his opinion, and yet, having assaulted headlong twice without appreciable success and tried in vain to turn both enemy flanks, that seemed the best he could do in this location. 10 May days were a long way short of all summer, yet they sufficed to show that he had nothing to gain from continuing the contest on this line. So he decided quite simply to abandon it. Not, of course, by retreating, retreat never entered his mind, but by shifting his weight once more with a wide swing around Lee's right, in the hope once more that he would catch him napping. Still without his cavalry to serve as a screen for the movement and keep him informed of his adversary's reaction, although it was true Sheridan had failed him in both offices before, he decided to try a different method of achieving Lee's destruction. He would mousetrap him. Hancock was to be the bait. Grant's plan, as set forth in orders issued next morning, May 19th, was for the Second Corps to march that night to the Richmond, Fredericksburg, and Potomac Railroad, 6 miles east, then down it on the far side of the Mattaponi River to Milford Station, well beyond Lee's flank and deep in his right rear. Lee could be expected to try to overtake and destroy Hancock, and this would mean that he would be exposed to the same treatment by Grant, who would give Hancock about a 20-mile head start before moving out with the other 3 corps for a leap at the Gray Army, whose attention would be fixed on the bright lure dangling off its flank beyond the Mattaponi. That was the plan, and there was about it a certain poetic justice, since it was a fairly faithful reproduction of what Lee himself had done to Pope on the plains of Manassas, except that he had lacked the strength to follow it through to the Caney he was seeking, whereas Grant did not, having just received about half of the more than 30,000 reinforcements sent from Washington over a 10-day period starting 4 days ago. By way of preparation for the move, he shifted Burnside around to the far left on May 18th, returned right to his former position alongside Warren, and placed Hancock in reserve beyond the Nye, ready to take off promptly the following night on the march designed to lure Lee out of his Spotsylvania entrenchments and into open country, where he would be exposed to slaughter. First, though, there was a delay involving bloodshed. On the day whose close was scheduled to see Hancock set out eastward, Lee lashed out at the denuded Federal right. Alert to the possibility that Grant might steal a march on him, the Confederate commander, on receiving word that morning that the Federals had resumed their ponderous sidle to his right, ordered Ewell, who held the left, to test the validity of the report by making a demonstration to his front. Though he was down to about 6,000 effectives, considerably less than half his infantry strength 2 weeks ago when he opened the fight in the Wilderness, Ewell, feeling perky as a result of his easy repulse of yesterday's assault, asked if he might avoid the risk of a costly frontal attack in case the Yankees were still there by conducting a flank operation. Lee was willing, and Ewell took off shortly after noon on a reconnaissance in force around the end of the empty-looking, and as it turned out, empty, Union Works. Accompanied by Hampton's 2 brigades of cavalry, he carried only 6 of his guns along because of the spongy condition of the roads, and even these he sent back when he reached the Nye about 3 o'clock and found the mud too deep for them to make it over, although Hampton managed to get his 4 lighter pieces across by doubling the teams. So far, Old Baldhead had encountered nothing blue, but presently he reported, less than a mile beyond the river, on his own in what had been the Federal right rear, "I came upon the enemy prepared to meet me." What he came upon was Warren's flank division posted beyond the Nye as a covering force for Hancock, whose corps was getting ready to take off eastward after sundown. Responding to orders from headquarters to reinforce Warren instead, Hancock sent his largest division first, a new one just arrived the day before from Washington under Brigadier General Robert Tyler, and followed with Birney's 3 bled-down brigades. Tyler had been a heavy artilleryman until recently, and so had all his men, except that unlike him, they had seen no combat up to now. Their reception by the Army of the Potomac was unkind, to say the least. In addition to the usual taunts, "Why, dearest, did you leave your earthworks behind you?" they were greeted by the veterans who were returning from their botched and bloody assault down the Muleshoe with a gruesome demonstration of what was likely to happen to infantry in battle. "This is what you'll catch up yonder," the wounded told them, displaying shattered arms and other injuries Ewell's batteries had inflicted at close range. One roadside group had a mangled corpse which they kept covered with a blanket until one of the oversized greenhorn regiments drew abreast, and then they would uncover it with a flourish. The heavies had been singing as they marched, perhaps to keep their courage up, but they fell silent under the impact of this confrontation with what was left of a man who had been where they were headed. As it happened, the attack was suspended before they were committed. That was yesterday, however. This was today, and they were about to discover at first hand what combat meant. Ewell, having found what he came looking for, or to put the case more critically, having blundered into what he had been in search of, would have been glad to withdraw without bloodshed, but the Bluecoats gave him no choice except to fight, not only at a numerical disadvantage, but also without guns to take up the challenge from the many turned against him. The resultant 2-hour struggle, which began about 5:30, might well have completed the destruction of Lee's 2nd Corps if Wade Hampton had not managed to post his rapid-firing battery of horse artillery where it could hold the enemy off while Ewell fell back across the Nye and returned under cover of darkness to his entrenchments, minus another 900 of his men. The Federals lost a good deal more, 1,535 killed or wounded or missing, most of them Tyler's, but at least they could claim a victory, having remained in control of the field and taken no less than 472 prisoners. A larger gain was the admission of the heavies to full membership in the army that had greeted them with jeers the day before. They had made up in staunchness, even veterans agreed, for what they lacked in skill. "Well, they got a little mixed and didn't fight very tactically," one of their officers replied to a question from a correspondent, "but they fought confounded plucky." This last was good news for Grant, who was going to have to depend increasingly on such replacements in the weeks ahead. 3 days ago, on May 16th, with 12,000 of his cavalry away, his strength was down to 56,124 effectives, less than half the number he had mustered when he crossed the Rapidan 12 days before. About 35,000 of the absent were battle casualties lost in the wilderness and here at Spotsylvania. Another 4,000-odd had fallen sick and been sent to Washington hospitals to recover or to die. The rest, a substantial 14,000, were deserters or men whose enlistments had expired, members of the first of the 36 regiments scheduled for discharge when their time was up in May and June. There was, therefore, much encouragement for Grant in this May 19th evidence that he could count on the heavies as well as on the newly drafted troops among them for staunchness during the critical period in which they learned their bloody trade and became, in their turn, veterans more or less like the men who had jeered at them on their arrival, but now would jeer no more. In any case, he depended on them to lend their weight to whatever blows he decided to throw, and he did not let his heavy losses for the past 2 weeks, on and off the field of battle, deter him from his purpose, which was to whip the rebel army in the process of maneuvering it back on Richmond. Today's affair amounted to no more than an interruption, a 24-hour delay. He would move out tomorrow night as planned, with one exception, one revision prompted by Ewell's sortie across the Nye that afternoon, which apparently served to remind Grant just how bloody-minded Bobby Lee could be. Instead of sending Hancock well in advance of the other 3 corps to be dangled as bait on the east bank of the Mattapony, he decided to move at a much closer interval, lest the bait be gobbled before the rest of the army came up in support. Accordingly, orders were sent not only to Hancock but also to Warren, Wright, and Burnside that the march to Milford Station would begin tomorrow night, May 20th, and would be conducted with all possible secrecy, in the hope once more of stealing a march on Old Man Lee. But no amount of secrecy could hide what Lee already knew as a result of Ewell's rather heavy-handed investigation of the Union dispositions in his front. Grant had stripped his right for another shift in the opposite direction, and Lee prepared for another interception, alerting all 3 of his corps commanders to be ready to march at the tap of a drum. Despite such precaution, the enemy would of course move first, yet Lee had little fear that he would lose the pending race whenever it began. He had chosen Hanover Junction as his point of concentration just beyond the North Anna, at the crossing of the 2 critical rail lines back to Richmond. From there, he believed he would be able to parry any thrust the Federals were likely to attempt, and this time, unlike the last in the sprint for Spotsylvania, he would have the advantage of the interior route of march, traveling the chord of the arc his adversary's movement would necessarily describe. His confidence in this, as in much else, was based on the events of the past 2 weeks, especially on a comparison of losses, though he did not know the precise figures even for his own army, let alone Grant's. The latter had suffered a total of 36,065 casualties, 17,666 in the Wilderness, 18,399 at Spotsylvania, while Lee was losing barely half as many, just under 8,000 in the Wilderness, just over 10,000 at Spotsylvania. He knew that Grant's were disproportionately heavy. No opponent so far had been able to sustain such losses without removal from command or frustration of his plans by Washington. Nor, he hoped, would this one, despite his known tenacity and his reported unconcern for costs. Lee's confidence was in himself and in his men. "With the blessing of God, I trust we shall be able to prevent General Grant from reaching Richmond," he had told the president 10 days ago, and that trust had been confirmed. Moreover, though it was true the contemplated shift to Hanover Junction would mean giving up half the region between his present position and the capital in his rear, the line of the North Anna was one of great natural strength, highly dangerous for an army attempting to cross it, as Grant's would do in the face of determined resistance. Besides, he was presently to remind Davis, Grant's difficulties will be increased as he advances, and ours diminished. One reason for this, in addition, that is, to the advantageous lengthening and shortening of their respective lines of supply and communication, vulnerable to attack by raiders and tedious to maintain, was that Lee would be moving toward the first reinforcements he had been able to count on or even contemplate with any real degree of hope since the opening of Grant's triple-pronged offensive. The reason he could count on them now was that two of the federal prongs had, in effect, been snapped off short in the course of the past week. Breckinridge, out in the Shenandoah Valley, and Beauregard, on the far side of the James, had scored tactical successes which served not only to neutralize or abolish the separate threats from those directions by Franz Sigel and Ben Butler, but also to convert at least a part of each of those two outnumbered and hard-pressed Confederate forces into reserves, available for rapid shipment by rail to the Army of Northern Virginia from the south and west, which, incidentally, was still another reason for Lee's choice of Hanover Junction, where the two lines met and crossed from Richmond and the Valley, as his point of concentration after leaving Spotsylvania. By May 20th, with the evidence getting heavier by the hour that the Federals in his immediate front were about to begin their march around his right, Lee called on both victorious commanders, Breckinridge by orders wired directly since he was already under his command, and Beauregard by means of an urgent request to the War Department, to hasten the departure for Hanover Junction of every soldier they could spare from those two fronts. It was well that he specified haste, for the signs of Grant's imminent departure continued to multiply all day. By nightfall, Lee was so convinced that the Federals were about to march that he decided to begin his own next morning. Accordingly, he sent instructions for Ewell, whose corps would peel off from the left in order to lead the movement south, to start at daylight unless he saw an opening for a strike at the enemy rear. Old Baldhead, finding no such opportunity, stepped off at 4 a.m., May 21st. A scant 6 hours, events would show, after Hancock started out across the way. 3. Sigel's offensive, like his chief's, was subdivided into 3 columns of penetration, each with a different preliminary objective to be attained before all 3 combined for a link-up with Grant's main body in front of Richmond. His own main body, consisting of about 8,000 of all arms, would march the length of the Shenandoah Valley from Winchester to Stanton, where he would strike the Virginia Central Railroad. Crook, meantime, with roughly the same number, would move west of the valley, southward in 2 columns, one of about 6,000 infantry under his personal direction, the other of about 2,000 cavalry under Brigadier General W. W. Averill, against the Virginia and Tennessee. Crook's objective was Dublin Station and the nearby railway bridge across New River, Averill's the salt works and lead mines at Saltville and Wytheville, a day's ride west of Dublin, from which point the two would proceed east along the Virginia and Tennessee to Salem, tearing up track as they went, and then turn north through Lexington for a hookup with Sigel at Stanton and subsequently with Meade somewhere east or southeast along the Virginia Central, which was to be given the same hard-handed treatment as the reunited 16,000 moved along it to be in on the kill when Lee was brought to bay. Crook's being the more lucrative assignment, at least in the opening stage of the campaign, salt and lead were rare necessities in the Confederacy, and the intended double blow at Saltville and Wytheville would go far toward making them rarer. Sigel started first on April 30th, hoping to draw attention and troops away from the region beyond the Alleghenies. It worked. By the time Crook's infantry set out from Gauley Bridge on May 2nd, beginning the rugged trek from the Kanawha southward up the left bank of New River to Dublin Station, a roundabout distance of more than 100 miles, the rebel department commander was busy stripping Southwest Virginia of its few defenders in order to get them aboard trains for rapid shipment to Stanton and a fast march northward down the turnpike to challenge Sigel's bid for control of the wheat-rich Shenandoah Valley. Within another 3 days, when Averill's mounted column began its parallel march on May 5th from Logan Courthouse, 50 miles southwest of Gauley Bridge, the Confederate shift was well underway. Crook made good time, considering the nature of the terrain. At Shannon's Bridge by sunset of May 8th, only 7 miles from Dublin, he learned that a rebel force was lying in wait for him 2 miles ahead on a wooded spur of Cloyd's Mountain. A fork-bearded West Pointer, Ohio-born and 35 years old, a veteran of Antietam and Chickamauga, he rode ahead next morning to look the position over and found it strong. "They may whip us," he said as he lowered his binoculars, "but I guess not." He guessed right. The Confederate force of about 3,000, part militia and home guards, commanded by Brigadier General Albert Jenkins, a former Charleston lawyer in what was now called West Virginia, was routed by a charge in which one of Crook's brigade commanders, Colonel Rutherford B. Hayes, made a showing that stood him in good stead when he ran for president 12 years later. Jenkins was wounded and taken, along with 2 of his 3 guns and many rifles dropped by his Green troops when they fled. Union surgeons removed his mangled arm and gave him such care as they had time for, but he died the following week, 33 years old and still a captive. His losses at Cloyd's Mountain numbered 538, the Federals 643. Crook, overcome by excitement and exhaustion, he had hurried about the contested field with his waterproof boots full of water from crossing a creek, fell to the ground in a faint as soon as he saw that the battle was won, but revived in time, attended by his staff, to order an immediate advance on Dublin and the Virginia and Tennessee Railroad 5 miles ahead. Arriving before dark, he put his men to work firing and wrecking the depot installations, along with a large accumulation of military stores, and set out at first light next morning, May 10th, to destroy the 400-foot wooden railway bridge across New River, 8 miles east. By midday it was burning briskly, and soon afterwards it collapsed with a great hiss of steam into the river. A fine scene it was, Hayes noted in his diary. Having thus carried out his preliminary assignment, marching and fighting and wrecking, all 3 boldly and with skill, Crook now had only to wait for Averill to join him and continue the movement as planned, east along the railroad to Salem, then north through Lexington for the meeting with Sigel at Stanton. Yet he did neither. He not only declined to wait for the cavalry column, he also declined to press on eastward in accordance with his orders. Instead, he decided to return at once to West Virginia, specifically to Meadow Bluff on the Greenbrier River near Lewisburg, where he could draw supplies from Gauley Bridge, his starting point some 50 miles northwest. His reason, as he gave it 2 weeks later in his report, was that "I saw, at the Dublin Telegraph Office, dispatches from Richmond stating that General Grant had been repulsed and was retreating, which determined me to move to Lewisburg as rapidly as possible." Isolated as he was, and accepting the rebel claim at face value, he feared that Lee would send troops west by rail from Orange to cut him off and up, and under pressure of this fear, he bolted for the fastness of the mountains. Not even the arrival of outriders from Averill, bringing word that the troopers had found Saltville too well guarded for attack, but that the column was moving on Wytheville even now, deterred Crook from making as quick a getaway as he could manage. He simply replied that Averill was to do his best to carry out the instructions he himself had just discarded, and took off northward, well beyond New River, which he crossed upstream and down. He made good time. It was 5 days later, May 15th, before the cavalry overtook him at Union, 8 miles beyond the West Virginia line. Averill had a harrowing tale to tell, one that was unrelieved, moreover, by any such tactical victory as Cloyd's Mountain, or any such gaudy feat as the demolition of New River Bridge. He had raided in this direction before with conspicuous success, including the burning of Salem in December, but that had been done against next to no opposition. This time there was not only a considerable force in opposition, as he was told when he reached Tazewell on May 8th, just this side of the state line. It was also commanded by John Morgan, who was known to be hungry for revenge for the indignities he had suffered in the Ohio penitentiary during the 4 months preceding his year-end breakout. Now he was back in the field at last, having been rejoined by about 750 of his terrible men, survivors of the disastrous July raid through Indiana and Ohio, and was posted at Abingdon to work with local units in defense of a department including portions of southwest Virginia and East Tennessee. At Tazewell, Averill learned that the famed Kentuckian had shifted his headquarters and his troops to Saltville when he got word that a blue column was headed that way. What his strength was, Averill did not know. He estimated it at 4,500, better than twice his own. Consequently, he decided to forego the scheduled destruction of the salt works, vital though they were to the Confederacy's efforts to feed its armies, and to strike instead directly at Wytheville and the lead mines, leaving Morgan holding the bag at Saltville. He feinted in that direction on May 9th, then swung east, riding hard to give the rebels the slip. He thought he had succeeded until, approaching Wytheville the following afternoon, he found Morgan drawn up to meet him at a place called Crockett's Cove. The position was admirably suited for defense, but that was not what Morgan had in mind. Fuming because the approach of the enemy column had delayed a projected return to his native bluegrass, he charged and struck and kept on charging and striking the rattled Federals, who thus were afforded no chance to discover that they were not outnumbered. "My men fought magnificently, driving them from hill to hill," he wrote his wife that night. "It was certainly the greatest sight I ever witnessed, to see a handful of men driving such masses before them." Averill fought his men elegantly, tried time and time again to get them to charge, but our boys gave them no time to form. This was Morgan's first engagement since the late November jailbreak, and he made the most of it until darkness ended the running fight 4 miles east of Wytheville. He turned back then for Abingdon to resume his plans for another ride into Kentucky, and Averill, minus 114 of his troopers, limped eastward to Dublin and beyond, where the railroad bridge had toppled hissing into New River that afternoon. Informed by his outriders that Crook had shied off into the mountains, he forded the river and tore up another 10 miles of track and culverts before turning north to overtake his chief at Union on May 15th. Hungry because supplies were low and lashed by heavy rains, the reunited column spent 2 days getting over the swollen Greenbrier, then trudged upstream to Meadow Bluff, May 19th, on the verge of exhaustion. Crook's infantry had been 17 days on the march from Gauley Bridge, the last 8 without a regular issue of rations, and had crossed 17 mountain ranges, each a bit steeper, it seemed, than the one before. They had accomplished little aside from incidental damage to the railroad and the destruction of the New River Bridge, but Crook was reassured to learn at Meadow Bluff that his superior, the Major General commanding the department, had accomplished even less in the Shenandoah Valley. In fact, it now developed, the wide-swinging western column had been quite right not to press on east and north to Stanton as instructed, since Sigel had covered barely half the distance from Winchester to that point, marching deliberately up the valley pike before he was obliged to turn and flee back down it, pursued by the victors of the battle that had defined the limit of his penetration. It was Breckinridge's doing, and he did it on his own. Hearing from Lee in early May, while the Army of Northern Virginia was on its way to the confrontation with Grant in the thickets south of the Rapidan, that he was to assume general direction of affairs beyond the Blue Ridge, the former U.S. Vice President, electoral runner-up to Lincoln in the presidential race of 1860, continued his efforts to collect all movable troops in southwest Virginia for a meeting with Sigel in the valley. "I trust you will drive the enemy back," Lee had told him, and the tall, handsome Kentuckian, 43 years old, with lustrous eyes, a ponderous brow, and the drooped mustache of a Sicilian brigand, was determined to do just that. Accordingly, he left the defense of the western reaches of his department to Jenkins and Morgan, scant though their resources would be in event of an attack, and set out for Stanton at once by rail with 2 veteran brigades of infantry totaling just under 2,500 men. North of there and hard at work observing and impeding Federal progress south of Winchester was Brigadier General John D. Imboden, whose 1,500 cavalry were all that would stand in Sigel's path until Breckinridge arrived. The Kentuckian reached Stanton on May 12th and set off promptly down the turnpike for Newmarket, 40 miles away, where Imboden was skirmishing with advance elements of the Blue main body still a dozen miles to the north. Including these butternut troopers, Breckinridge would go into battle with close to 5,000 of all arms, a figure he attained by mustering all the militia roundabout, 750 at the most, and by summoning from Lexington the Cadet Corps of the Virginia Military Institute, 247 strong, all under conscription age and commanded by one of their professors, who later recalled that although Breckinridge said he hoped to keep these 15, 16, and 17-year-olds in reserve through the bloodiest part of the fighting, thus to avoid what Jefferson Davis had referred to as grinding the seed corn of the nation, he added, in all honesty, that should occasion require it, he would use them very freely. Occasion was likely to require it. Pleased that he had succeeded in drawing the rebels north and east away from the now vulnerable installations in southwest Virginia, Sigel was intent on completing his preliminary assignment by winning control of the Shenandoah Valley before the wheat in its fields was ripe for grinding into flour to feed Lee's army. This would entail whipping the gray force gathering to meet him, and he marched south with that welcome task in mind, anticipating his first victory since Pea Ridge, out in Arkansas more than 2 years ago, for which he had been made a major general. All the battles he had been involved in since that time, however slightly, had been defeats. Second Bull Run and Fredericksburg were examples, with the result that his demonstrations of military competence had been limited to the conduct of retreats. A book soldier, academy-trained in his native Germany, which he had fled in his mid-20s after serving as Minister of War in the Revolution of 1848, he was anxious to win the glory he had prepared for, though he did not let ambition make him rash. Advancing from Winchester, up the turnpike that led 90 miles to Stanton, he moved with skill and proper deliberation. There were mishaps, such as the loss of 464 men in a cavalry regiment surprised and captured by Imboden while on outpost duty beyond Front Royal, May 11th, but Sigel knew how to accept such incidental reverses without distraction, even though this one, combined with the need for detaching troops to guard his lengthening supply line, reduced his combat strength to roughly 6,500 of all arms. Past Strasburg by then, he kept his mind on the job ahead and continued his march up the pike to Mount Jackson, terminus of the Manassas Gap Railroad, on May 14th. This was only 7 miles from Newmarket, occupation of which would give him control of the single road across Massanutten Mountain, and thus secure his left flank practically all the rest of the way to Stanton. He had sent his cavalry ahead to seize the crossing of the North Fork of the Shenandoah River, 2 miles south of Mount Jackson, and when they arrived that afternoon they were taken under fire by a rebel battery posted on a height just over a mile beyond the bridge. They settled down to a brisk artillery exchange, preparing to force a crossing, but Sigel, perhaps recalling what had happened 3 days ago when nearly 500 other troopers had been gobbled up near Front Royal, sent word that he preferred to wait until the infantry came up next morning, when all arms would combine to do the thing in style. Breckinridge was within earshot of the cannonade, just arrived from Stanton with his 2 brigades plus the VMI cadets. He was taking a late afternoon dinner with Imboden at Lacey Springs, a dozen miles to the south, and when he heard the guns begin to rumble, he told the cavalrymen to return at once to Newmarket, hold the crossing of the North Fork till dark if possible, then fall back to a position just this side of the town where he would join him before daybreak. Imboden, with Sigel's cooperation, carried out these instructions to the letter. Awakened at dawn by the arrival of the infantry, Sunday, May 15th, he assisted in getting the troops in line for what was intended to be a defensive battle. But when sunrise gave a clear view of the field, Breckinridge studied it carefully through his glasses and changed his mind. Sigel's men had crossed the river at first light to take up a position astride the turnpike north of town, and the Kentuckian apparently liked the looks of what he saw. "We can attack and whip them here," he said. "I'll do it." And did. While the Confederates were adjusting their dispositions for attack, the guns on both sides, 28 of them Union, opposed by half as many firing north, began exchanging long-range shots across the rooftops of the town. This continued for an hour, at the end of which the gray line started forward, 1 brigade on the right, the other on the left, with a regiment of dismounted cavalry between them on the pike, supported by the cadets, whose spruce uniforms had resulted in their being greeted with catcalls by veterans on the march. Katydids, they called them. Imboden struck first with a horseback charge through some woods on the right, and the infantry went forward through the town, cheered by citizens who came running out to meet them. On the far side, they scattered the blue pickets, then went for the main line. Sigel disengaged skillfully and fell back half a mile, disposing his troops on high ground to the left and right of a hillock on which a 6-gun battery was slamming rapid-fire shots into the ranks of the advancing rebels. Spotting this as the key to the position, Breckinridge ordered the dismounted troopers to charge and take it, supported by the cadets, which they did, though only by the hardest, not only because of heavy fire from the well-served artillery, but also because of a gully to their front, less than 200 yards from the fuming line of guns, and floored with what turned out to be calf-deep mud. Moreover, as the movement progressed, it was the troopers who were in support. Lighter, more agile, and above all more ardent, the cadets made better time across the soft-bottomed depression, and though they were hit repeatedly with point-blank canister, they soon were among the cannoneers, having suffered better than 20% casualties in the charge, 8 killed and 46 wounded. Slathered with clay and stained by smoke, many of them barefoot, having lost their shoes and socks in the mud of the gully, the survivors were scarcely recognizable as yesterday's dapper katydids, but they carried the position. A wild yell went up, Imboden would remember, when a cadet mounted a caisson and waved the Institute flag in triumph over it. Sigel was in his element, lean-faced and eager, not yet 40, his lank hair brushed dramatically back to bring out his sharp features and brief chin-beard. He maintained an icy, steel-eyed posture under fire, but betrayed his inner excitement by snapping his fingers disdainfully at shell bursts as he rode about, barking orders at his staff. Unfortunately, he barked them in German, which resulted in some confusion. As, for example, when he directed the 2 companies of a West Virginia regiment move up to protect the 6-gun battery under attack by the cadets. To my surprise, he later protested, there was no disposition to advance. In fact, in spite of entreaties and reproaches, the men could not be moved an inch. And when the rest of the gray line surged forward to take advantage of the respite gained by the boy soldiers, there was nothing Sigel could do but attempt another displacement, and this he did as skillfully as he had performed the first, though at a considerably higher cost. By now he was back on the knoll from which the rebel horse artillery had challenged his crossing of the river yesterday, 4 miles north of town. He held on there through a lull occasioned by the need for refilling the cartridge boxes of the attackers, and when they came on again, he fell back across the North Fork, burning the bridge behind him. Secure from pursuit, at least for the present, he intended to stand his ground despite heavy losses, 831 killed and wounded and missing as compared to the enemy's 577, but decided a better course would be to retire to Mount Jackson, where he could rest and refit before resuming his interrupted southward march. He got there around 7 o'clock that evening, took up a stout position, and remained in it about 2 hours before concluding that the wisest course, after all, would be to return to Strasburg, another 20 miles back down the pike. A night march got him there the following afternoon, and after one more trifling readjustment, rearward across Cedar Creek next morning, May 17th, to make camp on the heights he had left a week ago, he finished his long withdrawal from the unfortunate field of Newmarket and began making incisive preparations for a return. But that was not to be, not for Sigel at any rate. Stymied at Spotsylvania, Grant was growing impatient at having heard nothing of or from his director of operations beyond the Blue Ridge. "Cannot General Sigel go up Shenandoah Valley to Stanton?" he wired Halleck, who replied that far from advancing, Sigel was already in full retreat. "If you expect anything from him, you will be mistaken," Halleck added. "He will do nothing but run. He never did anything else." Grant was furious, about as much so as he was with Banks, whose Red River fiasco came to an end that same week. 4 days later, on May 21st, Franz Sigel was relieved of his overall command. Lee, on the other hand, was delighted with his lieutenant's conduct of affairs in that direction and was quick to express his gratitude. "I offer you the thanks of this army for the victory over General Sigel," he wired Breckinridge on the morning after the battle. "Press him down the valley and, if practicable, follow him into Maryland." This last was in line with the suggestion he had made to Stonewall Jackson 2 years ago today, at the outset of the campaign that had frightened the Washington authorities into withholding troops from McClellan's drive on Richmond, and he hoped that it might have the same effect on Grant's more energetic effort. In any event, Newmarket had saved the wheat crop in what was called the breadbasket of Virginia, and even if Breckinridge lacked the strength to undertake a crossing of the Potomac, it at least freed a portion of his command to reinforce the army north of Richmond. Lee, in a follow-up telegram that same day, left the decision to the general on the scene. "If you can follow Sigel into Maryland, you will do more good than by joining us," he wired. "But if you cannot, and your command is not otherwise needed in the valley or in your department, I desire you to prepare to join me." Breckinridge answered next morning that he preferred the latter course. He would move, he said, with 2,500 men. Anticipating the shift from Spotsylvania, Lee replied, "Proceed with infantry to Hanover Junction by railroad. Cavalry, if available, can march." That was on May 17th, the day when news of a greater victory, together with the promise of much heavier reinforcements, was relayed to Lee from Beauregard, 12 days into a campaign that began with every prospect of a Union triumph south of the James, and ended quite the other way around. Indeed, nothing could better illustrate the abruptness with which fortune's frown and smile were interchangeable than the contrast between the elation of Richmond's citizens on that date and the gloom that had descended on May 5th. When they learned from downstream lookouts that an amphibious column 10 miles long, containing no less than 200 enemy vessels, was steaming up the river that laved the city's doorstep. Loaded at Yorktown the day before, while Grant was crossing the Rapidan, the Armada had rounded the tip of the York-James Peninsula in the night, and now, with the morning sun glinting brilliant on the water, and Grant and Lee locked in savage combat 80 miles to the north, it was proceeding up the broad, shining reaches of the James. 5 ironclads led the way, and other warships were interspersed along the line of transports, a motley array of converted ferries, tugs and coasters, barges and canal boats whose decks were blue with 30,000 soldiers, all proud to be playing a role in what seemed to one of them some grand national pageant. What was more, they had a commander who knew how to supply the epitomizing gesture. Riding in the lead, Ben Butler brought his headquarters boat about, struck a pose on the hurricane deck, and steamed back down the line. As he sped past each transport, past the soldiers gaping from its rail, he swung his hat in a wide vertical arc toward the west and lurched his bulky torso in that direction, indicating their upstream goal and emphasizing his belief that nothing could stop them from reaching it in short order. Unaware that within 2 weeks he and they were to wind up caged, or as his superior was to put it, corked, they cheered him wildly from ship after ship as he went by, then cheered again even more wildly as he turned and churned back up the line, still waving his hat and lunging his body toward Richmond. After dropping one division off at City Point within 9 miles of Petersburg, the flotilla proceeded north past the adjoining mouth of the Appomattox River and debarked the other 5 divisions at Bermuda Hundred, a plantation landing 18 crow flight miles from the rebel capital. Ashore, as afloat, the gesticulating Butler rode with the van, and close up he was even stranger looking than he had been when viewed across the water. The strangest sight on a horse you ever saw, one witness thought, attempting a word portrait of the former Massachusetts senator, who shared with Banks, though he was more than a year his junior at 45, the distinction of being the U.S. Army's ranking active major general. With his head set immediately on a stout, shapeless body, his very squinting eyes, and a set of legs and arms that look as if made for somebody else and hastily glued to him by mistake, he presents a combination of Victor Emmanuel, Aesop, and Richard III, which is very confusing to the mind. Add to this a horse with a kind of rapid ambling trot that shakes about the arms, legs, etc., till you don't feel quite sure whether it is a centaur or what it is, and you have a picture of this celebrated general. Despite the necklace, bloated look, the oddly assorted members, and the disconcerting squint of his mismatched eyes, Butler was all business here today, mindful of Grant's injunction that he was to use every exertion to secure footing as far up the south side of the river as you can, and as soon as you can. He landed the bulk of his army just short of the first of the half-dozen looping bends or curls of the James, where the Confederates had heavy-caliber guns sighted high on the steep bluffs to discourage efforts to approach the city by water. And next morning he began to comply with another item in his instructions. Fortify, or rather entrench at once, and concentrate all your troops for the field there as rapidly as you can. 5 miles west of Bermuda Hundred, between Ferrers Island and Port Walthall, the James and the Appomattox were less than 4 miles apart. By entrenching this line, he would be safe from a frontal attack, while the rivers secured his flanks and rear. It was true the Bermuda debarkation required a crossing of the Appomattox to reach either City Point or Petersburg, but this was better, Butler reasoned, bearing in mind Grant's double-barreled admonition that Richmond is to be your objective point and that there is to be a cooperation between your force and the Army of the Potomac, than having to cross it in order to reach the fattest and probably best defended prize of all. By sundown of May 6th, his first full day ashore, he not only had completed the preliminary entrenchment of the line connecting the bends of the 2 rivers, he also had sent a brigade of infantry another 2 or 3 miles west to look into the possibility of cutting the railroad between Petersburg and Richmond, which in turn afforded the rebel defenders their only rail connection with the Carolinas and the reinforcements they no doubt were calling for, even now, in their distress at his appearance on their doorstep. Encouraged by a report from the brigadier who conducted the reconnaissance, he had run into spirited resistance on the turnpike 1/2 mile short of the railroad, but nothing that could not be brushed aside, he thought, by a more substantial force. Butler decided next morning to go for the railroad in strength, then turn southward down it to knock out Petersburg, and thus assure that his rear would be unmolested when he swung north to deal with Richmond. While the others kept busy with axes and spades, improving the earthworks, protecting their base from attack, 4 of the 14 brigades in the 2 corps, each of which had 3 divisions, moved out to attend to this preamble to the main effort. 3 from Gilmore and 1 from Major General W.F. Smith, whose 3rd Division had debarked at City Point and was still there, despite his protest that it might as well have been back in Fort Monroe. The march was along the spur track from Port Walthall, and their initial objective was its junction with the trunk line 3 miles west. As they approached it around midday, a spatter of fire from the skirmishers out front informed them that the junction, grandly styled Port Walthall Junction, though all it contained was a run-down depot and a couple of dilapidated shacks, was defended. The 4 brigades came up in turn to add their weight to the pressure being exerted, but the rebels either were there in heavy numbers or else they were determined not to yield, whatever the odds. This continued for 2 hours, in the course of which the Federals managed to overlap one gray flank and tear up about a quarter mile of track on the main line, but that was all. At 4 o'clock, having suffered 289 casualties, Butler decided to pull back behind his fortifications and return in greater strength tomorrow, or, as it turned out, the day after. Both good and bad news awaited him back on Bermuda Neck. The bad was from the Navy, which had sent a squadron out the day before to investigate an account by a runaway slave that the Confederates had torpedoes planted thickly in the James, especially in the vicinity of Deep Bottom, a dozen miles up the winding river from Bermuda Hundred. It was all too true, as the crew of the big double-ender Commodore Jones found out about 2 o'clock that afternoon. A 2,000-pound torpedo, sunk there some months ago and connected by wires to galvanic batteries on the bank, exploded directly under the ship with terrible effect, causing her destruction instantly. So her captain later reported from a bed in the Norfolk Naval Hospital. Another witness, less disconcerted because he was less involved being aboard another gunboat, went into more detail. It seemed as if the bottom of the river was torn up and blown through the vessel itself, he wrote. The Jones was lifted almost entirely clear of the water, and she burst in the air like an exploding firecracker. She was in small pieces when she struck the water again. For days, bodies and parts of bodies floated up and were fished out of the James. The death toll was finally put at 69. Just now, though, the problem of how to keep the same thing from happening over and over again was solved by the capture of 2 men caught lurking in the brush where the batteries were cached. They had triggered the explosion, and what was more, they had helped to plant other such charges up ahead. They refused to talk, however, until one of them was placed in the bow of the lead vessel and the squadron continued its upstream probe, whereupon, in the words of an interrogator, he signified his willingness to tell all. That more or less solved the problem of torpedoes, in any case of the ones already planted. Future sowings were, of course, another matter. But next day, about the time the 4 brigades began their skirmish down the spur track from Port Walthall, the Navy was given a violent reminder that older dangers, familiar to sailors long before anyone thought of exploding powder underwater, still threatened the existence of the fleet. USS Shawneen, a 180-ton side-wheel gunboat on patrol at Turkey Bend, dropped anchor under the loom of Malvern Hill to give her crew time out for the midday meal, only to have it interrupted when a masked battery and 4 companies of Confederate infantry opened fire from the north bank, peppering the decks with bullets and puncturing the steam drum. While most of the crew went over the side to keep from being scalded, Shawneen's captain ordered her colors struck to save the lives of the injured still aboard. Ceasing fire, the rebel colonel in command sent out a boat to remove survivors and blow the vessel up, which was effectively done, he reported, consigning all to the wind and waves. Such was the bad news. Bad for Butler because it meant that the Navy, having lost 2 ships in as many days, was likely to be reluctant to give him the slam-bang close support he would want when he moved against or beyond the high-sided batteries on Chaffin's and Drury's bluffs, fortified works flanking the last tortuous upstream bend of the river below Richmond, both of them integral parts of the hard-shell outer defenses he would have to pierce if he was to put the hug on the rebel capital. The good news came from his cavalry, 2 brigades combined in a 3,000-man division under Brigadier General August Kautz, a 36-year-old German-born West Pointer. Off on his own while the rest of the army was steaming up the James, Kautz rode due west out of Suffolk on May 5th for a strike at the Petersburg and Weldon Railroad, damage to which would go far toward delaying the arrival of enemy reinforcements from the Carolinas. Encountering little opposition, he did his work in a slashing style. First at Stony Creek on May 7th, where he burned the 100-foot railway bridge 20 miles south of Petersburg, and then next day at the Nottoway River, another 5 miles down the line, where he put the torch to a second bridge twice as long, before turning north to rejoin the army 2 days later at City Point. Encouraged by news of the first of these 2 burnings, which reached him on May 8th, Butler spent that day in camp, secure behind his Bermuda Neck entrenchments, putting the final touches to his plans for a movement against Petersburg next morning, much heavier than the one that had taken him only as far as Port Walthall Junction the day before. This time he got a solid half of his infantry in motion, 14,000 in all. Smith on the left again ran into fire as he approached the junction and called on Gilmore, who had advanced by then to Chester Station unopposed, to come down and join the fight. Gilmore did, although regretfully, having just begun to rip up track and tear down telegraph wire along the turnpike. But when the 2 corps began to maneuver in accordance with a scheme for bagging the force at the junction, the Graybacks slipped from between them and scuttled south. Pursuing, the Federals found the Confederate main body dug in behind unfordable Swift Creek, 3 miles north of Petersburg, which in turn lay beyond the unfordable Appomattox. When Butler came up to observe their fruitless exchange of long-range shots with the enemy on the far side of the creek, Gilmore and Smith informed him that Petersburg couldn't be taken from this direction. The thing to do, they said, was return at once to Bermuda Neck and lay a pontoon bridge across the Appomattox at Point of Rocks, which would permit an attack on Petersburg from the east. Fuming at this after-the-fact advice from the 2 professionals, Butler replied testily that he had no intention of building a bridge for West Pointers to retreat across as soon as things got sticky. And Smith later declared that he found this remark of such a character as to check voluntary advice during the remainder of the campaign. Tempers got no better overnight. Contemplating the situation next morning, with the uncrossable creek still before him, Butler decided that Petersburg was of little importance anyhow, now that Kautz had burned 2 bridges on the railroad in its rear. Accordingly, he ordered everyone back to Bermuda Neck, there to regroup for an advance to be made on Richmond as soon as he got his plans worked out. They returned the following day, May 11th, filing in through gaps in the entrenchments around noon, and Butler retired to his tent to think things over for a while. If he was bitter, so were his lieutenants, contrasting what had been so boldly projected with what had been so timidly and erratically performed. In Smith's opinion, based on what he had seen in the past 6 unprofitable days, the Army commander was as helpless as a child on the field of battle and as visionary as an opium eater in council. Butler returned the compliment in kind, including Gilmore in the indictment. Both generals, he said, agreed upon but one thing, and that was how they could thwart and interfere with me. While to make matters worse, neither of them really desired that the other should succeed. Feeling his reputation threatened, in the North, that is, in the South he was already known as Beast Butler, hanger of patriots, insulter of women. He had written to Stanton 2 nights ago from the near bank of Swift Creek, reviewing his progress to date and placing it in the best possible light, even though this involved a rather ingenious reinterpretation of his share in Grant's overall design for the crushing of Lee and the taking of Richmond. "We can hold out against the whole of Lee's army," he informed the secretary, and he added for good measure, "General Grant will not be troubled with any further reinforcements to Lee from Beauregard's force." Lee, of course, had no intention of attacking Butler, who was not even in his department, and though it was true he wanted reinforcements from any source whatever, he certainly expected none from the general opposing the South Side threat, since, at the outset at least, that unfortunate commander, George Pickett of Gettysburg fame, had practically no troops to fight with, let alone detach. He had in all fewer than 750 of all arms to stand in the path of the 30,000 Federals debarking at Bermuda Hundred and City Point, 9 miles, respectively, from Drury's Bluff and his district headquarters at Petersburg, whose garrisons were included in the total that showed him facing odds of 40-1 or longer. Beauregard, 65 miles to the south at Weldon, which he had reached 2 weeks ago to assume command of the newly created Department of North Carolina and Southern Virginia, replied to an urgent summons from Richmond on May 5th that he was indisposed, too ill to take the field. 3 brigades were en route from his old command at Charleston. He would do his utmost to speed them northward, so long at least as the railroad stayed in operation, and would come up in person as soon as he felt well enough to travel. In the meantime, though, he left it to Pickett to improvise as best he could a defense against the host descending the James. Pickett himself was not even supposed to be there, having received orders the day before to proceed by rail to Hanover Junction, and there await the arrival of his 4 brigades, 2 of which were now with Hoke in the movement against New Bern down the coast, while the other 2 were with Major General Robert Ransom, charged with defending Richmond north of the James, for a reunion with Lee's army, then on its way eastward into the wilderness to challenge Grant's advance. The long-haired Virginian looked forward to returning to duty under Longstreet, whose guidance he had missed these past 8 months on detached service. Warned of the landings downriver today, however, he stayed to meet the threat to the near vacuum between the James and the Appomattox, though he was to regret profoundly in the course of the next 5 days that he had not caught an earlier northbound train. Those 5 days, May 5th to 10th, were an unrelenting nightmare, illuminated from time to time by flashes of incredible luck which then were seen to have served perversely not to resolve, but rather to prolong the strain on his jangled nerves. Fortunately, 2 regiments from the first of the 3 promised brigades from Charleston reached Petersburg on the morning of May 6th, and Pickett got these 600 Carolinians up the turnpike in time to delay the advance of the brigade Butler sent probing for the railroad. They managed this, though only by the hardest, and just as they were about to be overrun, they were reinforced by a brigade sent down from Richmond, Tennesseans who had arrived that morning under Brigadier General Bushrod Johnson, the first of 2 Western outfits summoned east to replace Pickett's 2 brigades in the capital defenses. Johnston was a heavy hitter, as he had shown by spearheading the Chickamauga breakthrough, and his attack drove the reconnoitering Federals back on the line of entrenchments constructed that day across Bermuda Neck. Pickett told Johnston to dig in along the pike and then, reinforced by the rest of the Charleston Brigade, which came up after midnight to lift his strength to about 3,000, settled down to wait, as best his tormented nerves would permit, for what tomorrow was going to bring. What tomorrow brought was Butler's 4-brigade attack, 6,000 strong, and news that Kautz had burned the bridge over Stony Creek, cutting off hope for the early arrival of more troops from the south. One reinforcement Pickett did receive, however, and this was Major General D.H. Hill, famed for a ferocity in battle rivaling that of his late brother-in-law Stonewall Jackson. His caustic tongue having cost him lofty posts in both of the Confederacy's main armies, together with a promotion to lieutenant general withdrawn when he fell out with Bragg after Chickamauga, Hill had offered his services to Beauregard as an aide-de-camp, and Beauregard sent him at once to Petersburg to see if Pickett thought he could be of any help. Pickett did indeed think so, and put the rank-waving North Carolinian in charge of the 2 brigades in position up the turnpike. Hill handled them so skillfully in the action today around Port Waldo Junction, losing 184 to inflict 289 casualties on a force twice the size of his own, that Butler pulled back, more or less baffled, and spent what was left of that day and all of the next, May 8th, brooding behind his Bermuda Neck entrenchments. Greatly relieved by this turn of events, Pickett experienced a mixed reaction to news that Hoke's projected attack on New Bern had been a failure, due to the non-arrival of the Albemarle, which had retired up the Roanoke River on May 5th after a 3-hour fight with 7 Union gunboats in the Sound from which the ironclad took her name. She had inflicted severe damage on her challengers and suffered little herself except to her riddled stack. But the engagement had proved her so unwieldy that her skipper decided there was no hope of steaming down into Pamlico Sound to repeat at New Bern the victory she had helped to win 2 weeks ago at Plymouth. This meant that without the support of the ram, Hoke's scheduled attack had to be called off, which in turn freed him and his 5 brigades, including the 2 from Pickett, for use elsewhere. Nowhere were they needed worse than at Petersburg, and Pickett was pleased to learn that they were to join him there by rail from Goldsboro, though when they would arrive was even more doubtful now than it had been the day before, word having just come in that Kautz had burned a 2nd railway bridge, this one across the Nottoway, twice the length of the first and therefore likely to require about twice the time to replace. Offsetting this last, there was good news from above. While Hill was making his fight for the junction, the 2nd Western Brigade reached Richmond, Alabamians under Brigadier General Archibald Gracie, another Chickamauga hero, and was sent across the James by Ransom, who not only followed in person, but also brought along Pickett's other pair of brigades and posted all 3 in the works around Drury's Bluff, bracing them for a stand in case the Federals turned in that direction. This addition of 4,500 troops, combined with Pickett's remnant and the 2 brigades with Hill, increased the strength of the South Side force to about 8,000, roughly 1/3 the number Butler had on Bermuda Neck. Pickett was greatly encouraged by this reduction of the odds, and so apparently was Beauregard, who wired from Weldon on May 8th, "The water has improved my health." Whether the cause was the water or the buildup, not to mention the strangely hesitant performance by Pickett's opponent, who seemed to be groping his way piecemeal toward eventual destruction, the Louisiana general announced that he soon would be well enough to come to Petersburg and lift the awesome burden of responsibility from the district commander's shoulders. By then, Butler had ended his spell of brooding, and next morning he came on again, this time with half his army, only to pull up short on the north bank of Swift Creek, whose presence he seemed not to have suspected until now. Beauregard arrived the following day, May 10th, in time to watch the baffled army of the James, so Butler styled it, fade back once more from approximate contact and set out rearward to find sanctuary within its fortifications. Coming fast behind him on the railroad were 7 veteran brigades of infantry, Hoke's 5 from Goldsboro and 2 more from Charleston. All reached Petersburg by nightfall, having marched across the 5-mile gap between the Nottoway and Stony Creek, where they got aboard waiting cars for the last 20 miles of their ride. Pickett's 5 days were up at last, and rather as if the strain had been what kept him rigid after all, he collapsed and took to his bed with a nervous exhaustion vaguely diagnosed as fever. To replace him, Beauregard summoned Major General W.H.C. Whiting from Wilmington and turned at once to the task of organizing the 12 brigades now south of the James into 4 divisions. Their combined strength was just under 20,000. Enough, he thought, to deal with Ben Butler for once and for all by going over to the offensive, provided, of course, that the beast could be lured from behind his entrenchments and out from between the two rivers, protecting his flanks. Butler complied 2 days later by moving northward against the works around Drury's Bluff, apparently having decided to go for Richmond after all. Beauregard had anticipated this by sending Hoke with 7 brigades to join Ransom, and now he prepared to follow and take command in person, leaving Whiting to hold Petersburg with the other 2 brigades of infantry, plus 1 of cavalry just come up from North Carolina. Arriving at 3 a.m. May 14th, after taking a roundabout route to avoid capture, he found that the Federals had driven the defenders from some of the outworks south and west of Drury's, and now were consolidating their gains, obviously in preparation for an all-out assault that would open the way to Richmond. The high-spirited Creole, with his big, sad bloodhound eyes and his hair brushed forward in love locks over his temples, did not quail before this menace. He welcomed it as a chance to catch Butler off balance and drop him with a counterpunch. Though it came at a rather awkward time, Ransom, having detached 2 brigades 2 days ago to help fend off Sheridan, whose troopers had broken through the outer defenses north of the capital, Beauregard had a plan involving grand strategy, which he hoped would provide him with all the soldiers needed to dispose of the threat to Richmond, not only from the south but from the north as well, not only of Butler, that is, but also of Grant. For 3 years now, the hero of Sumter had specialized in providing on short notice various blueprints for total victory, simple in concept, large in scale, and characterized by daring. This one was no exception. In essence, the plan was for Lee to fall back on the capital, avoiding all but rearguard actions in the process, then send Beauregard 10,000 of his veterans, together with Ransom's 2 detached brigades, as reinforcements to be used in cutting Butler off from his base and accomplishing his destruction, after which, old Borey subsequently explained, I would then move to attack Grant on his left flank and rear, while Lee attacked him in front. He added that he not only felt sure of defeating Grant, but was convinced that such a stroke would probably open the way to Washington, where we might dictate peace. Thus, Beauregard, at 3 o'clock in the morning. Wasting no time by putting the plan on paper, he outlined it verbally for a colonel on his staff and sent him at once to Richmond with instructions to pass it on without delay to the commander-in-chief. Davis was unavailable at that hour, but Bragg was not. Having heard the proposal, he dressed and rode to Drury's for a conference with its author. Old Borey was waiting and launched into a fervent plea for action. Bragg, he said, circumstances have thrown the fate of the Confederacy in your hands and mine. Let us play our parts boldly and fearlessly. Issue those orders and I'll carry them out to the best of my ability. I'll guarantee success. Though non-committal, the grim-faced military advisor listened to further details of the plan and returned it to the capital, having promised to lay the facts before the president as soon as possible. This he did, along with his objections, which were stringent. Not only did the scheme ignore the loss of the Shenandoah Valley and the Virginia Central Railroad, he declared, but the retreat of General Lee, a distance of 60 miles from the immediate front of a superior force with no less than 8,000 of the enemy's cavalry between him and the Chickahominy, at least endangered the safety of his army if it did not involve its destruction. Moreover, he said such a concentration of troops beyond the James was quite unnecessary. Beauregard already had a force ample for the purpose of crushing that under Butler if promptly and vigorously used. Davis agreed that the plan was neither practical nor requisite, and in courtesy to the Louisiana general as well as out of concern for his touchy pride, he rode to Drury's Bluff to tell him so in person in the gentlest possible terms. Beauregard's spirits drooped, but only momentarily. They rebounded at the president's assurance that Ransom's 2 brigades, having wound up their pursuit of Sheridan, would be ordered back across the James for a share in the attack, and old Borey, savoring the prospect of belaboring the beast who had tyrannized New Orleans, set to work devising a plan for assailing him, first frontally to put him in a state of shock, and then on the flanks and rear, so that, being thus environed by 3 walls of fire, Butler could have no resource against substantial capture or destruction, except in an attempted partial and hazardous escape westward, away from his base, trains, or supplies. To accomplish this consummation, his first intention was to assemble all 12 infantry brigades at Drury's for the assault. But then he decided that instead of waiting for the troops to arrive from Petersburg by a roundabout march to avoid the Federals on the turnpike, he would have Whiting move up to Port Walthall Junction and pitch into their rear when he heard the guns announce the opening of the attack on their front by the other 10 brigades, 4 each under Hoke and Ransom, and 2 in a reserve division under Brigadier General Alfred Colquitt, who commanded one of the 3 brigades from Charleston. Notifying Whiting by messenger and the other 3 division chiefs in person, he set dawn of May 16th as the jump-off hour. That gave them a full day to get ready, if Butler would only cooperate by remaining where he was. He did just that, though more from ineptness than by design. An attack planned for that day had to be called off, when it turned out that he had provided so well for the defense of his newly won position that there were no troops left for the offensive. Butler was not greatly disturbed by this development, apparently having become inured to the fact that fumbling brought delay. For one thing, he had done well these past 3 days, especially by contrast with the preceding 7, and had encountered only token opposition in occupying the outworks around Drury's. So had his cavalry, which he unleashed again when he left Bermuda Neck. Couts had struck the Richmond and Danville 2 days ago, wrecking switches and culverts, and by now was astride the South Side line, tearing up sections of track. Back on the James, moreover, though the river was too shallow for the ironclads to proceed beyond City Point, the Navy had been persuaded to lend a hand by pushing a few lighter draft gunboats up to Chaffin's for a duel with the batteries on that bluff. All this should give the rebels plenty to fret about for the next day or 2, Butler reasoned, by which time he would be ready to hit them in earnest. His 2 corps commanders, while considering themselves honor-barred from tendering any more voluntary advice, were by no means as confident that the Confederates would be willing to abide a waiting game. Smith, in fact, called Baldy from his cadet days when his hair began to thin, though he protested unavailingly nowadays that he still had more of it than did many who addressed him by this unwanted sobriquet, was so disturbed by what he took to be signs of a pending assault on his position that he spent a good part of May 15th, a Sunday, scavenging rebel telegraph wire along the turnpike and stringing it from stumps and bushes across his front, low to the ground to trip the unwary. A devilish contrivance none but a Yankee could devise, Richmond papers were presently to say of this innovation, which Burnside had found useful in his defense of Knoxville 6 months before. Smith hoped it would serve as well here on Butler's right, though he ran out of wire before he reached his flank brigade nearest the James. He and Gilmore each had 2 divisions on line. His 3rd was still at City Point, completely out of things, and one of Gilmore's was posted in reserve back down the pike. The night was dark, soggy with intermittent rain and a heavy fog that seemed to thicken with Monday's dawn, providing a curtain through which, true to Baldy's uncommunicated prediction, the graybacks came screaming and shooting and, as it turned out, tripping over the low-strung wire across much of the Federal right front, where the blow first fell. Along those hampered portions of the line, Smith was to say, the attackers were slaughtered like partridges. But unfortunately, as the next phase of the fight would show, there was no wire in front of Gilmore's 2 divisions on the left, nor was there any in front of the brigade on the far right, where Beauregard was intent on unhinging the Union line, severing its connection with the river, and setting it up for the envelopment designed, as he said, to separate Butler from his base and capture his whole army if possible. Struck and scattered, the flank brigade lost 5 stands of colors and more than 400 prisoners, including its commander, and though the adjoining brigades and Smith's other divisions stood fast behind their wire, inflicting heavy casualties on ransom, Gillmore's divisions gave ground rapidly before an advance by Hoke, also losing one of their brigade commanders along with a good many lesser captives and 5 guns. Confusion followed on both sides due to the fog and the disjointed condition of the lines. Beauregard threw Colquitt in to plug the gap that developed between Hoke and Ransom, and Gillmore got his reserve division up in time to stiffen the resistance his troops were able to offer after falling back. By 10 o'clock, after 5 hours of fighting, the battle had reached the pendulous climax old Borey intended for Whiting to resolve when he came up in the Union rear, as scheduled, to administer with his 2 brigades the rap that would shatter the blue mass into westward fleeing fragments, ready to be gathered up by the brigade of saber-swinging troopers he was bringing with him up the railroad from the junction. 2 hours ago, a lull in the fighting had allowed the sound of firing to come through from the south. It grew, then died away, which was taken to mean that Whiting had met with slight resistance and would soon be up. Since then, nothing had been heard from him, though Beauregard sent out couriers to find him somewhere down the pike, all bearing the same message. Press on and press over everything in your front, and the day will be complete. None of the couriers found him, for the simple yet scarcely credible reason that he was not there to be found. Not only was he not advancing as ordered from Port Walthall Junction, he had fallen back in a state of near collapse at the first threat of opposition, despite the protests of subordinates and Harvey Hill, who had reverted to his role of volunteer aide. A brilliant engineer whose talent had made Wilmington's Fort Fisher the Confederacy's stoutest bastion, and who had attained at West Point the highest scholastic average any cadet had ever scored, the 40-year-old Mississippian was cursed with an imagination that conjured up lurid pictures of all the bloody consequences incaution might bring on. Intelligence could be a liability when it took this form in a military man, and Chase Whiting was a case in point for the argument that a touch of stolidity, even stupidity, might be a useful component in the makeup of a field commander. In any event, wrought up as he was from the strain of the past 2 lonely days at Petersburg, which he was convinced was about to be attacked by the superior blue force at City Point, he went into something resembling a trance when he encountered sporadic resistance on the turnpike beyond Swift Creek and ordered a precipitate return to the south bank. Dismayed, the 2 brigade chiefs had no choice except to obey, and Hill, though he retired from Whiting's presence in disgust, later defended him from rumors that he had been drunk or under the influence of narcotics. Whiting himself had a simpler explanation, which he gave after the return to Petersburg that evening. Berated by the 2 brigadiers, who could not restrain their anger at having been denied a share in the battle today, he turned the command over to Hill, deeming that harmony of action was to be preferred to any personal consideration, and feeling at the time, as indeed I had felt for 24 hours, physically unfit for action. Up at Drury's, the truth as to what was happening below lay well outside the realm of speculation. Expecting Whiting to appear at any moment on the far side of the field, Beauregard abstained from attempting a costly frontal assault, which might or might not be successful, to accomplish what he believed could be done at next to no cost by pressure from the rear. Jefferson Davis, who could seldom resist attending a battle whose guns were roaring within earshot, rode down from Richmond to share in the mystery and the waiting. "Ah, at last," he said with a smile shortly before 2 o'clock, when a burst of firing was heard from the direction of Whiting's supposed advance. It died away and did not recur, however, and Beauregard regretfully concluded that it had been produced by a cavalry skirmish, not by an infantry attack. After another 2 hours of fruitless waiting and increased resistance, the Creole general would report, "I reluctantly abandoned so much of my plan as contemplated more than a vigorous pursuit of Butler and driving him to his fortified base. I therefore put the army in position for the night and sent instructions to Whiting to join our right at the railroad in the morning." As it turned out, no driving was needed. Butler drove himself. Badly confused by the events of the day, he had lost 4,160 killed, wounded, or missing, including 2 brigade commanders and 1,386 other prisoners, as compared to Beauregard's total of 2,506 in those 3 categories. He ordered a nighttime withdrawal to Bermuda Neck. "The troops have been on incessant duty for 5 days, 3 of which were in a rainstorm," he informed Washington, quite as if no battle had been fought. "I retired at leisure to within my own lines." Once back there, within the sheltering arms of the 2 rivers, he busied himself with strengthening his 3-mile line of entrenchments, followed by the victorious Confederates, who came up next morning and began digging a 3-mile line of their own, studded with guns confronting those in the Union works. Thus, after 2 weeks of fitful confusion, in the course of which the Federals suffered just under 6,000 casualties to inflict about half as many, a stalemate was achieved. Beauregard could not get onto Bermuda Neck, but neither could Butler get off it. The beast was caged. Richmonders exulted in the thought of cockeyed Butler snarling behind bars, but Grant employed a different simile to describe the outcome of his well-laid plan for obliging Lee to fall back in haste and probable disarray to protect the threatened capital in his rear. Angered by the news from Bermuda Hundred, which reached him hard on the heels of equally woeful accounts of what had happened to Banks and Sigel up the Red and at Newmarket, he borrowed a phrase from a staff engineer whom he sent to look into the tactical situation beyond the James. Butler's army, he presently reported, was as completely shut off from further operations directly against Richmond as if it had been in a bottle strongly corked. As for Beauregard, the corker, though he was proud of his victory and its outcome, he was by no means content. "We could and should have done more," he said. "We could and should have captured Butler's entire army." Believing that this could still be done, he returned to his former proposal that he and Lee collaborate in disposing of the enemies before them, except that this time he reversed the order of their destruction. "The crisis demands prompt and decisive action," he notified Bragg on the night of May 18th, outlining a plan whereby he would detach 15,000 troops for a flank attack on Grant, while Lee pulled back to the Chickahominy. Once Grant was whipped, then Lee would reinforce Beauregard for attending to Butler in much the same fashion. Admittedly, the odds were long, but old Bory considered the prize well worth the gamble, especially by contrast with what was likely to result from not trying at all. "Without such concentration," he declared, "nothing decisive can be effected, and the picture presented is one of ultimate starvation." Davis agreed that the future seemed bleak, but he could not see that Beauregard's plan, which reached his desk the following morning, was one that would make it rosy. All the previous objections still obtained, particularly the danger to Lee in falling back before a superior Blue Army reported to be receiving heavy reinforcements almost daily, while he himself got none, and it was to this problem that Davis gave his attention in returning the rejected plan to Bragg. "If 15,000 men can be spared for the flank movement," he noted, "certainly 10,000 may be sent to reinforce General Lee." This was not at all what old Bory had had in mind, since it denied him anything more than a subservient role in Richmond's further deliverance from peril. He protested for all he was worth, and not entirely without success. Not 10,000 but 6,000 were ordered detached that day, May 20th, from the force that manned the entrenchments confronting and corking the Bluecoats on Bermuda Neck. Pickett's 4 brigades, plus one of the 3 sent up from Charleston in the course of the past week, all 5 had been scheduled to do so anyhow before Butler's appearance up the James, left next day to join or rejoin the Army of Northern Virginia. 4. Lee never liked the notion of abandoning any part of the Old Dominion to its foes, but in this case, setting out from Spotsylvania on May 21st to intercept another crab-like Union sidle around his right, he not only was moving toward 8,500 reinforcements, he also believed he was about to avail himself of his best chance so far to end this business on the battlefield, not in a fortified place. With the 2 armies in motion on more or less parallel routes, almost anything could happen, and he was exhilarated as always by the prospect. Best of all, though, he looked forward to the confrontation likely to follow on the line of the North Anna, a couple of miles this side of Hanover Junction, where the troops from Breckinridge and Beauregard had been told to join him in time to strengthen the attack he hoped to launch, while Grant was astride the deep-banked river. Moreover, with his army holding the inside track, there was little of the strain there had been 2 weeks ago in the breakneck race for Spotsylvania. Ewell, whose corps had been withdrawn across the Po at dawn, had barely 25 miles to go on the main-traveled Telegraph Road, while Hancock, whose starting point was the north bank of the Nye, had 34 roundabout miles to cover by inferior roads and without the customary mass of rapid-firing blue troopers to clear and screen his front. This meant that Lee could avoid exhausting his men on the march and still have plenty of time at its end for preparing the ground on which he would stand to deliver the blow he had in mind. Ewell set off down the Telegraph Road at noon, Anderson 4 hours later. While Lee waited beside the Po, preparing to follow, A.P. Hill reported himself fit for duty. Despite his pallor, which seemed to deny his claim of recovery, Lee at once restored him to command with instructions to hold his corps in position till well after nightfall, unless the last of the departing Federals pulled out before that time, and sent Early ahead to resume charge of his division under Ewell. He himself left at 8 o'clock that evening. "Come, gentlemen," he told his staff, and turned Traveler's Head southward in the twilight. 2/3 of the way to Hanover Junction, having ridden past Anderson's marchers under the flooding light of a full moon, he took a 2-hour rest beside Polecat Creek, which contributed its waters, but fortunately not its name, to the Mattapony, and reached the North Anna soon after 8 o'clock next morning, about the same time the head of Ewell's column passed over and began filing into position along the south bank, covering Chesterfield Bridge, by which it had crossed, and the railroad span half a mile below, both of which were also protected by bridgeheads set up on the other side. When Anderson arrived at noon, his 2 divisions extended the line a mile and a half upstream to Ox Ford, the only point along this stretch of river where the right bank was higher than the left. Army headquarters was established in the southwest quadrant of the crossing of the Virginia Central and the Richmond, Fredericksburg, and Potomac. Grant was reported to be marching down the latter. Breckinridge was waiting at Hanover Junction with his 2 brigades as ordered, and was given a position in line between Anderson and Ewell. Pickett's division was also there, but not its ringleted commander, who was still convalescing from the strain he had been under south of the James. Lee assigned it temporarily to Hill, who would arrive tomorrow to extend the line a couple of miles beyond Ox Ford, in case the Bluecoats tried a flanking movement from that direction when they came up. For the present, Lee required no digging to be done, partly because he did not know for sure that Grant would attempt a crossing here when he found the Graybacks once more in his path, entrenched or not, and also because he wanted to give his soldiers the leisure to enjoy their first full day out of contact with the enemy since the meeting engagement in the Wilderness 17 bloody days ago. Hill arrived the following morning, May 23rd, coming in from the west shortly before the midday appearance of the Federals from the north. His approach was by the Virginia Central, since he had crossed the North Anna near Beaver Dam by a longer westerly route to guard the wagon train, and Lee had him rest his 3 divisions, with pickets as a 4th, under cover of some woods around Anderson Station, 3 miles short of Hanover Junction. While the last of his men were filing in to drop their packs in the shade of the trees, the first enemy columns came into sight beyond the river. Heavy blue streams flowing sluggishly down the Telegraph Road and the tracks of the RF&P. Greeted by guns and placed on high ground overlooking Ox Ford, they paused, then resumed their flow as the Union batteries took up the challenge. Short of the ford and the 2 bridgeheads, they stopped again and engaged the outpost rebels in the kind of long-range firefight known to veterans as a squabble. Lee was watching with suppressed excitement, foreseeing his chance at another Fredericksburg if Grant would only continue to do as he so much hoped he would, when news arrived from the far left that another Union column was about to force a crossing beyond Jericho Mills, 3 or 4 miles above. Hill was available to counter such an upstream threat, but Lee decided to look into it in person before disturbing Little Powell's road-worn troops. Still weary from his all-night ride 2 nights ago and feeling the first twinges of an intestinal disorder, he went in a borrowed carriage to the point that was said to be menaced and studied carefully with his binoculars some blue coats and a skirt of woods across the river. He took his time, then turned at last to a courier he had brought along. "Go back and tell A.P. Hill to leave his men in camp," he said. "This is nothing but a feint. The enemy is preparing to cross below." He was both right and wrong in this assessment, right in a lesser, wrong in a larger sense, as he discovered when he got back to headquarters late that afternoon and heard the uproar of a sizable engagement on the far left, in the upstream region he had just returned from. Warren had his whole corps there, and by 4:30 had completed a crossing of the river, not at the point where Lee had reconnoitered, but at nearby Jericho Mills, which was in fact below, as Lee had predicted, but a good deal less so than he apparently had expected. Learning that the Federals had crossed and were advancing southward through the woods in unknown strength, Hill sent Wilcox up to meet them and Heath to follow in support if needed. The action opened briskly on a promising note. Wilcox, by the luck of the draw, struck Wadsworth's depleted division, now under Brigadier General Lysander Cutler, and drove it back in panic on the other 2 divisions. At this point, however, things began to go badly for the attackers, who seemed to have forgotten in the course of more than 2 weeks of defensive combat how to function on the offensive. Confused by their quick success, they fought disjointedly when they moved forward to complete the Union route. Struck in turn, they backpedaled and fell into confusion, glad to make their escape under cover of the woods and a furious rainstorm that broke over them at sundown to end the fighting before Heath arrived to join it. They had lost 642 men in the engagement, veterans who would be sorely missed in battles still to come, and had gained nothing more than the infliction of an equal number of casualties on an enemy who could far better afford the loss. In any case, here was the first definite indication that Grant intended to attack Lee where he was, rather than continue his march downriver in search of an uncontested crossing, and presently there was another such indication, quite as definite, near the opposite end of the line. Under cover of the rainstorm that ended the Jericho Mills affair at sunset, Hancock launched a sudden 2-brigade assault on the Chesterfield bridgehead, which was taken so quickly that the defenders not only had no time to fire the wooden structure in their rear, but also lost more than 100 of their number killed or captured before they could scramble back across. This was a small price to pay for the disclosure that the Federals were preparing to attack both Confederate wings tomorrow, above and below Ox Ford. On the off chance that it might be a ruse employed by Grant to screen another sidle, Lee alerted Anderson to be ready for a downstream march next morning. At the same time, though, before turning in for such badly needed sleep as his cramped bowels would permit, he began devising a trap, the design for which was based on personal reconnaissance of the ground and careful study of the map, for Grant's reception, if that general acted on the larger probability that he would hold to the plan whose beginnings had just been disclosed, upstream and down, for a widespread double attack on the Gray Army fanned out along the south bank of the river to his front. That was just what the Northern commander had in mind, and his confidence that he could bring it off, following up the double attack with a double envelopment, was shared by all around and under him, from major generals down to drummer boys and teamsters. Leaving Spotsylvania on May 21st, however, after 16 unrelenting, unavailing days of combat, waged at an average cost of 2,300 casualties a day, as compared to Lee's 1,100, the Blue Marchers had been discouraged by this second tacit admission that, despite their advantage in numbers and equipment and supplies, whenever the tactical situation was reduced to a direct confrontation face to face, it was they and not their ragged, underfed adversaries who broke off the contest and shifted ground for another try with the same disheartening result. Now, what is the reason that we cannot walk straight through them with our far superior numbers? A Michigan soldier asked, and after ruling out individual skill as a factor in the equation, we fight as good as they, came up with two possible answers. They must understand the country better, or there is a screw loose somewhere in the machinery of our army. Presently, though, moving southeast, then south, and then southwest through a region so far untouched by war, with well-tended crops along the road and plenty of fence rails available for campfires at the end of each day's march, they perceived once more that the shift was not only sideways but forward. It was Lee, not Grant, who was yielding ground, and sooner or later, sooner at this rate, for the march to the North Anna was better than twice the length of the one 2 weeks ago out of the wilderness, the Southern commander would have none left to yield. Then would come the showdown, the last battle, which, after all, was the only one that counted in the long run, the only one they really had to win the war. And steadily as this conviction grew, so did their confidence in themselves and the man who led them. A Massachusetts regiment, having crossed the Mattaponi on the morning of May 23rd, was slogging down the railroad past a siding and saw Grant, in his now tarnished uniform, perched on a flat car gnawing a ham bone. When the New Englanders gave him a cheer, he responded with a casual wave of the bone, which he then went back to. They liked that in him. It seemed to them that this singleness of purpose, this refusal to be distracted, was as characteristic of his way of fighting as it was of his way of eating. He was giving Lee the kind of attention he gave the ham bone, and it seemed to them that the result might be the same just ahead on the North Anna, or if not there, then somewhere else this side of Richmond where Lee would finally run out of space for backing up. Grant believed the showdown would come here. Anyhow, he acted on that premise when he came within sight of the river around midday. Warren having taken the lead by turning south at Guinea Station, 8 miles short of Milford, he sent him upstream to Jericho Mills and kept Hancock, who followed close behind, marching straight ahead to confront the rebels defending Chesterfield Bridge and the railroad span below. He had hoped that Lee would venture after him for an all-out scrap in the open country south and east of the Mattaponi, but since the old fox had declined at the challenge, there was nothing for Grant to do, as he saw it, but go for Lee where he now was. As for turning back, he had just finished making this practically impossible by closing down his Belle Plaine base on the Potomac, severing all connection with that river except by sea, and opening another at nearby Port Royal on the Rappahannock. If Lee eluded him here on the North Anna, he was prepared to leapfrog his base southward again when he took up the pursuit, thus keeping his supply line short and easily defended. But he did not intend to be eluded. He intended to fix the rebel army where it was by striking both of its flanks at once and moving around them to gain its rear. In which case, disadvantaged though the defenders would be as to position as well as numbers, Lee would have no choice except to fight the showdown battle his adversary was seeking. Soon after sunset, Grant was pleased to learn that all was going well upstream and down. Warren, having crossed unmolested at Jericho Mills, had repulsed a savage attempt by A.P. Hill to drive him back across the river. He was entrenching now as a precaution and would press on south and east tomorrow to strike and turn the rebel left. Hancock, too, was ready for full offensive action, having seized the approaches to Chesterfield Bridge by driving off or capturing the 100 or so graybacks attempting to hold it. He would cross at first light under instructions to serve the enemy right in much the same fashion. Burnside and Wright would be up by then, and they too would have a share in the attack. Burnside by crossing at Ox Ford to exert pressure against the center, thereby helping to fix the defenders in position, and Wright by crossing in Warren's wake to extend his right and make certain that rebel flank was overlapped and overwhelmed. Such were the orders, and Grant turned in for a good night's sleep with high hopes for tomorrow. These were encouraged first thing next morning, May 24th, by reports from the left and right. Hancock crossed dry shod unopposed, as did Wright upstream at Jericho Mills, following Warren, who encountered only token opposition when he proceeded southeast down the Virginia Central Railroad and the south bank of the river. While Burnside moved into position for a lunge across Ox Ford, good news came from Sheridan that he would be rejoining today, winding up his 15-day excursion down to Richmond and the James. Grant was pleased to have him back, along with his 11,000-odd troopers, presumably to undertake the welcome task of gathering up Lee's fugitives at the climax of the movement now in progress. Meantime, awaiting developments across the way, the General-in-Chief attended to certain administrative and strategic details, the first of which was the incorporation of the Ninth Corps into the Army of the Potomac, thus ending the arrangement whereby Burnside, out of deference to his rank, had been kept awkwardly independent of Meade so far in the campaign. Two other matters he also attended to in the course of the day, both having to do with rectifying, as best he could, the recent setbacks his diversionary efforts had suffered out in the Shenandoah Valley and down on Bermuda Neck. Sigel's successor, Major General David Hunter, was given specific instructions to accomplish all that Sigel had failed to do, and more. That is, to march up the valley to Stanton, proceed across the Blue Ridge to Charlottesville, and continue from there southwest to Lynchburg, living off the country all the way. As for Butler, though there was no serious thought of removing him from command despite his ineptness, Grant now viewed his bottled army as a reservoir from which idle soldiers could be drawn for active service, with the army still in motion under Meade. Accordingly, he was ordered to load a solid half of his infantry aboard transports, under Baldy Smith, whom Grant admired, for immediate shipment down the James and up the York to the Army of the Potomac. These 15,000 added reinforcements might or might not be useful, depending on what came of the maneuver now in progress across the North Anna. Reports from there were beginning to be mixed and somewhat puzzling, not so much because of what was happening, but rather because of so much that was not. First off, finding Ox Ford covered by massed batteries frowning down from the high ground just across the way, Burnside felt obliged to state that any attempt to force a crossing at that point would result in nothing better than a bloodying of the water. Grant saw for himself that this was all too true, and accordingly changed the rough-whiskered general's orders to avoid a profitless repulse. Leaving one division to keep up a demonstration against the ford, which in fact would serve his purpose about as well, Burnside was told to send his other two divisions — his fourth was still detached, guarding supply trains — upstream and down, to strengthen the attacks on the rebel left and right. But there was where the puzzlement came in. Neither Hancock nor Warren, who by now had been joined by Wright, had met with even a fraction of the resistance they had expected to encounter in the course of their advance. Enemy pickets did little more than fire and fall back at the slightest pressure, they reported. Except for the presence of these few graybacks, together with those in plain view on the high ground opposite Ox Ford, Lee's army might have vanished into quicksand. They found this strange and proceeded with caution, scarcely knowing what to expect. All Grant could do under the circumstances was approve the caution and advise a continuation of the advance, southeast from the right and southwest from the left. Sooner or later, he felt certain, Hancock and Warren would come upon the rebels lurking somewhere between them over there and grind them up as if between two millstones. Lee rose early despite a difficult night and rode again in the borrowed carriage to visit A.P. Hill near Anderson Station. There he learned the details of yesterday's botched attack on Warren, made piecemeal by a single Gray division, when a concerted blow by all the available four would have taken full advantage of the original blue confusion to wreck a solid quarter of Grant's army. Contrasting what might have been with what now was, Warren smashed, with Warren advancing southeast through the woods, Lee turned on Little Powell. "Why did you not do as Jackson would have done?" he fumed. "Thrown your whole force upon those people and driven them back." Red-bearded Little Powell had fallen out rather spectacularly at one time or another with every other superior he had ever had, including Longstreet and the general whose spirit was being invoked. But he held on to his temper now, rebuked though he was in the presence of his staff, and accepted from Lee without protest what he would never have taken from any other man. For one thing, he was aware of the justice of the charge, and for another, he could see that Lee was not himself. Unaccustomed to illness, the Gray commander had lost his balance under pressure of his intestinal complaint and lashed out at Little Powell in an attempt to relieve the strain. None of this was evident, however, when he moved on to the question of how to deal with the advancing Federals. This had to do with the preparation of the topographical trap he had devised the night before. Ewell and Anderson were already at work on their share of it on the right and in the center, down the railroad east of Hanover Junction, and along the river in the vicinity of Ox Ford. The North Anna was no more defensible here at close range than the Rappahannock had been at Fredericksburg, for the same reason that the opposite bank, being higher, permitted the superior Union batteries to dominate the position. All that is but a brief stretch of the south bank overlooking Ox Ford and extending about half a mile below. Here the Confederate batteries had the advantage, and here Lee found the answer to his problem. Not of how to prevent a crossing, which was practically impossible anywhere else along the line, but of how to deal with the Federals once they were on his side of the river. He would hold this stretch of high ground with half of Anderson's corps, strongly supported by artillery, and pull the other half, along with all of Ewell's, back on a line running southeast to Hanover Junction, just east of which there was swampy ground to cover this new right flank. Similarly, Hill would occupy a line extending southwest from Ox Ford to a convenient northward loop of Little River, just west of Anderson Station. Entrenched throughout its 5-mile length, this inverted V, its apex to the north and both flanks securely anchored, would provide compact protection for Lee's army, either wing of which could be reinforced at a moment's notice from the other. Best of all, though, it not only afforded superb facilities for defense, it also gave him an excellent springboard for attack. By stripping one arm of the V to a minimum needed for holding off the enemy on that side, he could mass his troops along the other arm for an attack on that isolated wing of the Blue Army. Which wing did not matter, since either would have to cross the river twice in order to reinforce the other, and would therefore not be likely to arrive in time to do anything more than share in the disaster. Here was something for Grant to ponder when, and if he saw it, but the hope was that he wouldn't see it until it blew up in his face. Leaving Hill to get started on the entrenchment of the western arm, Lee rode back to his headquarters to await developments that would determine which Union wing he would assault. Ewell and Anderson, with Breckinridge still between them, were hard at work, the former having been reinforced by the 5th of the 5 brigades sent up from Richmond. So skillful were the men by now at this labor, which they formerly had despised as unfit for a white man to perform, that by midday formidable earthworks, complete with slashings and abattis, had risen where none had been 6 hours before. This augured well for the springing of the trap once the bluecoats came within snapping distance of its jaws. While Lee waited, however, his intestinal complaint grew worse, and though he tried to attend to administrative matters as a distraction, they only served to heighten his irascibility. The result was fairly predictable. "I have just told the old man he is not fit to command this army," a flustered aide protested as he emerged from the tent where he had been given a dressing down by Lee. Before long it was obvious that the charge, though highly irreverent, was true. Even the general himself had to admit it by taking to his cot. Betrayed by his entrails on the verge of the crisis he hoped to resolve by defeating with a single well-planned attack the foe who had maneuvered him rearward across 40 miles of his beloved Virginia in the past 20 days. If Lee could not deliver the blow, then no one could. It was too late to send for Beauregard, and none of his 3 ranking lieutenants, one-legged Ewell, who was also nearing physical collapse, or sickly Hill, who had shown only the day before that he was in no condition for larger duties, or lackluster Anderson, who had been less than 3 weeks in command of anything more than a division, seemed capable of exploiting the present opportunity, which would vanish as soon as the Federals spotted the danger and reacted, either by entrenching or by pulling back across the river for a crossing farther down, beyond reach of the trap that had been installed for their undoing. Time was passing all too fast, and the chance, once gone, might never recur. Lee, on his cot, broke out vehemently against this deprivation of the victory he felt slipping from his grasp. "We must strike them a blow," he kept saying. "We must never let them pass us again. We must strike them a blow." Betrayed from within, he raged against fate, and rightly. For before the day was over, his worst fears were realized. Hancock nudging down from his crossing at Chesterfield Bridge, and Warren and Wright skirmishing fitfully all the way from Jericho Mills, came at last upon what the old gray fox had devised for their destruction. Not only were the works about as formidable as the ones they had assaulted with little success at Spotsylvania, but the rebels were still at work with picks and shovels, adding traverses at critical points to avoid exposure to enfilade fire. Moreover, the Blue generals were not long in perceiving that such fortifications might have an offensive as well as a defensive use. They took a good hard look and went into a frenzy of digging east and west, throwing up entrenchments of their own against the attack they believed might come at any moment from either arm of Lee's inverted V. And while they dug, they sent headquarters word of the situation, best described years later by Evander Law, commander of one of the 3 Alabama brigades in the works ahead. Grant found himself in what may be called a military dilemma. He had cut his army in 2 by running it upon the point of a wedge. He could not break the point which rested upon the river, and the attempt to force it out of place by striking on its sides must of necessity be made without much concert of action between the 2 wings of his army, neither of which could reinforce the other without crossing the river twice, while his opponent could readily transfer his troops as needed from one wing to the other across the narrow space between them. This was no more apparent to Law then or later than it presently was to Grant, who quickly sent down orders canceling the attack. It was apparent, too, that as soon as a withdrawal could be effected without heavy losses, the thing to do was get back out of there. Meantime, the digging progressed and dirt continued to fly. Fortunately, the Graybacks seemed content with such long-range killing as their snipers and artillery could manage. But this did little to relieve the feeling on the Union side that they had once more been out-generaled. This was their 20th day of contact, and the showdown was no closer within their reach than at the outset. Dejection was taking its toll, along with the profitless wear and tear of the past 3 weeks. The men in the ranks did not look as they did when they entered the wilderness, one among them would recall. Their uniforms were now torn, ragged, and stained with mud. The men had grown thin and haggard. The experience of those 20 days seemed to have added 20 years to their age. All night they stayed there, and all next day and the following night, still digging, while Grant pondered the situation. He had never liked the notion of backing away from any predicament, most of which he had found would resolve themselves if he held on long enough for the enemy's troubles, whether he knew what they were or not, to be enlarged by time and idleness to unbearable proportions, in which case he had also found it was his adversary who got jumpy and pulled back, leaving the field to him. That was not likely to happen here, although Lee's headquarters had been shifted 3 miles down the RF&P from Hanover Junction, on his doctor's orders to provide a more restful atmosphere for the still ailing general. Fretful and regretful though he was that his well-laid trap had gone unsprung, Lee looked now to the future and the chance to devise another that would not fail. "If I can get one more pull at him," he said of Grant this morning, "I will defeat him." But that was not likely to happen here either. On May 26th, their second day of confronting the Confederates with a divided army, the Federals put on the kind of show that generally preceded a withdrawal and a shift. There were demonstrations along the river and both arms of the fortified V, together with an upstream probe by a full division of cavalry, as if for a crossing in that direction. A likely course for Grant to follow, Lee believed, since it would keep him on the direct route to Richmond and at the same time deprive Lee of the use of the Virginia Central, his only rail connection with the Shenandoah Valley, which not only provided most of the food his army ate, but was also his classic route for a counteroffensive designed to frighten the Washington authorities out of their military wits, as he had done twice already to bring about the calling off or the recall of invasions by Hooker and McClellan last year and the year before. Though he preferred a downstream Union sidle, which he hoped would eventually put Grant in much the same position as the one that had brought Little Mac to grief 2 years ago, astride the confounded Chickahominy, Lee followed his usual intelligence procedure of assuming that his adversary would do what he himself would have done in his place. For that reason, as well as the evidence of the cavalry demonstration, he thought the shift would be upstream for a crossing beyond his left. He was wrong, as he found out next morning, in plenty of time to rectify his error with a rapid southward march, still on the chord of the arc the Federals were traveling. Grant had pulled back under cover of darkness and set off down, not up, the North Anna, which combined with the South Anna 5 miles southeast of Hanover Junction to become the Pamunkey. The Pamunkey, in turn, combined with the Mattaponi to become the York, another 40 miles below, but Grant marched only about 1/3 of this distance down the left bank for a crossing at Hanovertown, which put him within 15 miles of Richmond, 10 miles closer than he had been on the North Anna. That was not his only reason for preferring to repeat his accustomed sidle to the left around Lee's right. He would also be keeping in close touch with his supply base, leapfrogging it south once more as he moved in that direction. As for leaving the Virginia Central in Confederate control, he counted on Hunter to conquer the valley now that Breckinridge had departed, and thereby deny its use to Lee even as a source of supplies, let alone as a possible avenue of invasion. Besides, he saw the outcome of this latest confrontation not as a repulse, which in fact it was, with far-reaching effects. Despite its comparative bloodlessness, he had suffered only 1,973 casualties, and Lee less than half that number, but rather as conclusive proof that the opposing army had lost its fabled sting. If the rebels would not fight him there on the North Anna with all the advantage they had secured through Lee's admitted engineering skill, they apparently were in no condition to fight him anywhere at all. Knowing nothing of Lee's debility, he assigned its results to the deterioration of the force his adversary commanded. "Lee's army is really whipped," he informed Halleck on the day he set out down the Pamunkey. "The prisoners we now take show it, and the action of his army shows it unmistakably. A battle with them outside of entrenchments cannot be had. Our men feel that they have gained the morale over the enemy and attack him with confidence. I may be mistaken," he summed up, "but I feel that our success over Lee's army is already assured." Grant's march was in 2 columns of 2 corps each along the left bank of the Pamunkey. Warren and Burnside crossed at Hanovertown, Wright and Hancock 4 miles short of there. Preceded by Sheridan's troopers, who had little to do on the way down but brush off prowling scouts, all 4 corps passed over on pontoon bridges between noon and midnight, May 28th. And though they were delayed by a rackety 7-hour cavalry fight near Hawes' Shop, 3 miles beyond the river, by nightfall of the following day the whole army had pushed south and west to Totopotomoy Creek, which had its beginnings above Atlee, a station on the Virginia Central about midway between the James and the South Anna, and flowed sluggishly eastward a dozen miles to join the Pamunkey just below Hanovertown. Weary from better than 40 miles of marching, southeast for 2 days, then southwest for another, the Federals approached the marsh-fringed creek at last, within 10 miles of Richmond, only to find Lee drawn up to meet them on the opposite bank, guns emplaced and all 3 corps arrayed for battle. He had been there 2 days waiting for Grant to make a commitment. Before sundown of May 27th, whose dawn showed the enemy gone from the North Anna, he had covered the 18 miles from Hanover Junction to Atlee, where he took up a position from which he could block a variety of approaches by the wide-ranging bluecoats, either around the headwaters of the Totopotomoy, which would put them back astride the vital railroad north of Richmond, or down across the creek for a 5-mile sprint to the Chickahominy and a quick descent on the capital only 4 miles beyond. Still obliged by his intestinal disorder to continue using the borrowed carriage, he rode in the lead with Ewell's corps, but not with its commander, who made the trip in an ambulance, racked by the same malady that afflicted Lee. Ewell was so much worse next day that he had to yield his place too early and accept a sick leave of indefinite length, which meant that the Army now had 2 of its 3 corps, 4 of its 9 infantry divisions, and 16 of its 35 original brigades under men who had not led them at the start of the campaign. Warned that elements of the Union host were across the Pamunkey at Hanovertown, Lee sent Hampton and Fitzhugh Lee to Hawes' Shop to discover whether the crossing included infantry, and if so, where it was headed. Unless he knew that, he could not move out to meet the invaders, lest they slip around one of his flanks for a lunge at Richmond from the north or the northeast. The result was the largest cavalry engagement since Brandy Station just under a year ago. After 7 hours of savage combat, mounted and dismounted, with heavy losses on both sides, especially in a green South Carolina brigade whose troopers arrived in time for a share in a fight that converted the survivors into veterans overnight, Fitz and Hampton were obliged to give ground, but not before they had driven Sheridan's horsemen back on their supports and taken prisoners from both the 5th and 6th Corps, which gave Lee at least half the information he was seeking. Grant's infantry was indeed over the Pamunkey, already beyond Hawes' Shop, and next day it began working its way south and west along the north bank of the Totopotomoy, still without disclosing whether it intended to cross or round the creek. Fixed in position east of Atlee until he knew the answer, the Southern commander by now had received 10,000 reinforcements. This amounted to about half his losses so far in the campaign, whereas Grant had received some 40,000, roughly the number he had lost in battle. Such disproportionate attrition could have but one result, and Lee implied as much that afternoon to Jefferson Davis, who rode out from the capital to see him for the first time since the opening of the Federal offensive. Further reinforcements would have to come from south of the James, of course, and the president was doubtful that any could be spared from there. Beauregard had been protesting all week that his force, which he had regrouped into 2 divisions under Robert Hoke and Bushrod Johnson, and which he kept reminding the commander-in-chief was all that kept Butler's still bottled army from making a sudden breakout and a dash for the back door of Richmond, had been bled down to, maybe past, the danger point. Davis made it fairly clear before he left that the question of detaching more troops from beyond the James would depend to a large extent on the judgment of the commander of that department. That evening, Beauregard himself appeared at Atlee for a conference, the upshot of which was that while he sympathized with Lee in all his troubles, he could not see that they were any larger than his own. As for evidence advanced by Lee that Butler was sending men to Grant, the dapper Creole admitted that perhaps 4,000 had left Bermuda Hundred aboard transports in the past few days, but he stressed the claim that a substantial 24,000 still remained to pop the cork he was trying to hold in place with only half as many troops. "My force is so small at present," he had told Davis earlier today, "that to divide it for the purpose of reinforcing Lee would jeopardize the safety of the part left to guard my lines, and would greatly endanger Richmond itself." The most he would agree to was a further study of the situation on his front, and with that he departed to return there, leaving Lee no better off, even in prospect, than he had been when the rather baffling conference began. Next morning, May 30th, Grant pressed down closer along the Totopotomoy, massing opposite Anderson in the center and overlapping Early on the right. Hill on the left had only cavalry in his front. That seemed to rule out the Virginia Central as the enemy objective, and presently this view was strengthened by reports that 2 of the 4 Blue Corps had crossed downstream and were taking up a position on the near bank, facing west. Lee believed he saw now what the Federals were up to and also how to head them off. After fortifying this line, they will probably make another move by their left flank over toward the Chickahominy. This is just a repetition of their former movements. It can only be arrested by striking at once at that part of their force which has crossed the Totopotomoy. These words were included in a message instructing Anderson to support Early, whose corps, being on that flank, would lead the attack designed to discourage this latest sidle around the Confederate right to gain the old Church Road, which led down across Beaver Dam Creek to Mechanicsville, where the 7 days had opened in flame and blood. But even if he was successful in dealing with the immediate threat to Richmond from this line, Lee saw a larger danger looming. Beyond the Chickahominy lay the James, where McClellan had found sanctuary after the Holocaust of Malvern Hill. Fortunately, the Washington authorities had not seen fit to sustain him in his position on the north bank of that river, nor to approve his proposal that he cross it for a movement against Richmond from the south, astride its lines of supply from Georgia and the Carolinas. Grant was no little Mac, however, and the High Command might well have learned a lesson from what had followed its failure to sustain his predecessor. In speaking to Early, who was preparing to attack at midday, Lee did not say, as he had said to Anderson, that the Federal threat must be arrested. He said rather that the Federals themselves must be destroyed. Otherwise, the contest would come down to what he wanted to avoid, the loss of all freedom to maneuver. "We must destroy this army of Grant's before he gets to James River," he told Early. "If he gets there, it will become a siege, and then it will be a mere question of time." Unfortunately, Early came closer to wrecking his newly inherited corps than he did to destroying even a portion of Grant's army. Repeating Hill's error at Jericho Mills, he attacked with 1 division and failed to bring the other 2 up promptly to exploit the initial success. Counterattacked from Bethesda Church, his objective on the old Church Road, he barely managed to hold his ground, and Anderson only arrived in time for a share in the defensive action. Lee rebuked neither of them for the botched performance, in part because they were busy entrenching their new line, which at least forestalled an advance down the ridge between Beaver Dam and Totopotomoy Creeks, and in part because of a report that reached him about the time it became apparent that the attack had failed. A report so alarming in its implications that it took precedence over his other dire concerns. Grant's new supply base was at White House Landing, 15 miles down the Pamunkey from Hanovertown. Lee now received word that substantial reinforcements, identified as Smith's whole corps from Butler's army, were unloading there from transports which had left Bermuda Hundred yesterday for an overnight trip down the James and up the York. Grievous though it was to learn that he soon would be facing still a Fifth Blue Corps with his embattled Three, the danger here was more than numerical. From his debarkation point at White House, Smith was free to march due west unhindered to a position beyond Grant's left, to Cold Harbor, for example, a vital crossroads 3 miles southeast of Bethesda Church, where the Union line was anchored south of the Totopotomoy after standing firm against Early's mismanaged assault, and thus extend it beyond the reach of Lee's already thin-stretched right for a rapid swing around that flank and a leap across the Chickahominy. Convinced that this was what Grant had in mind because it was what he would have attempted in his place, Lee first did what he could to meet the threat with what he had on hand in that direction, meaning cavalry. He sent Fitz-Lee instructions to take up a position at Cold Harbor and hang on there until he was reinforced, hopefully by morning. As things now stood, such reinforcements could not come from Hill or Anderson or Early, whose withdrawal from any part of the line would open the way for Grant to move on Atlee or Mechanicsville. They could come from only one source, beyond the James, and Lee had no time to spare for going through regular channels to procure them. Abandoning protocol, he telegraphed an urgent request directly to Beauregard for every man he could spare. And when the Creole replied at sunset that the War Department would have to decide when and what troops to order from here, Lee appealed by wire to the President in Richmond. General Beauregard says the department must determine what troops to send. The result of this delay will be disaster. Butler's troops, Smith's corps, will be with Grant tomorrow. Hoke's division, at least, should be with me by light tomorrow. It was unlike Lee to use the unequivocal word disaster, and because it was unlike him, it got immediate results. Davis promptly instructed Bragg to send Beauregard a peremptory order detaching Hoke's division for shipment by rail to Lee without delay. And before midnight, Lee was informed that every effort was being made to get Hoke and his 4 brigades north of the Chickahominy by morning. Once more, it was as if Lee had sat in on his adversary's counsels or even paid him a visit inside his head. Dissatisfied with the Totopotomoy confrontation, as well he might be, it had cost him another 2,013 killed and wounded and missing, first at Hawes' shop and then along the mazy fringes of the creek, with no gain except the infliction of about an equal number of casualties. Grant by now had decided to try another sidle, a brief one this time, aimed at just the crossroad Lee predicted he would head for. The choice of Cold Harbor was natural enough. It was there, well clear of the toils of the Totopotomoy but not quite into those of the treacherous Chickahominy, that the roads from Bethesda Church and White House Landing came together, enabling him to extend his left for a meeting with Baldy Smith, whose corps was debarking 15 miles due east. Depending more on celerity than surprise, which seemed to be unobtainable here in Virginia anyhow, Grant counted on a rapid concentration at that point for a concerted drive up the left bank of the Chickahominy, one that would strike the assembling rebels before they got set to resist it, and would pen them up for capture or destruction with their backs to Powhite Creek, less than 2 miles west, or Beaver Dam Creek, another 3 miles upstream, after which he would cross the river with all 5 corps, either below Mechanicsville or beyond at Meadow Bridge, for a quick descent on Richmond. Accordingly, while Lee was instructing his nephew Fitz to hold Cold Harbor against all comers, Grant sent word for Sheridan to seize and hang on to that vital hub until Wright, crossing in rear of Hancock on the Totopotomoy and then in rear of Burnside and Warren at Bethesda Church, arrived for a meeting with Smith at the end of his march from White House. The result next day, May 31st, was another all-out cavalry engagement. This, too, was a nearly all-day fight, with no infantry involved on either side till after sunset. Beauregard's bridling reaction to Lee's request for troops had delayed Hoke's departure so effectively that his lead brigade did not unload at Meadow Bridge until near midday, and consequently did not complete its 8-mile hike down the north bank of the Chickahominy until dusk was gathering on the scene of Fitz Lee's long drawn-out defense of the crossroad his uncle had asked him to hold. As for the Federals, there was no infantry in the attacking columns even then. Concerned with keeping his withdrawal secret in order to give him a decent head start in the shift to the southeast, Grant instructed Wright to wait for nightfall before he set out on a march that was necessarily roundabout through Hawes' shop, since there was no direct road available down across the Totopotomoy. He would arrive tomorrow morning at the soonest. Smith's delay was for other reasons, mostly involving slip-ups on Grant's staff. His original orders, issued when he embarked 2 days ago at Bermuda Hundred, called for a march from White House up the south bank of the Pamunkey to Newcastle, and from there to a position supporting the main effort on the Totopotomoy. Since then, Grant's plans had changed, but not Smith's orders, which were forgotten in all the flurry of preparation for the latest sidle. Completing his White House debarkation by mid-afternoon, May 31st, Smith struck out northwestward at a tangent to his intended route due west. Though he called a halt that night near Old Church, 2 miles short of his assigned objective, to send a wire requesting clarification from headquarters, it seemed to him he was moving into a military vacuum. The reply came back after some delay that his orders stood. He was to continue his march to Newcastle. This he did, getting farther and farther at every step from the scene of the day-long engagement, now 6 miles in his left rear, which Sheridan had had to fight alone. Little Phil frequently preferred it thus, so long at least as what opposed him was cavalry on its own. That was the case here, but he found it difficult to budge or even get at the Graybacks, who declined to fight him in the smash-up style he favored. Instead, when he came within a mile of the crossroads about midday with Torbert's 3 brigades, Torbert himself, up from his sickbed, had returned to duty the week before, he discovered Fitz Lee's 2 brigades dismounted and crouched behind fence-rail breastworks, which gave them the advantage of taking aim from an unjogged platform, with little exposure to the rapid-firing weapons of the horsemen galloping toward them. In their rear was Cold Harbor, a name of British derivation signifying an inn that afforded overnight lodging without hot food, adopted here because of the settlement's main feature, a framed tavern set in a triangular grove of trees at the intersection of 5 roads coming in from all round the compass. Charges by Merritt and Custer were repulsed before they could be pressed home, and as the afternoon wore on, it became evident that standard cavalry tactics would not serve. Sheridan had Torbert dismount his men and work them forward, troop by troop, while their fellows provided covering fire to make the defenders keep their heads down. Swarming over the dusty fields and through the brush, pumping lead from their stubby carbines, the blue troopers in their tight-fitting trousers, bobtail jackets, and short-billed kepis looked to one observer as though they had been especially equipped for crawling through knotholes. It was a slow and costly business involving much risk and a good many wounds. Giving up on Baldy Smith after a patrol returned from a fruitless eastward search for some sign of his 15,000-man corps, Sheridan sent for Gregg to come down from Bethesda Church and add his 2 brigades to the effort being exerted. But the sun was down behind the trees along Powhite Creek by the time the courier rode off with the summons. As it turned out, such reinforcements as reached the field before full dark were Confederate, and infantry at that. Hard-pressed by the agile blue troopers who were about within range for a mass charge through the gathering dusk, Fitzlee's men looked over their shoulders and, seeing Hoke's lead brigade moving toward them up the road past the triangular grove of trees, decided the time had come to fall back on these overdue supports. They did so only to find that the startled foot soldiers fell back too. Hot and tired from their dusty trek down the Chickahominy and softened by 2 weeks of inactivity in the Southside trenches, they joined what they took to be, and what now became, a general retreat to and through Cold Harbor, which their pursuers seized and occupied, rounding up some 50 laggard graybacks in the process. Sheridan's elation over his sudden victory was modified considerably, however, when he learned from these captives that 3 more brigades of infantry would soon be up to join the one he had scattered. He decided, despite the arrival of Gregg's division hard on the heels of the rout, that his wisest course would be to pull back from the tavern crossroads before he was overrun. "I do not feel able to hold this place," he notified Meade as the withdrawal got under way. "With the heavy odds against me here, I do not think it prudent to hold on." Meade thought otherwise, and so did Grant, in view of the sidle now in progress and the intended concentration there. Cold Harbor was to be reoccupied and held at all hazards, they replied. Little Phil reversed his march, disposed his 2 divisions about the southwest quadrant of the crossroads, and had the dismounted troopers get to work in the darkness, throwing up temporary breastworks to provide them with cover for meeting the attack he expected would come with the dawn, if not sooner. It would come with the dawn, and the odds would be even heavier than Sheridan had feared when he pulled back, saying, "I do not think it prudent to hold on." Lee was about to go over to the offensive. What was more, in preparation for bloodier work to follow, he intended to begin with the retaking of the ground the troopers stood on. Far from being discouraged by his nephew's report that the crossroads had been seized by Sheridan, he saw in this development confirmation of his suspicion that Grant had another sidle in progress, that Cold Harbor was his intended point of concentration, and that so far he had nothing there but cavalry, which meant that his infantry was still in motion in that direction, strung out on roads converging from the north and east, and might therefore be defeated in detail as it came up, provided, of course, that Lee could get there first with a force substantial enough to inflict the damage he had in mind. He thought he could. Hoke's division was assembling there already, and this was only a fraction of what had become available now that Grant had tipped his hand. Formerly fixed in position east of Atlee by the danger that the Federals would round the headwaters of the Totopotomoy to turn his left, Lee was now free to draw troops from there for use on the opposite flank. His choice was Anderson, whose strength was up to 3 divisions for the first time in the campaign, Pickett having rejoined him on the march from Hanover Junction. Both the 3rd and the 2nd Corps had had their turns at offensive action, Hill 8 days ago on the North Anna and Early here at Bethesda Church the day before, and both had failed. Now the 1st, old Peter's dependables who had rolled up the blue flank in the wilderness and won the hairbreadth race for Spotsylvania, would have its turn. Anderson was told to pull back from his position on the Totopotomoy, leaving Little Powell to fill the gap, and make a night march down below Cold Harbor to join Hoke, who was placed under his command for the attack, first on Sheridan to get possession of the crossroads shortly after dawn, and then on the other Union columns as they arrived from the east and north. Though he still had not recovered sufficiently from his illness to resume direction of tactical operations, Lee advanced his headquarters to Shady Grove Church, a couple of miles southeast of Atlee Station, to be at least that much nearer the scene of tomorrow's action. 2 years ago this evening, riding back from the confused field of 7 Pines, less than 10 miles from where he would camp tonight, he had been informed by the President that he would replace the fallen Johnston, and next day he had assumed command of the Army of Northern Virginia. As he retired to his tent in the churchyard tonight to sleep out the final hours of this bloodiest May in American history, he had cause for hope that he would celebrate tomorrow's anniversary with an offensive victory as glorious as the one he had begun to plan on that night 2 years ago, when McClellan's vast blue host hovered within even easier reach of Richmond than Grant's did now. There was no occasion for any such celebration on the hot first day of June, only a sorry repetition of the ineptness which had led Grant to believe that the fight had gone out of Lee's army. Anderson moved promptly enough, pulling Kershaw's division out of line in plenty of time for the march across Early's rear and into position on Hoke's left before daylight. His notion was to knock Sheridan back from the crossroads with a dawn attack by these two divisions, then continue the operation when the other two arrived. But a notion was all that remained. Kershaw went forward on schedule, giving his old brigade the lead, and that was when the trouble began and the offensive ended. Colonel Lawrence Kit, a 40-year-old former congressman, had brought his green but handsomely uniformed regiment up from South Carolina the week before, and by virtue of his seniority over the other colonels took command of the brigade. Long on rank but short on combat experience, he went into his first attack in the gallant style of 1861, leading the way on a spirited gray charger, only to be killed by the first rattling clatter of semi-automatic fire from the two divisions of cavalry in the breastworks just ahead. That was what had been expected by seasoned observers who saw in Kit's display only inexperience and want of self-control, but the reaction among his troops, recently uprooted from 2 years of languid garrison life in their home state, was something else. When they saw the colonel get toppled from his saddle, transformed in the wink of an eye from a saber-waving cynosure into a mangled corpse, they broke for the rear in what a dismayed artillerist called the most abject rout ever committed by men in Confederate uniform. Nor was that the worst of the shame. Some were so scared they could not run but groveled on the ground trying to burrow into the earth. Veteran regiments on their flanks were obliged to give way too. The advance dissolved in panic, unredeemed by Hoke, who had not moved at all. First the brigade and then the division as a whole pulled out of range of the fast-firing Union carbines. Kershaw got the fallback stopped and even attempted to mount another attack, but it went no better. By the time Pickett and Field came up to form on Kershaw's left around mid-morning, so had Wright arrived with his 3 divisions in relief of Sheridan, who retired with pride from the defense of what he called our little works. They did not stay little long. Wright's men got busy with picks and shovels, deepening and extending them north and south to cover the western approaches to Cold Harbor. Smith's wandering corps slogged wearily into position alongside Wright that afternoon, reaching up to connect with Warren, whose 4 divisions occupied 2 miles of line below the old church road, beyond which Burnside anchored the northern flank to the south bank of the Totopotomoy. That left only Hancock's corps and Sheridan's 3rd Division north of the creek. Grant sent word for Hancock to withdraw at nightfall for a march to the far left, where Torbert and Gregg were patrolling a boggy 2-mile extension of the line down to the Chickahominy. He was instructed to come up in time to take part in a dawn assault that would be launched by all 5 corps. Grant's decision to make such an attack was arrived at by a process of elimination. This was Coffin Corner. Another sidle would involve him in the toils of the Chickahominy, and even if he cleared them intact, he would find himself confronted when he swung back west by Richmond's permanent defenses. He would, in short, be mounting a siege, which at this stage he wanted as little as Lee did, since it represented the stalemate he had avoided from the start. His decision, then, despite the shocks and throes of the past 4 weeks, the stunning repulse in the green riot of the wilderness, and the unrelieved horror of Spotsylvania, which together had cost him a solid 1/3 of the infantry that crossed the Rapidan, and the close call on the North Anna, wherein caution had nearly cost him the other 2/3, along with his reinforcements, was to attack the Old Fox where he was, or anyhow where he would be tomorrow morning. If this was coffin corner for Grant, it was something worse for Lee, whose back was to the wall of his capital and who would have neither time nor space for recovery if even a limited breakthrough could be scored. Grant kept his mind on that agreeable possibility, and when Meade suggested that something might be done with what was left of today by way of improving tomorrow's chances, he was altogether willing. Meade proposed a preliminary effort restricted to the southern half of his present line to give Wright and Smith a closer hug on the rebel works along their front and better jump-off positions from which to launch their share of the all-out dawn assault. That was how it came about that Anderson, whose 4 divisions were busy entrenching 3 miles of line, north and south of a road leading due east to Cold Harbor, was struck by a 6th Division attack shortly after 5 o'clock, which not only disposed of any vestigial intention to resume his boggled offensive, but also came close to driving him from his uncompleted works. Pickett and Field held firm under pressure, but a break quickly developed between Hoke's left, where a brigade gave way in panic, and Kershaw's right. Anderson detached a brigade from Pickett to heal the breach, and by sunset the line was approximately restored. Yet the fact remained that at a moderate price in casualties, moderate, that is, as such things went in this campaign, about 1,000 for Smith, 1,200 for Wright, Meade had secured the jump-off positions he wanted for tomorrow. Anderson's losses had been light, consisting mainly of stragglers captured when Hoke's left gave way, but he saw only too clearly what might come of this. "Reinforcements are necessary to enable us to hold this position," he notified Lee that night. This message, conveying Anderson's doubts that he could hold the ground he had been ordered to advance from, put a dispiriting end to an anniversary which had dawned with high hopes that it would close with the celebration of an offensive victory. For the 3rd time in 9 days, a corps commander had shown himself incapable of mounting a sustained attack, even under favorable circumstances. One thing common to all 3 attempts, in addition to failure, was that neither Lee nor his poor Stuart had taken part in them firsthand. Jeb, of course, was gone for good, 3 weeks in his grave, and Lee was still in no condition for personal conduct of operations in the field. But that did not mean that the ailing general would not keep to his task of devising plans for the frustration of the invaders of his country and his state. Foiled in his efforts to go over to the offensive, he would continue to improvise a defensive, in which, so far, he had managed to inflict casualties in ratio to the odds he faced at the opening of the campaign. In this connection, he had already moved to meet Anderson's needs before they were expressed, ordering Breckinridge to take up a position on Hoke's right tonight, and now he followed through with instructions that would add Hill's 3 divisions to the line tomorrow, 1 on the left of Early and 2 on the right beyond Breckinridge, tying those flanks respectively to the Totopotomoy and the Chickahominy. All this would take time, however, first for marching, then for digging, and Grant was bristling aggressively all along the 7 miles of Confederate front when the sun came up on the 2nd day of June. Fortunately, despite the flurry, there was no attack. Lee had plenty of time to look to the extension and improvement of his line. Mounting Traveler for the first time in 10 days, he rode down to Mechanicsville, where he found Breckinridge and his 2 brigades enjoying a leisurely breakfast midway through their march to the far right. He got the distinguished Kentuckian back on the road again and then resumed his ride eastward past Walnut Grove Church to his new headquarters beyond Gaines Mill, a mile and a half due west of Union-held Cold Harbor and about the same distance northwest of the scene of his first victory, scored 2 years ago this month, when Hood and Law broke Fitzjohn Porter's line on Turkey Hill, now also Union-held. Mindful of the importance of that feature of the terrain, Lee had Breckinridge go forward about 3 o'clock that afternoon, and with the assistance of one of Hill's divisions, which had just come up, drive a brigade of bluecoats off its slopes. thus affording his artillery a position from which to dominate the Chickahominy bottoms on the right. Simultaneously on the left, Early's Corps and Hill's remaining division felt out the Federal installations above Old Church Road, on toward the Totopotomoy, and after brushing aside a sizable body of skirmishers who yielded stubbornly, confronted the main enemy works northwest and north of Bethesda Church. While these two adjustments were being made at opposite ends of the long line, a heavy rain began to fall, first in big individual drops, pocking the dust like buckshot scattered broadcast, and then in a steady downpour that turned the dust to mud. The discomfort was minor on both sides compared to the relief from heat and glare and the distraction from waiting to receive or deliver the attack both knew was soon to be made, if not today, then certainly tomorrow. Rain often had a depressing effect on Lee, perhaps because it reminded him of the drenched fiasco his first campaign had been, out in western Virginia in the fall of 1861. But not now. Now he valued it as a factor that would make for muddy going when the Federals moved against him. Back at his headquarters near the ruins of Dr. William Gaines's once imposing 4-story grist mill on Powhite Creek, Sheridan's troopers had burned it when they passed this way 2 weeks ago, returning from the raid that killed Jeb Stuart. The Southern commander kept to his tent, still queasy from his 10-day illness, reading the day's reports while rain drummed on the canvas overhead. He had done all he could to get all the troops he could muster into line. Send it to the field hospitals, he had told his chief lieutenants in a circular issued the last day of May, and have every man capable of performing the duties of a soldier returned to his command. Such efforts, combined with those of Davis, who had summoned reinforcements from as far away as Florida in the course of the past 2 weeks, had brought his strength back up to nearly 60,000. Grant had about 110,000 across the way, but Lee feared the odds no more here than he had done elsewhere. In fact, he feared them less, for thanks to Grant's forbearance today, whatever its cause, he had had plenty of time to dispose his army as he chose. Having done so, he was content to leave the rest to God and the steady valor of his troops, whose defensive skill had by now become instinctive. This last applied in particular to the use they made of terrain within their interlocking sectors. Whether the ground was flat or hilly, bare or wooded, firm or boggy, and it was all those things from point to various point along the line from Pole Green Church to Grapevine Bridge, they never used it more skillfully than here, occupying their assigned positions with a view to affording themselves only so much protection as would not interfere with the delivery of a maximum of firepower. They flowed onto and into the landscape as if in response to a natural law, like water seeking its own level. The result, once they were settled in, was by no means as imposing as the fortifications they had thrown up 3 weeks ago at Spotsylvania or last week on the North Anna, but that too was part of the design. No such works were needed here, and they knew it, having installed them with concern that they did not appear so formidable as to discourage all hope of success in the minds of the Federal planners across the way. Crouched in the dripping blackness after sundown, with both flanks securely anchored on rising streams, and Richmond scarcely 10 miles in their rear, the defenders asked for nothing better in the way of reward for their craftsmanship and labor than that their adversaries would advance into the meshed and overlapping fields of fire they had established, unit by unit, along their 7 miles of front. They were about to get their wish. Indeed, they would have gotten it at dawn today, 10 hours before they completed their concentration and were in any condition to receive it, except that Hancock's 3 divisions had not arrived on the Union left until about 6:30, 2 hours late and in no shape for fighting, tired and hungry as they were from their grueling all-night march. Grant accepted the delay as unavoidable and rescheduled the attack for 5 o'clock that afternoon. That would do about as well, he seemed to think. But then as the jump-off hour drew near, the Rebs went into action on both flanks, seizing Turkey Hill and driving the outpost skirmishers back on their works above Bethesda Church. This called for some changes in the standby orders, and Grant, still unruffled, postponed the attack once more until 4:30 next morning. After all he wanted was a breakthrough, almost anywhere along those 6 or 7 miles of enemy line. He could see that a hot supper and a good night's rest would add to the strength and steadiness of the men when they went forward. Aside from a general directive that the main effort would be made by the 3 corps on the left, where the opposing works were close together as a result of yesterday's preliminary effort, tactics seemed to have gone by the board, at least on the upper levels of command. Neither Grant nor Meade, or for that matter any member of their 2 staffs, had reconnoitered any part of the Confederate position, nor had either of them organized the attack itself in any considerable detail, including the establishment of such lateral communications as might be needed to assure cooperation between units. Apparently they assumed that all such incidental problems had been covered by a sentence in Meade's circular postponing the late afternoon attack till dawn. Corps commanders will employ the interim in making examinations of the ground on their front and perfecting the arrangements for the assault. New as he was to procedure in the Army of the Potomac, Baldy Smith, aghast, he later wrote, at the reception of such an order which proved conclusively the utter absence of any military plan, sent a note to Wright, who was on his left, asking him to let me know what was to be his plan of attack, that I might conform to it, and thus have 2 corps acting in unison. Wright's reply was simply that he was going to pitch in, which left Smith as much in the dark as before, and even more aghast. Grant, in short, was proceeding here at Cold Harbor as if he subscribed quite literally to the words he had written Halleck from the North Anna a week ago today. "I feel that our success over Lee's army is already assured." Up on the line, that was by no means the feeling prevalent among the troops who were charged with carrying out the orders contrived to bring about the result expected at headquarters. Unlike their rearward superiors, they had been uncomfortably close to the rebel works all day and knew only too well what was likely to come of any effort to assault them, let alone such a slipshod one as this. Their reaction was observed by Lieutenant Colonel Horace Porter, a young West Pointer, formerly an aide to McClellan and now serving Grant in the same capacity. Passing through the camps that rainy evening, he later wrote, "I noticed that many of the soldiers had taken off their coats and seemed to be engaged in sewing up rents in them." He thought this strange at such a time, but when he looked closer he found that the men were calmly writing their names and home addresses on slips of paper and pinning them on the backs of their coats, so that their bodies might be recognized and their fate made known to their families at home. Some went even further in their gloom. A blood-stained diary salvaged from the pocket of a dead man later picked up on the field had this grisly final entry: June 3rd, Cold Harbor. I was killed. They came with the dawn, and they came pounding, 3 blue corps with better than 60,000 effectives, striking for 3 points along the center and right center of the rebel line, which had fewer men defending its whole length and now were assaulting half of it. Advancing with a deep-throated roar, "Huzzah! Huzzah!" a Confederate thought they were yelling. The attackers saw black slouch hats sprout abruptly from the empty-looking trenches up ahead, and then the works broke into flame. A heavy bank of smoke rolled out, alive with muzzle flashes, and the air was suddenly full of screaming lead. It seemed more like a volcanic blast than a battle, one Federal later said, and was just about as destructive. Dire as their expectations had been the night before, they perceived now for the first time the profoundly intricate nature of the deadfall Lee had devised for their undoing. Never before in this, or perhaps in any other war, had so large a body of troops been exposed to such a concentration of firepower. It had the fury of the wilderness musketry with the thunders of the Gettysburg artillery superadded, an awed cannoneer observed from his point of vantage in the Union rear. And now, too, the committed victims saw the inadequacy of Grant's preparation in calling for a 3-pronged assault, directed against 3 vague and widely spaced objectives. Smith on the right was enfiladed from his outer flank, as was Hancock on the left, and Wright, advancing between them with a gap on either side, found both of his flanks exposed at once to an even crueler flailing. What was worse, the closer the attackers got to the concave rebel line, the more this crossfire was intensified, and the more likely an individual was to be chosen as a simultaneous target by several marksmen in the works ahead. I could see the dust fog out of a man's clothing in 2 or 3 places where as many balls would strike him at the same moment, the defender was to say. Under such conditions, losses tended to occur in ratio to the success of various units in closing the range. Barlow's division, for example, leading Hancock's charge against Lee's right, struck a lightly defended stretch of boggy ground in Breckinridge's front and plunged on through to the main line, which buckled under sudden pressure from the cheering bluecoats. Barlow, not yet 30, attired in a flannel checked shirt, a threadbare pair of trousers, and an old blue kepi, he looked to a staff observer, like a highly independent mounted newsboy, was elated to think he had scored the breakthrough Grant had called for. But his elation was short-lived. Attached to one of Hill's divisions on the adjoining slope of Turkey Hill, Joseph Finnegan, who had arrived that week with 2 Florida battalions and been put in charge of a scratch brigade, counterattacked without waiting to be prompted and quickly restored the line, demonstrating here in Virginia the savagery he had shown at Olustee 3 months ago in his home state. Barlow's men were ousted, losing heavily in the process, and it was much the same with others up the line. Though nowhere else was there a penetration, even a temporary one, wherever the range became point-blank, the attack dissolved in horror. The attackers huddled together like sheep caught in a hailstorm and milled about distractedly in search of what little cover the terrain afforded. They halted and began to dodge, lie down, and recoil, a watching grayback would remember, while another noted that the dead and dying lay in front of the Confederate line in triangles, of which the apexes were the bravest men who came nearest to the breastworks under that withering, deadly fire. The attack, now broken, had lasted just 8 minutes. So brief was its duration and so abrupt its finish that some among the defenders had trouble crediting the fact that it had ended, while others could scarcely believe it had begun, not in earnest at any rate. One of Hoke's brigadiers, whose troops were holding a portion of the objective assigned to Wright, square in the center of the 3-corps Federal effort, afterwards testified that he was not aware at any time of any serious assault having been given. Part of the reason for this was the lightness of Confederate losses, especially as compared to those inflicted, although these last were not known to have been anything like as heavy as they were until the smoke began to clear. An Alabama colonel, whose regiment had 3 men killed and 5 wounded, peered out through rifts in the drifting smoke along his front, where Smith had attacked with close-packed ranks, and saw to his amazement that the dead covered more than 5 acres of ground about as thickly as they could be laid. Eventually, the doleful tally showed that while Lee was losing something under 1,500 killed and wounded in the course of the day, Grant lost better than 7,000, most of them in the course of those first 8 minutes. The attack had ended, but neither by Grant's intention nor with his consent. No sooner had the Union effort slackened than orders came for it to be renewed, and when Wright protested that he could accomplish nothing unless Hancock and Smith moved forward to protect his flanks, he was informed that they had filed the same complaint about his lack of progress in the center, which left them equally exposed. Faced with this dilemma, headquarters instructed each of the corps commanders to go forward on his own, without regard for what the others might be doing. Up on the line, such instructions had a quality of madness, and a colonel on Wright's staff did not hesitate to say so. To move that army farther, except by regular approaches, he declared, was a simple and absolute impossibility, known to be such by every officer and man of the 3 corps engaged. Here, too, was a dilemma, and here, too, a simple answer was forthcoming. When the order to resume the attack was repeated, unit commanders responded in the same fashion by having their troops step up their rate of fire from the positions where they lay. It went on like that all morning, dodging shells and bullets which continued to fall abundantly. Dispatch bearers crept forward with instructions for the assault to be renewed. The firing, most of it skyward, would swell up and then subside until another messenger arrived with another order, and the process was repeated, the men lying prone and digging in as best they could in such cramped positions to provide themselves with a little cover between blind volleys. Finally, an order headed 130 came down to all three corps 8 minutes less than 9 hours after it had been placed in execution. For the present, all further offensive operations will be suspended. Over near Gaines Mill, with occasional long-range Federal projectiles landing in the clearing where his headquarters tent was pitched, Lee had spent an anxious half-hour awaiting the return of couriers sent to bring him word of the outcome of the rackety assault, which opened full-voiced on the right down near the Chickahominy and roared quickly to a sustained climax northward to the Totopotomoy. For all he knew, the Union infantry might get there first to announce a breakthrough half a mile east of the shell-pocked meadow overlooking the ruined mill. Mercifully, though, the wait was brief. Shortly after sunrise, the couriers began returning on lathered horses, and their reports varied only in degrees of exultation. "Tell General Lee it is the same all along my front," A.P. Hill had said, pointing to where the limits of the enemy advance were marked by windrows of the dead and dying. Confederate losses were low, incredibly low it seemed. Hoke, as an extreme example, reported that so far, though the ground directly in front of his entrenchments was literally blue with fallen attackers, he had not lost a single man in his division. In Anderson's corps, Law was hit in the head by a stray bullet that was to take him away from his brigade for good, and Breckinridge, after ending Barlow's costly short-term penetration, was badly shaken up when his horse, struck by a solid shot, collapsed between his knees. No other high-ranking defender received so much as a scratch or a bruise throughout the length of the Gray Line. By mid-morning, with the close-up Union effort reduced to blind volleys of musketry fired prone in response to orders for a resumption of the attack, it was clear that Lee had won what a staff colonel was to call perhaps the easiest victory ever granted to Confederate arms by the folly of Federal commanders. Back in Richmond, although fighting had raged even closer to the city throughout 5 of the 7 days 2 years ago, citizens had been jolted awake that morning by the loudest firing they had ever heard. Windows rattled with the coming of dawn and kept on rattling past midday, one apprehensive listener declared, as if whole divisions were firing at a word of command. No one could say at that range who was getting the worst and who the best of it. Before noon, as a result, distinguished visitors began arriving at Lee's headquarters in search of first-hand information. Among them was Postmaster General John H. Reagan, who brought 2 lawyer friends along to help find out how the battle was going. Lee told them it was going well, up to now at least, and when they wondered if the artillery wasn't unusually active here today, the general said it was, but he added, with a gesture toward the contending lines where the drum fire of 100,000 rifles sounded to Reagan like the tearing of a sheet, "It is that kills men." What reserves did he have on hand, they asked, in case Grant managed to break through at some point along his front. "Not a regiment," Lee replied, "and that has been my condition ever since the fighting commenced on the Rappahannock. If I shorten my lines to provide a reserve, he will turn me. If I weaken my lines to provide a reserve, he will break them." Thinking this over, the 3 civilians decided it was time to leave, and in the course of their ride back to the capital, they met the president coming out. Today was his 56th birthday. He had spent the morning, despite the magnetic clatter of the batteries at Cold Harbor, with his 3 children and his wife, who was soon to be delivered of their 6th. But after lunch, unable any longer to resist the pull of guns that had been roaring for 9 hours, he called for his horse and set out on the 9-mile ride to Army headquarters. There he found the situation much as it had been described in a 1 o'clock dispatch. "So far, every attack has been repulsed," Lee wired, except that by now the Federals had abandoned all pretense of resuming the assault. The staff atmosphere there in the clearing above Gaines Mill was one of elation over a victory in the making, if not in fact over one already achieved. Returning to Richmond soon after dark, Davis was pleased to read a message Seddon had just received from Lee in summary of the day-long battle, which now had ended with his army intact and Grant's considerably diminished. "Our loss today has been small," the general wrote, "and our success under the blessing of God all that we could expect." Beyond the lines where Lee's men rested from their exertions, and beyond the intervening space where the dead had begun to spoil in the heat, and the wounded cried for help that did not come, the repulsed survivors brooded on the outcome of a solid month of fighting. This was the 30th day since the two armies first made contact in the wilderness, and Union losses were swelling toward an average of 2,000 men a day. Some days it was less, some days more, and some days, this one for example, it was far more, usually as the result of a high-level miscalculation or downright blunder. Even Grant was infected by the gloom into which his troops were plunged by today's addition to the list of headlong tactical failures. "I regret this assault more than any one I ever ordered," he told his staff that evening. Uncharacteristic as it was, the remark made for a certain awkwardness in the group, as if he had sought to relieve his anguish with a scream. Subsequently, the matter was seldom referred to in a conversation, a junior staffer was to state. Others were less reticent. "I think Grant has had his eyes opened," Meade wrote home, not without a measure of grim satisfaction, "and is willing to admit now that Virginia and Lee's army is not Tennessee and Bragg's army." According to some observers, such an admission was a necessity if the campaign was to continue. James Wilson, riding over for a visit, found that several members of Grant's official family, including Rawlins, feared that the policy of direct and continuous attack, if persisted in, would ultimately so decimate and discourage the rank and file that they could not be induced to face the enemy at all. "Certain it is," the cavalryman added, "that the smash-em-up policy was abandoned about that time and was never again favored at headquarters." This would indeed be welcome news if it was true, but just now the army was in no shape to take much note of anything except its weariness and depletion. A line colonel, stunned and grimy from not having had a full night's sleep or a change of clothes since May 5th, found himself in no condition to write more than a few bleak lines in a family letter. "I can only tell my wife I'm alive and well," he said. "I am too stupid for any use." In the past month, the Army of the Potomac under Grant had lost no less than half as many men as it had lost in the previous 3 years under McDowell, McClellan, Pope, Burnside, Hooker, and Meade on his own. Death had become a commonplace, though learning to live with it produced a cumulative strain. High-strung Gouverneur Warren, whose 4 bled-down divisions had fewer troops in them by now than Wright's or Hancock's 3, broke out tonight in sudden expostulation to a friend. "For 30 days it has been one funeral procession past me, and it has been too much." Criticism was mounting not only against Grant, who had planned, or strictly speaking failed to plan, today's attack, but also against those immediately below him on the military ladder. "I am disgusted with the generalship displayed," young Emory Upton wrote his sister on the morning after the battle. "Our men have in many cases been foolishly and wantonly slaughtered." Next day, continuing the letter, he went further in fixing the blame. "Our loss was very heavy and to no purpose. Some of our corps commanders are not fit to be corporals. Lazy and indolent, they will not even ride along their lines. Yet without hesitancy they will order us to attack the enemy no matter what their position or numbers. 20,000 of our killed and wounded should today be in our ranks. Horror was added to bitterness by the suffering of the wounded, still trapped between the lines, and the pervasive stench of the dead, still unburied after 2 sultry nights and the better part of a 3rd day under the fierce June sun. A deserter says Grant intends to stink Lee out of his position if nothing else will suffice, a Richmond diarist noted. But a federal staff colonel had a different explanation. An impression prevails in the popular mind, and with some reason perhaps, that a commander who sends a flag of truce asking permission to bury his dead and bring in his wounded has lost the field of battle. Hence the resistance upon our part to ask a flag of truce. No more willing to give that impression here in Virginia than he had been a year ago in Mississippi, following the repulse of his 2 assaults on the Vicksburg fortifications. The Union general held off doing anything to relieve either the stench or the drawn-out agony of his fallen soldiers until the afternoon of June 5th, and even then he could not bring himself to make a forthright request for the necessary Confederate acquiescence. "It is reported to me," he then wrote Lee, "that there are wounded men, probably of both armies, now lying exposed and suffering between the lines." His suggestion was that each side be permitted to send out unarmed litter-bearers to take up its casualties when no action was in progress, and he closed by saying that any other method equally fair to both parties you may propose for meeting the end desired will be accepted by me. But Lee, who had no wounded out there, was not letting his adversary off that easy. "I fear that such an arrangement will lead to misunderstanding and difficulty," he replied. "I propose, therefore, instead, that when either party desires to remove their dead or wounded, a flag of truce be sent, as is customary. It will always afford me pleasure to comply with such a request as far as circumstances will permit." Thus admonished, Grant took another night to think the matter over, a night in which the cries of the injured, who now had been 3 days without water or relief from pain, sank to a mewling, and tried a somewhat different tack, as if he were yielding, not without magnanimity, to an urgent plea from a disadvantaged opponent. "Your communication of yesterday is received," he wrote. "I will send immediately, as you propose, to collect the dead and wounded between the lines of the 2 armies, and will also instruct that you be allowed to do the same." "Not so," Lee answered for a second time, and after expressing regret to find that I did not make myself understood in my communication, proceeded to make it clear that if what Grant wanted was a ceasefire, he would have to come right out and ask for it, not informally as between 2 men with a common problem, but by a flag of truce in the usual way. Grant put on as good a face as he could manage in winding up this curious exchange. "The knowledge that wounded men are now suffering from want of attention," he responded, "compels me to ask a suspension of hostilities for sufficient time to collect them in, say 2 hours. By the time Lee's formal consent came back across the lines, however, the sun was down on the 4th day of exposure for the wounded, and even the mewling had reached an end. Going out next morning, June 7th, search parties found only 2 men alive out of all the Federal thousands who had fallen in the June 3rd assault. The rest had either died or made it back under fire, alone or retrieved by comrades in the darkness. At the end of the truce, which had to be extended to give the burial details time to roll up the long blue carpet of festering corpses, Grant fired a parting verbal shot in concluding his white flag skirmish with Lee. "Regretting that all my efforts for alleviating the sufferings of wounded men left upon the battlefield have been rendered nugatory, I remain, etc., U.S. Grant, Lieutenant General." Lee made no reply to this, no doubt feeling that none was called for, and not even the Northern commander's own troops were taken in by a blame-shifting pretense which did little more than show their chief at his worst. They could discount the Copperhead charge that he was a butcher, a bull-headed Suvarov, since his methods so far had at least kept the rebels on the defensive, while his own army moved forward more than 60 airline miles. But this was something else, this sacrifice of brave men for no apparent purpose except to salve his rankled pride. Worst of all, they saw in the agony of their comrades left to die amid the corpses on a field already lost, a preview of much agony to come when they themselves would be left to whimper through days of pain while their leader composed notes in defensive conduct which, so far as they could see, had been indefensible from the start. There was that, and there was the heat and thirst, the burning sun, the crowded trenches, and always the snipers, deadly at close range. I hated sharpshooters, both Confederate and Union, the blue artillerist would recall, and I was always glad to see them killed. Because of them, rations and ammunition had to be lugged forward along shallow parallels that followed a roundabout zigzag course and wore a man down to feeling like some unholy cross between a pack mule and a snake. In some instances, another observer wrote, where regiments whose terms of service had expired were ordered home, they had to leave the field crawling on hands and knees through trenches to the rear. That was a crowning indignity, that a man had to crouch to leave the war at a time when he wanted to crow and shout, and that even then he might be killed on his way out. Devoured by lice and red bugs which held carnival in the filthy rags they wore for clothes, and burrowed into flesh that had not been washed for more than a month, the men turned snappish, not only among themselves but toward their officers as well. Tempers flared as the conviction grew that they were doing no earthly good in their present position, yet they saw no way to change it without abandoning their drive on Richmond, a scant 10 miles away. At a cost of more than 50,000 casualties, Grant had landed them in Coffin Corner, and it did not help to recall, as a few surviving veterans could do, that McClellan had attained more or less the same position 2 years ago at practically no cost at all. One who could remember that was Meade, the damned old goggle-eyed snapping turtle, who had contributed a minor miracle to the campaign by holding on to his famous hair-trigger temper through a month of tribulations and frustrations. But now, in the wake of Cold Harbor, he lost it. Lost it, moreover, in much the spectacular manner which those who knew him best had been expecting all along. Baldy Smith was the first to see it coming. 2 days after the triple-pronged assault was shattered, and with thousands of his soldiers lying dead or dying in front of his works, Meade paid Smith a routine visit, in the course of which the Vermonter asked him bluntly how he came to give such an order for battle as that of the 2nd. According to Baldy, Meade's reply was that he had worked out every plan for every move from the crossing of the Rapidan onward, that the papers were full of the doings of Grant's army, and that he was tired of it and was determined to let General Grant plan his own battles. The result, once Grant had been left to his own devices, was the compounded misery out there between the lines. Smith saw from this reaction what was coming of the buildup of resentment, and 2 days later it came. While the burial details were at work out front at last, Meade glanced through a hometown newspaper, a 5-day-old copy of the Philadelphia Inquirer, and his eye was caught by a paragraph that referred to him as being entitled to great credit for the magnificent movements of the army since we left Brandy, for they have been directed by him. In battle he puts troops in action and controls their movements. In a word, he commands the army. General Grant is here only because he deems the present campaign the vital one of the war and wishes to decide on the spot all questions that would be referred to him as General-in-Chief. This was gratifying enough, but then the Pennsylvanian moved on to the following paragraph, the one that brought on the foreseen explosion. History will record, but newspapers cannot, that on one eventful night during the present campaign, Grant's presence saved the army and the nation too. Not that General Meade was on the point of committing a blunder unwittingly, but his devotion to his country made him loath to risk her last army on what he deemed a chance. Grant assumed the responsibility, and we are still on to Richmond. Meade reacted fast. Though the piece was unsigned, he had the Inquirer correspondent, one Edward Crapsey, brought to his tent, confronted him with the article, and when the reporter admitted that he had written it, demanded to know the source of his remarks. Crapsey rather lamely cited the talk of the camp, to the effect that after the second day of battle in the wilderness, with both flanks turned and his center battered, only Grant had wanted to keep moving south. Enraged by the repetition of this base and wicked lie, Meade placed the offender in arrest and had his adjutant draw up a general order directing that he be put without the lines of the army and not permitted to return. The provost marshal was charged with the execution of the order next morning, June 8th, and he carried it out in style, wearing on his breast and back large placards lettered "Libeler of the Press." Crapsey was mounted face rearward on a mule and paraded through the camps to the accompaniment of the Rogue's March, after which he was less ceremoniously expelled. The commanding general trusts that this example will deter others from committing like offenses, Meade's order read, and he takes this occasion to notify the representatives of the public press that he will not hesitate to punish with the utmost rigor all such instances. Whatever he might have trusted, the outcome was that Meade now had two wars on his hands, one with the rebels in his front, the other with the representatives of the public press in his immediate rear. Making his way to Washington, Crapsey recounted his woes to newspaper friends, who were unanimous in condemning the general for thus wreaking his personal vengeance on an obscure, friendless civilian. What was more, their publishers backed them up. Meade, one said, was as leprous with moral cowardice as the brute that kicks a helpless cripple on the street or beats his wife at home. By way of retaliation for what they called this elaborate insult, they agreed that his name would never be mentioned in dispatches except in connection with the defeat, and they held to this for the next 6 months or more, with the result that another casualty was added to the long Cold Harbor list, a victim of journalistic strangulation. 11 months ago, the Gettysburg victor had been seen as a sure winner in some future presidential election, but not now. Now and for the rest of the year, a reporter noted privately, Meade was quite as much unknown by any correspondence from the Army as any dead hero of antiquity. Meade had his woes, but so it seemed did everyone around him, high or low, in the wake of a battle whose decisive action was over in 8 holocaustic minutes. Not only had it been lost, and quickly lost, it had been lost, the losers now perceived, before it began. Despite the distraction of wounds that smarted all the more from having been self-inflicted, so to speak, this made for a certain amount of bitter introspection at all levels, including the top. A colonel on Lee's staff, coupling quotes from Grant and Hamlet, admittedly an improbable combination, remarked that the Union commander's resolution to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer seemed at this stage to be sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought. It was, in fact, all quips aside, a time for taking stock. Beyond the knowledge that attrition was a knife that cut both ways, Grant had accepted from the outset, as a condition of the tournament, the probability that the knife would slice deeper into the ranks of the attacker. But how much deeper he hadn't known till now. For 29 days he had been losing about 2 men to Lee's 1, and if this was hard, it was at any rate in proportion to the size of the 2 armies. Then came the 30th day, Cold Harbor, and his loss was 5-1, a figure made even more doleful by the prospect that future losses were likely to be as painfully disproportionate if he tried the same thing again in this same region. Lodged as he was in Coffin Corner, it was no wonder if the cast of his thought was sicklied o'er, along with the thoughts of those around him, staff or line. Rawlins and Upton, for example. Moreover, the effect of that month of losses was cumulative, like the expenses of a spender on a spree, and during the lull which now ensued, the bill came due. Halleck sent him what amounted to a declaration of bankruptcy, or in any case a warning that his credit was about to be cut off. On June 7th, while the burial details were at work and Meade was berating Crapsey in his tent, Old Brains served notice from Washington that the bottom of the manpower barrel was in sight. I enclose a list of troops forwarded from this department to the Army of the Potomac since the campaign opened, 48,265 men. I shall send you a few regiments more when all resources will be exhausted till another draft is made." These were hard lines, coming as they did at this disappointing juncture in the campaign. Just as the addition of Smith's 15,000 from the Army of the James had not made up for the number who departed from Meade's army because their enlistments had expired, or they had broken down physically under the 30-day strain, so too was Halleck's figure, even with the inclusion of those few regiments more, considerably short of the number who had been shot or captured in the course of the month-long drive from the Rapidan to the Chickahominy. This would make for restrictions which in turn seemed likely to require a change in style. Up to the present, Grant had been living as it were on interest, replacing his fallen veterans with conscripts, but from now until another of Lincoln's calls had been responded to and the drafted troops approximately trained for use in the field, he would be living on principle. Formerly replaceable on short notice, a man hit now would be simply one man less, a flat subtraction from the dwindling mass. The law of diminishing utility thus obtained, and though Grant no doubt would find it cramping, if not prohibitive in its effect on his previous method of sailing headlong into whatever got in his path, it afforded in any case a gleam of hope for those around and under him. Some members of his staff had expressed the fear that any attempt to repeat the Army's latest effort, here between the Totopotomoy and the Chickahominy, would render it unfit for future use. Now they could stop worrying, at least about that. Grant had no intention of provoking another Cold Harbor, and they knew it, not only because they had heard him express regret that he had tried such a thing in the first place, but also because they knew that he could no longer afford it, even if he changed his mind. One possible source of reinforcements was the remnant of Butler's army, still tightly corked in its bottle on the far side of the James, and doing no earthly good except for keeping Beauregard's even smaller remnant from joining Lee. However, as a result of his casualties during the corking operation and the subsequent detachment of Smith, the cockeyed general was down to about 10,000 men, scarcely enough to warrant the trouble of getting them on and off transports, and certainly not enough to make any significant change in the situation north of the Chickahominy. Besides, Grant's mind was turning now toward a use for them in the region where they were. He still thought his plan for a diversionary effort south of the James had been a good one, aside, that is, from the designation of Butler as the man to carry it out. If a real soldier, a professional rather than an all-thumbs amateur, had been in overall command, Baldy Smith, for example, Richmond might not have fallen by now, but at least it would have been cut off from Georgia and the Carolinas by the occupation of the Petersburg rail hub, and its citizens would be tightening their belts another notch or two to relieve far greater pangs of hunger than they were feeling with their supply lines open to the south. Grant's notion was to reinforce Butler for a breakout from Bermuda Neck due west to Walthall Junction, or a sidle across the Appomattox for a quick descent on Petersburg. Smith's corps would go, he and his men being familiar with the south side terrain, and possibly a corps or two from Meade. In fact, the more Grant thought about it, there in the stench and dust around Cold Harbor, the more he was persuaded that the thing to do was send Meade's whole army, not only to assure the success of the operation beyond the James, but also to resolve what was fast becoming a stalemate, here on the north bank of the Chickahominy, and remove the troops from the scene of their most disheartening repulse. Halleck was against it before he even learned the details. He preferred the slower but less risky investment of the Confederate capital from the north, which would not expose the army to the danger of being caught astride the James, and would have the added virtue of covering Washington if Lee reverted to his practice of disrupting Union strategy with a strike across the Potomac. But Grant had had quite enough of maneuvering in that region. "My idea from the start has been to beat Lee's army, if possible, north of Richmond," he admitted in a letter to the Chief of Staff on June 5th. the day he opened negotiations for the burial of his dead, but he saw now that without a greater sacrifice of human life than I am willing to make, all cannot be accomplished that I had designed. Then he told just what it was he had in mind. I will continue to hold substantially to the ground now occupied by the Army of the Potomac, taking advantage of any favorable circumstance that may present itself, until the cavalry can be sent to destroy the Virginia Central Railroad from about Beaver Dam for some 25 or 30 miles west. When this is effected, I will move the army to the south side of James River. Cut off from supplies from the north and south, Lee would have no choice except to stay inside his capital and starve, abandon it to his foe, or come out and fight for it in the open. Grant had no doubt about the outcome if his adversary, as seemed likely from past usage, chose the third of these alternatives and tried to stage another 7 days. The feeling of the two armies now seems to be that the rebels can protect themselves only by strong entrenchments, he closed his letter, while our army is not only confident of protecting itself without entrenchments, but can beat and drive the enemy whenever and wherever he can be found without this protection. Then suddenly things began to happen fast. He learned that night that while he had been writing to Halleck outlining his plan without committing himself to a schedule, Sigel's successor, David Hunter, had scored a victory out in the Shenandoah Valley that would shorten considerably the time Grant had thought he would have to devote to smashing Richmond's northwestern supply line. Disdaining the combinations his predecessor had favored, and which, it could be seen now, had contributed to the failure of that segment of the grand design for Lee's defeat, Hunter had simply notified Crook and Averill that he was heading south up the Valley Pike and that they were to join him as soon as they could make it across the Alleghenies from their camp on the Greenbrier River. He set out from Cedar Creek on May 26th, 5 days after taking command of the troops, whipped at Newmarket the week before, and at the end of a 10-day hike up the Turnpike, which he interrupted from time to time to demolish a grist mill, burn a barn, or drive off butternut horsemen trying to scout the column at long range, he reached the village of Piedmont, 11 miles short of Stanton, and found the rebels drawn up in his path, guns booming. Attacking forthwith, he wrecked and scattered what turned out to be 3 scratch brigades, all that were left to defend the region after Breckinridge departed. His reward, gained at a cost of less than 500 killed and wounded, included more than 1,000 prisoners, a solid fifth of the force that had opposed him, the body of Brigadier General William E. Jones, abandoned on the field by the fugitives he had commanded until he was shot, and Stanton. Hunter occupied the town next day, his 2 divisions marching unopposed down streets no blue-clad troops had trod before. 2 days later, on June 8th, having torn up the railroad west of town as they approached, Crook and Averill arrived from West Virginia to assist in the consumption and destruction of commissary and ordnance stores collected at Stanton for shipment to Lee's army. With his strength thus doubled to 18,000, Hunter promptly took up the march for Lynchburg, another important depot of supplies, located where the Virginia and Tennessee Railroad branched east to form the South Side and the Orange and Alexandria, after which he intended to strike northeast for Charlottesville, where he would get back astride the Virginia Central and move down it to join Grant near Richmond, twisting rails and burning cross ties as he went. Again he was moving toward reinforcements, this time of the doughtiest kind. Grant had no sooner learned of Hunter's coup at Piedmont than he decided to proceed at once with the opening phase of the plan he had outlined that day for Halleck. He sent for Sheridan and gave him orders to take off at dawn of June 7th, westward around Lee's north flank, for a link-up with Hunter near Charlottesville. He was to lend the help of his hard-handed troopers in wrecking the Virginia Central on his way back, and, if necessary, fight off any graybacks, mounted or dismounted, who might try to interfere. In this connection, Grant conferred next day with Meade, explaining the ticklish necessity of keeping enough pressure on Lee to discourage him from sending any part of his army against Sheridan or Hunter, yet not so much pressure that Lee would fall back to the permanent fortifications in his rear, whose strength might also permit such a detachment of troops for the protection of the vital rail supply route from the Shenandoah Valley. This was also why Grant, in addition to his habitual disinclination in such matters, had not wanted to risk encouraging his opponent by making a forthright request for permission to bury his dead and bring in the wounded suffering in his front. At the same time, Meade was instructed to start work on a second line of entrenchments just in rear of his present works, stout enough to be held by a skeleton force if Lee attacked while the army was in the early stages of its withdrawal across the Chickahominy, down beyond White Oak Swamp, to and across the James. One thing more Grant did while Sheridan was preparing to take off next morning, and that was to call in two of his aides, Horace Porter and another young lieutenant colonel, Cyrus Comstock, who was also a West Pointer and a trained engineer. Both were familiar with the region to be traversed, having served under McClellan in the course of that general's change of base 2 years ago, and Grant had a double mission for them, one as carriers of instructions for Butler at Bermuda Hundred, the other as selectors of a site for what promised to be the longest pontoon bridge in American military history. Explain the contemplated movement fully to General Butler, he told them, and see that the necessary precautions are made by him to render his position secure against any attack from Lee's forces, while the Army of the Potomac is making its movement. That was their first assignment, and the second, involving engineering skill, followed close behind. You will then select the best point on the river for the crossing. They left, and the following day, with Sheridan's troopers gone before dawn, the burial squads at their grisly task out front, and Meade in a snit over Crapsey's piece in the Enquirer, Grant got to work while awaiting the outcome of his preliminary arrangements on logistic details of the projected shift. He did so, however, over the continuing objections of the Chief of Staff. Halleck had been against a South Side campaign 2 years ago when McClellan pled so fervently for permission to undertake what Grant was about to do, and he still was as much opposed as ever, believing that such a maneuver was practically an invitation for Lee to cross the Potomac. The old fox had already crossed it twice without success, it was true, but the third time might prove to be the charm that won him Washington, especially now that Grant, having stripped its forts of soldiers, proposed to leave it strategically uncovered. Old Brains continued thus to take counsel of his fears, but not Grant, whose mind was quite made up. We can defend Washington best, he informed Halleck, putting an end to discussion of the matter, by keeping Lee so occupied that he cannot detach enough troops to capture it. I shall prepare at once to move across James River. Grant being Grant, and Halleck having long since lost the veto, that was that. The Union commander was soon to find, however, that his effort to keep Lee so occupied with the close-up defense of Richmond that he would not feel able to send any considerable part of his outnumbered force against Hunter or Sheridan, had failed. Learning on June 6th of Jones's defeat at Piedmont and Hunter's rapid occupation of Stanton, Lee sent at once for Breckinridge and informed him that he and his 2 brigades would be leaving next morning for Lynchburg to prevent the capture of that important railroad junction by the bluecoats they had whipped 3 weeks ago under Sigel, 100 miles to the north. Instructed to combine his 2,100 veterans with the Piedmont fugitives for this purpose, the Kentuckian left on schedule, determined to repeat his Newmarket triumph, although he would be facing longer odds and was personally in a near-invalid condition as a result of having his horse collapse on him 4 days ago. With Grant likely to resume his hammering at any moment here at Cold Harbor or elsewhere along a semicircular arc from Atlee Station down to Chaffin's Bluff, all within 10 miles of Capitol Square, even so minor a reduction in strength as this detachment of 2 brigades was a risky business for Lee, no matter how urgent the need. Yet before the day was over, he was warned of another threat, which called for a second detachment, larger and more critical than the first. Sheridan, he learned from outpost scouts, had taken off before dawn with 2 of his divisions about the same time Breckinridge left Richmond, headed west by rail for Lynchburg. The bandy-legged cavalryman's march was north across the Pamunkey. He made camp that night on the near bank of the Mattapony, and next morning, June 8th, he was reported moving west. Lee reasoned that the Blue Horsemen intended to effect a junction with Hunter on this or the far side of the Blue Ridge, somewhere along the Virginia Central, which they would obstruct while waiting for him to join them for the return march. If Sheridan was to be thwarted, it would have to be done by a force as mobile as his own. And though Lee found it hard to deprive himself of a single trooper at a time when his adversary was no doubt contemplating another Seidel, he sent Hampton orders to set out next morning with his own and Fitzhugh Lee's divisions to intercept the raiders before they reached either Hunter or the railroad. Yet this, too, as it turned out, was a day that brought unwelcome news of the need for still another reduction of the outnumbered army in its trenches near Cold Harbor. Crook and Averill, Lee was informed, had joined Hunter that morning in Stanton, doubling his strength beyond anything Breckinridge, with less than a third as many troops, including the Piedmont fugitives once he managed to round them up, could be expected to confront, much less defeat. Obviously, he would have to be reinforced. But how? Then came the notion Halleck was even now warning Grant that his proposed maneuver would invite from Lee, who had a way of making a virtue of necessity. Hunter's strength was put at 20,000, and it was clear that if he was to be stopped, it would have to be done by 2 or 3 divisions, available only, if at all, from the Confederate main body. Such a decrease in the force confronting Grant merely for the sake of blocking Hunter seemed little short of suicidal. But how would it be if a sizable detachment could be used offensively as a means not only of reclaiming the Shenandoah Valley and covering the supply lines leading to it, but also of threatening Washington by crossing the Potomac? Twice before, a dispersion of force, made in the face of odds as long or longer, had relieved the pressure on Richmond by playing on the fears of the Union High Command. McClellan and Hooker had been recalled to protect the menaced capital in their rear. So might Grant be summoned back to meet a similar threat. Impossible though it seemed at this fitful juncture, such a maneuver was never really out of Lee's mind, and it was especially attractive now that rumors had begun to fly that Grant was designing a shift to the James, perhaps for a link-up with Butler on the other side. If he gets there, it will become a siege, Lee had told Early the week before, and then it will be a mere question of time. Hampton had no sooner taken off next morning, riding the chord of Sheridan's arc to intercept him, than an alarm from beyond the James lent credence to the rumor that the Federals were preparing a new effort in that direction, or in any case an improved resumption of the old one. Butler, crossing a portion of his command from Bermuda Neck by a pontoon bridge he had thrown across the Appomattox near Port Walthall, launched a dawn attack on the Petersburg entrenchments 4 miles south. Beauregard, down to fewer than 8,000 troops by now, managed to contain and repulse this cavalry-infantry assault because of the strength of the works and the valiance of the men who occupied them, mostly under- and overaged members of a militia battalion, reinforced for the crisis by volunteers from the city hospital and the county jail. In the resultant Battle of the Patients and the Penitents, as it came to be called, these inexperienced defenders, inspired by a local Negro band whose vigorous playing gave the attackers the impression that the works were heavily manned, held their own long enough for gray-jacket cavalry to arrive from the main line beyond the Appomattox and drive the bluecoats off. It was over by mid-afternoon, a near thing at best, and Beauregard, though proud of what had been achieved, warned that he could not be expected to repeat the performance unless the troops he had sent Lee were restored to him. Moreover, he told the War Department, they had better be returned at once, since in his opinion today's attack presaged a much larger one soon to come. "This movement must be a reconnaissance connected with Grant's future operations," he wired Bragg while the fight was still in progress. And presently, he added, by way of emphasizing the risk, "Without the troops sent to General Lee, I will have to elect between abandoning lines on Bermuda Neck and those of Petersburg. Please give me the views of the government on the subject." Presented thus with a choice between losing Richmond to assault or by starvation, Bragg could only reply that the mercurial Creole was to do what he could to hold both positions, while he himself conferred with Davis, who authorized the return of Gracie's brigade from the capital defenses, and with Lee, who agreed to alert Hoke's division for a crossing at Drury's in case another South Side attack developed. Mainly, though, the Virginians saw this abortive maneuver of Butler's as a feint, designed to distract his attention from more serious threats presented by more dependable Union commanders on the north side of the James. By Meade, who might even now be bracing his army for another all-out lunge here at Cold Harbor or elsewhere along the Richmond-hugging arc. By Hunter, who was evidently about to resume his march from Stanton with either Lynchburg or Charlottesville as his intermediate goal, preparatory to a combination with Meade. Or by Sheridan, who was in motion between the other two, probably with the intention of descending on the Virginia Central, before linking up with Hunter for a return march that would complete the destruction of that vital supply line. Despite a rather superfluous warning from the president, who added his voice to Bragg's, the indications are that Grant, despairing of a direct attack, is now seeking to embarrass you by flank movements. Lee could not see that the thing to do at this critical juncture was weaken his army below the present danger point for the sake of relieving Beauregard's fears as to what Butler might or might not be up to down on the far side of the James. Until Grant's intentions became clearer and until he could see what came of the two detachments already made, Breckinridge 2 days ago and Hampton just this morning, Lee preferred to hold what he had and hope that others elsewhere would measure up to his expectations. Wade Hampton, whose assignment to lead the two-division column in pursuit of Sheridan was the nearest Lee had come to designating a successor to the fallen Stuart, was intent on fulfilling his share of the Army commander's hopes, not so much because of a desire for fame or an ache for glory. "I pray for peace," he would presently say in a letter to his sister, having won the coveted post by demonstrating his fitness for it in the current operation. "I would not give peace for all the military glory of Bonaparte." As because of a habitual determination to accomplish what was required of him, in this as in other phases of a life of privileged responsibility. He wore no plume, no red-lined cape, and a minimum of braid, preferring a flat-brimmed brown felt hat and a plain gray jacket of civilian cut. His manner, while friendly, was grave, and though he was perhaps the richest man in the South, his spurs were brass, not gold. A Virginia trooper noted another difference between the Carolinian and his predecessor as chief of cavalry, which was that whereas Jeb had sometimes seemed to have a delight in trying to discharge his mission with the smallest possible number of men, Hampton believed in superiority of force and exerted himself to concentrate all the men he could at the point of contact. Superiority of force would not be possible short of the point of contact in this case, for though both mounted columns were composed of 2 divisions containing a total of 5 brigades, Sheridan had 8,000 troopers compared to Hampton's 5,000, and 4 batteries of horse artillery opposing 3. One advantage the Grey Riders had, however, and this was that they traveled lighter, with fewer impediments to slow them down. The Federals had a train of 125 supply wagons and ambulances, as well as a herd of beef to butcher on the march, while all the Confederates had was an issue of 3-day rations, consisting of half a pound of bacon and a pound and a half of hardtack, carried on the person, along with a sack of horse corn slung from the pommel of each saddle. Another advantage, although no one could be sure of it beforehand, was that Lee had been right about Sheridan's objective. Hampton had a much shorter distance to travel northwest from Atlee across the South Anna in order to get there first. This he did despite the Blue Column's 2-day head start in setting out on its roundabout route from Cold Harbor, first north across the Pamunkey, then west through Charlesburg, up the left bank of the North Anna for a crossing short of Gordonsville and a quick descent as ordered on the Virginia Central between that place and Louisa Courthouse, a dozen miles down the track. Shortly after sunrise, June 11th, within about 3 miles of his objective at the outset of his 5th day on the go, Sheridan ran into fire from rebel skirmishers, who he now found had arrived the previous evening and had rested from their 2-day ride within earshot of the bugles that called his troopers to horse this morning. Hampton was not only there, he was attacking in accordance with plans made the night before, after learning that he had won the race for the stretch of railroad Sheridan had in mind to wreck. His own division, with 3 brigades, was to advance northeast from Trevilian Station, 8 miles short of Gordonsville and half that distance above Louisa, where Fitz Lee, having bivouacked his 2 brigades nearby, was to set out north at daybreak for a convergence upon Sheridan's camp 5 miles away. Each division had a convenient road to move on, and Hampton at least was unhindered on the approach march. Hearing firing off to the east, which he took to be Fitz brushing pickets from his path, he sent his lead brigade forward, dismounted, and made contact with the Federals, driving them rapidly back on their supports, who resisted stubbornly even when hit by a 2nd brigade. Hampton withheld full commitment, waiting for Lee to come up and strike the defenders' flank and rear. At this point, however, a sudden clatter from the south informed him that his own rear had been struck. By what and how he did not wait to learn. Disengaging with all possible speed and pursued now by the enemy he had driven, he withdrew to find a host of blue marauders laying claim to his headquarters and the 800 horses left behind when he dismounted his lead brigade for the sunrise attack. He attacked again, this time rearward, and what had been a battle became a melee. The marauders were members of Custer's brigade, one of Torbert's 3. While the other 2 were holding fast under pressure from Hampton, Gregg's division had got the jump on Fitz and driven him back toward Louisa, enabling the Michiganders to slip between the converging gray columns for a penetration deep into Hampton's rear near Trevilian. Yet they had no sooner begun to gather the fruits of their boldness, the 800 riderless horses, several ordnance wagons, and a couple of guns being held there in reserve, than they were hit simultaneously from the north and east by 3 hornet-mad rebel brigades, 2 of them Hampton's and 1 Lee's. Custer not only had to abandon what he had won, he also lost much that he brought with him, including a considerable number of troopers shot or captured, his headquarters wagon containing all his records and spare clothes, and his Negro cook Eliza, known to the soldiers as the Queen of Sheba, because she usually rode in a dilapidated family carriage the yellow-haired general had commandeered for her professional use and comfort. Shaken, he fell back to the station and held on grimly against the odds, while Torbert fought his way down with the other 2 brigades and Gregg continued to slug it out with Fitz. The result was about as bewildering to one side as to the other, and was to be even more confusing to future students attempting to reconcile conflicting reports of the action. The Confederates at last pulled back, Hampton toward Gordonsville and Lee in the opposite direction. Sheridan did not pursue west or east, but contented himself with holding the 4 miles of track between Trevilian and Louisa. It was a gloomy night for the Federals, especially those in Custer's brigade, which had lost heavily today, but their dejection was relieved just before sunup by the reappearance of the Queen of Sheba, grinning broadly and lugging along the gaudy young general's personal valise, which she had managed to bring with her when she stole out of the rebel lines and into her own. Sheridan was far from pleased with the development of events. After a night of fitful sleep with graybacks hovering east and west, about to be joined, for all he knew, by reinforcements from both directions, infantry by rail and cavalry on horseback. He put Gregg to work with sledges and crowbars on the 4-mile stretch of track and prepared to enlarge his present limits of destruction, first by driving Hampton back on Gordonsville, 8 miles northwest, and then by thrusting him aside to clear the way for the scheduled meeting with Hunter, another 20 miles up the line at Charlottesville. It was past noon, however, before he got Torbert deployed for action, by which time Fitz-Lee had joined Hampton, coming roundabout from Louisa, and the 2 divisions were dug in just above Trevilian, blocking both the Virginia Central and the turnpike leading west. Repeated and costly dismounted assaults failed to budge the rebels, snug in their works, and after nightfall, Gregg having done all the damage he could to the railroad within the cramped limits of the Federal occupation, Sheridan decided to abandon both his position and his mission. Under cover of darkness, he withdrew across the North Anna and took up the return march, retracing the route that had brought him to the unhappy confrontation at Trevilian. He pulled back, he said, because his supplies and munitions were low and there was no word from Hunter, either at Charlottesville or elsewhere, as to their intended combination. In any case, having spent 4 days on the march out, he took 9 to make it back to White House Landing, his ambulances overloaded with wounded and his horses distressed at being reduced to a diet of bearded wheat. Meantime, the limited damage Gregg had done the railroad was repaired so promptly by work gangs that Virginia Central trains were back on schedule before Sheridan reached the Pamunkey and recrossed it under the protection of gunboats whose heavy-caliber frown kept the still-hovering butternut cavalry at bay. Hampton had lost nearly 1,100 men in the course of the raid. Sheridan reckoned his own loss at about 800, though a more accurate revision put the figure at 1,516, considerably better than twice the number he had lost on the Richmond raid the month before. R.E. Lee, of course, was pleased to learn that Little Phil had been disposed of as a threat to his main supply route from the Shenandoah Valley. So pleased, indeed, that he had last named Hampton rather than his nephew Fitz as his new chief of cavalry. But word of Sheridan's repulse came in the wake of news of a fateful development out beyond the Blue Ridge, which not only presented a more substantial menace to the newly delivered supply line, but also served notice that even if the railroad escaped seizure, there would be little in the way of supplies available for shipment from the region, either to Richmond or to any other point in the shrinking Confederacy. The news was that David Hunter, his strength doubled by the arrival of Crook 2 days before, had resumed his march up the valley on June 10th, leaving Breckinridge holding the bag at Rockfish Gap, where the Virginia Central passed through the mountains east of Stanton. The Kentuckian had shifted there from Lynchburg to block the western approach to Charlottesville, which he thought was next on the Union list. Hunter struck out south, not east, and by noon of the day the cavalry battle opened near Trevilian Station, 80 airline miles away, reached Lexington and took under fire from across North River the crenellated turrets and ramparts of VMI, whose cadets had shared in the defeat of his predecessor 4 weeks ago. Marching in, flags flying, he completed his work of destruction next day and the day after by putting the torch to what was left of the Institute and turning his soldiers loose on the town to plunder a number of private homes and the library of Washington College. For good measure, after a visit to Stonewall Jackson's grave, perhaps to make certain the famed rebel had not come bursting out of it in his wrath, Hunter ordered the residence of former Governor John Letcher burned, as he later reported, in retaliation for its absent owners having issued a violent and inflammatory proclamation inciting the population of the country to rise and wage guerrilla warfare on my troops. Such hard-handedness toward civilians was remindful of John Pope, of whom Lee had said he ought to be suppressed, and then had proceeded to do just that by dividing his army, confronted near Richmond by a superior force, and sending part of it north and west under the one-time VMI professor, now buried in outraged Lexington, against the fire-breathing secondary invader attempting a descent on his left flank and rear. Close though the resemblance was between the situations then and now, there were also differences, none of them advantageous from the Confederate point of view. One was that Jackson, Lee's right arm, was no longer available to carry out the suppression, and another was the present depleted condition of the Army of Northern Virginia, which had lost in the past 40 days a solid 40% of the strength that it enjoyed at the beginning of the campaign. Its casualties totaled about 27,000, and though it had inflicted a precisely tabulated 54,929, a number greater than all its original infantry and artillery combined, the 40% figure, unlike Grant's 45%, applied at the higher levels of rank as well as at the lower. Of the 58 general officers in command of troops on the eve of conflict back in early May, no less than 23 had fallen in battle, 8 of them killed, 13 gravely wounded, and 2 captured. Nor was the distribution of these casualties, high and low, by any means even throughout the 3 corps. Hardest hit of all was the second, just the one Lee had in mind to detach, since it contained as a nucleus the survivors of Jackson's old Army of the Valley, and was therefore more familiar than the others with the region Hunter was laying waste. Not only had the corps commander been replaced, but so had the leaders of 2 of the 3 divisions, while of the 12 original brigade commanders, only 1 remained at his post, 2 having been promoted and the other 9 shot or captured. At Spotsylvania, the Corps had lost the equivalent of a full division, and this contributed largely to the reduction by half of its outset strength of just over 17,000. There now were barely 8,000 infantry in its ranks, distributed through 3 divisions, with only 3 brigades in each, all but one under leaders new to their responsibilities. These were drawbacks not to be ignored in reaching a decision, but neither was the need for dealing promptly with Hunter to be passed over. From his current position at Lexington, he would no doubt cross the Blue Ridge, marching southeast against Lynchburg or northeast against Charlottesville. One would be about as bad as the other so far as Richmond was concerned, and there was also the possibility that the wide-ranging Hunter might move against them both, in that order. At Lynchburg, just under 100 miles due west of the capital, he would be in a position to wreck not only the South Side Railroad but also the James River Canal, both vital to the subsistence of Richmond's citizens and its armies, while at Charlottesville he would be back astride the Virginia Central, which he would destroy with or without Sheridan's help on the march to join Grant or come down on Lee's flank. Reduced to those terms, the problem solved itself, insofar at least as they applied to reaching a decision. Like Pope, Hunter would have to be suppressed or anyhow stopped and, if possible, driven back. Lee's mind was quite made up. Moreover, there was the persuasive chance that in moving against the despoilers of Lexington, he would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If, after disposing of the Bluecoats out in the valley, the Gray Column then moved down it, to, and across the Potomac to threaten Washington from the rear, still larger benefits might accrue. There was small chance at this late stage that Grant's whole force would be recalled, as McClellan's had been, from the gates of Richmond, but it was altogether possible that he would be required to detach part of it for the close-up defense of his capital. Or else, in desperation to avoid that, he might be provoked into launching another ill-considered Cold Harbor assault, there or elsewhere, in an attempt to settle the issue overnight. In either event, Lee reasoned, his adversary would be reduced enough for the Army of Northern Virginia to launch an all-out assault of its own, hopefully one that would be as productive as the 7 Days Offensive, but in any case one that would be conducted with all the fighting skill his soldiers had acquired in their many victories since that grim beginning under his command. His decision reached, June 12th, the Sunday, the horseback fight was into its 2nd day at Trevilian Station, and Hunter was putting the torch to Governor Letcher's house in Lexington, Lee sent for Jubal early to talk over with him the nature of his mission. Tall, despite an arthritic stoop, a bachelor at 47, dour of face with a scraggly beard and a habit of profanity, this fellow Virginian and West Pointer was admittedly no Stonewall, but who was? No other corps commander since the fall of Longstreet had done any better on the offensive, and though this was surely the faintest of praise, since conversely it could also be said that none had done any worse, the only really black mark against him was his failure, in conjunction with Ewell on the second day in the Wilderness, to take prompt advantage of Gordon's report that Sedgwick's flank was open to attack. No such opportunities must be missed if he was to succeed against the odds that lay before him, first in the valley and then beyond the Potomac. Tactful as always, Lee made this clear in giving early verbal instructions for setting out next morning before daylight, with all 3 of his divisions and 2 battalions of artillery, following as it did the detachment of Breckinridge, with whom he would combine to cover Charlottesville and Lynchburg. Early's departure would deprive Lee of nearly a fourth of his infantry. Yet, even with the inclusion of the Piedmont fugitives, the Gray force would not be up to Hunter's present strength. Victory would have to be won by superior generalship, by celerity, stealth, and an absolute dedication to the offensive. In short, by the application of principles dear to the commander of the erstwhile Army of the Valley, which was now to be resurrected under Early. In written orders sent that night while the Second Corps veterans were preparing feverishly and happily to be gone with the dawn, these hopes were repeated together with specific instructions for the march. It would be northwest, like Hampton's 4 days earlier, for a link-up with Breckinridge near Rockfish Gap and a quick descent on Hunter before he reached Lynchburg. After that, if all went well, would come the northward march against a new old adversary, Abraham Lincoln, and, through Lincoln and his fears, against U.S. Grant, who presumably would still be knocking at the gates of Richmond 100 miles away. Grant might still be knocking when the time came, but if so, it would be at the back gate, not the front. Under cover of the darkness that would obscure Early's departure north and west, the Army of the Potomac had begun its withdrawal east and south from its works around Cold Harbor for the crossing of the James. Moreover, if all went as intended here and elsewhere, the issue would have been settled, so far at least as Richmond was concerned, well before any rebel detachment of whatever size had time to reach the Potomac, much less cross it to threaten Washington. With Sheridan astride the Virginia Central and Hunter about to wreck both the South Side Railroad and the James River Canal at Lynchburg, Grant did not know that Sheridan was being driven off that evening any more than he knew that Lee was sending Early next morning to do the same to Hunter. Federal seizure of the Petersburg rail hub would cut all but one of the Gray capital's major supply lines, the Richmond and Danville, which had only been extended down to Greensboro, North Carolina, the month before. No single route, let alone one as limited as this, could supply the city's needs, including subsistence for its defenders. Lee, more than ever, would be obliged to evacuate his capital or come out from behind his entrenchments for a fight in the open, and Grant did not believe that the Confederacy could survive what would follow the adoption of either course. He had bided his time, anticipating solutions, and when they came, he moved swiftly. When the 2 aides, Porter and Comstock, returned from their reconnaissance that Sunday morning to report that they had found a good site for the pontoon bridge across the James, 10 miles downriver from City Point and just beyond Charles City Courthouse, he evidenced some measure of the strain he had been under this past week. While listening to our report, Porter would recall, Grant showed the only nervousness he ever manifested in my presence. After smoking his cigar vigorously for some minutes, he removed it from his mouth, put it on the table, and allowed it to go out, then relighted it, gave a few puffs, and laid it aside again. We could hardly get the words out of our mouths fast enough to suit him, and the numerous questions he asked were uttered with much greater rapidity than usual. This was a different Grant from the stolid, twig-whittling commander of the past 6 weeks. It was, as the next few days would show, the Grant of the Vicksburg campaign, fast on the march, sudden in striking, and above all quick to improvise amid rapidly developing events. At the close of the interview, Porter wrote, still amazed years later at the transformation in his chief, he informed us that he would begin the movement that night. It began, in point of fact, that afternoon, when Grant and Meade and their 2 staffs proceeded down the north bank of the Chickahominy, past Dispatch Station on the defunct York River Railroad, to make camp for the night beside a clump of catalpa trees in the yard of a farmhouse near Long Bridge, where 2 of the 5 corps were to cross the river 10 miles downstream from the present Union left. The bridge was out, but Wilson's cavalry splashed across the shallows just after sundown and got to work throwing a pontoon span to be used by Warren, who began his march in the twilight and was over the river by midnight. Hancock and Wright, meantime, fell back to the newly dug second line, under orders to hold it at all costs, in case Lee got wind of the withdrawal and launched a night attack. Smith and Burnside simultaneously marched rearward from their positions on the right, the latter turning south beyond the railroad for a crossing of the Chickahominy at Jones Bridge, 5 miles below Long Bridge, and Smith continuing east to White House Landing, where transports were waiting to give his troops a fast, restful trip down the York and up the James to Bermuda Hundred. Satisfied that Lee had no overnight interference in mind, Hancock and Wright pulled out after midnight to follow Warren and Burnside, respectively, over Long and Jones Bridges. Once across, 3 of the 4 corps would march hard for Charles City and the James. But Warren was instructed to turn west and take up a defensive position near Riddle's shop in support of Wilson's troopers, who would patrol the region between White Oak Swamp and Malvern Hill, in case Lee, having missed his chance tonight, tried to strike tomorrow at the Blue Army in motion across his front. Like Wright and Hancock earlier, once he was convinced that Lee had been outfoxed, Warren would take up the march for Charles City and the crossing of the James. Intricate as these various interdependent movements were, they had been worked out in accordance with the required logistics of allotted time and road space. All went smoothly, despite the heat of the night and the choking dust stirred up by more than 100,000 pairs of shoes. The men stepped out smartly in the darkness, glad to be leaving a dismal field where they had buried so many comrades after so much purposeless suffering. Occupied as they had been with improving their entrenchments right up to the hour they got orders to withdraw, they took it as an excellent sign that their departure had been preceded by no rumor that a shift was being considered, since what came as a surprise to them was likely to be even more of one to the Johnnies across the way, including Old Man Lee. It was not now the custom, one veteran observed approvingly, to inform the rank and file and the newspapers and the enemy of intended movements. He and others like him in those several widespread dusty columns could remember another nighttime withdrawal from that same field just 2 weeks short of 2 full years ago, and though Cold Harbor was in itself an even more horrendous experience than Gaines' Mill, the feeling now was different and altogether better. Now as then the march was south, away from the scene of a defeat, but they felt now, as they had not done then while trudging some of these same James-bound roads, that they were moving toward a victory, even victory itself. Grant thought so too, and on sounder ground, knowing as they did not what he had devised for the undoing of the rebels on the far side of the river. Smith, whose corps was familiar with the terrain down there, would arrive first, being steam-propelled, and after going ashore at Bermuda Hundred would repeat the maneuver Butler had rehearsed 4 days ago across the Appomattox, when his Petersburg reconnaissance in strength was stalled by green militia, convicts, convalescents, and Negro bandsmen. That was not likely to happen this time for 3 reasons. One was that Baldy would be in charge of the advance, not the non-professional Butler. and Grant had already explained to his fellow West Pointer the importance of striking hard and fast. Another was that this attack would not only be made in much greater strength than the other, but would also be launched with the advantage of knowing the layout of the Petersburg defenses. The third reason was that, if there was any delay in the quick reduction of the place, Hancock, whose 3 divisions in the lead on the march from Cold Harbor, would be ferried across the James to save time while the 2,100-foot pontoon bridge was being assembled, would soon be down to add the weight of the hardest-hitting corps in Meade's army to the pressure Smith was exerting. As for the others, Burnside, Warren, and Wright would be arriving in that order behind Hancock, and could be used as then seemed best, probably for a breakout westward from Bermuda Neck, dislodging Beauregard's Cork, and a turning movement against Drury's Bluff, which would block the path of any reinforcements Lee might try to send to Petersburg when he found what Grant had been up to all this time. Members of the 2 staffs, Grant's and Meade's, shared the sanguine expectations of their chiefs, at least to the extent that they were privy to the plan, and their confidence grew as the day wore on and they rode south, doubling the columns of guns and men on the dusty roads. All the signs were that the army had indeed stolen a march on Lee, whose cavalry, unable to penetrate Wilson's screen below the Chickahominy, could give him no inkling of what was in progress east of Riddle's shop, near which Warren's 4 divisions remained in position without firing a shot all afternoon. So effectively did the Blue Troopers perform, and then resumed their roundabout hike for the James. By that time, the head of Hancock's column had come within sight of the broad, shining river, its choppy little waves as bright as polished hatchets in the sunlight. Transports and gunboats were riding at anchor, all with steam up for the crossing, and Army engineers were at work assembling their pontoons for the nearly half-mile span by which the other 3 corps would cross, tomorrow and the next day. An officer on Meade's staff observed Hancock's troops slogging down to Wilcox Landing just before sunset, hot and tired from their 30-mile overnight march, their faded, sweat-splotched uniforms in tatters from 40 days of combat, and was struck by the thought that, so far as these hard-bitten veterans were concerned, the more they served, the less they looked like soldiers, and the more they resembled day laborers who have bought second-hand military clothes. Then he watched them react with suspicion and puzzled dislike, much as he himself had done earlier, to their first sight of the neatly turned-out sailors and the engineers in uniforms of dark, unweathered blue, until at last they saw, as he had seen, what it was that was so wrong about these strangers. They were clean as visitors from some dirtless planet. And Grant's men, after 6 weeks on the go, shooting and being shot at, with neither the water nor the time for bathing, had become mistrustful of anyone not as grimy as themselves. Yet despite the grime and the suspicion that went with it, despite the added weariness and the fret that over the past 6 weeks they had suffered 3 separate 18,000-man subtractions from their ranks, first in the wilderness, then at Spotsylvania, and last on the North Anna, Totopotomoy Creek, and the Chickahominy, their spirits were even higher near the end of the Jamesward trek than at the outset, not only from being on the move again, away from the stench and snipers at Cold Harbor, but also because they could see what had begun to come of this latest sidle. Though they knew nothing of what lay ahead on the far side of the shining river, they trusted Grant to make the most of the fact that they had given Lee the slip the night before and stolen a march on him today. They had indeed done both those things and were now in a position to do more. The first Lee had known of their departure was at sunup, 2 hours after Early withdrew his 3 divisions and set out for the Shenandoah Valley, when messengers reached headquarters back near Gaines Mill with reports that the Yankees were gone from their works around Cold Harbor. Advancing scouts uncovered a second line of entrenchments, newly dug and intricately fashioned as if for permanent occupation, but these too were deserted, as were the woods and fields a mile and more beyond. June 13th, which was to have been the 40th day of contact for the two armies, turned out to be a day of practically no contact at all. Grant was gone, vanished with his blue-clad throng, perhaps toward the lower stretches of the Chickahominy, more likely to a new base on the James, from which to mount a new advance on Richmond, either by crossing the river for a backdoor attack or else by moving up its near bank for an all-out assault on the capital fortifications. Whichever it was, Lee warned the government of this latest threat and moved to meet it, shifting south to put what was left of his army in position below White Oak Swamp, where he would block the eastern approaches to the city and also be closer to Drury's for a crossing in case the blow was aimed at Beauregard. While his son's two thin-spread cavalry brigades, all that were left since Hampton and Fitz Lee took out after Sheridan 4 days ago, probed unsuccessfully at rapid-firing masses of Federal horsemen coming down the Long Bridge Road toward Riddle's shop, he posted Hill's corps in their support to thwart the field of the 7 days' fight at Glendale, and Anderson's off to the right, reaching down to Malvern Hill, which the cavalry then occupied as a post of observation, although nothing of much interest could be seen from there, except a good deal of apparently purposeless activity by Union gunboats at Deep Bottom down below. Lee's ranks were so gravely thinned by Early's departure that he might have been expected to recall him while there was still time. But when the president inquired that afternoon whether this might not be the wisest course, Lee replied rather laconically that he did not think so. At the end of the 40 days, as at the beginning, he remained the gambler he had always been, the believer that the weaker force must take the longer chances. "I do not know that the necessity for his presence today is greater than it was yesterday," he said of Early. "His troops would make us more secure here, but success in the valley would relieve our difficulties that at present press heavily upon us." Those first 4 words, "I do not know," were the crux of the matter. All the prisoners taken so far today had been cavalry, which left him with nothing but guesses as to the whereabouts of the Union infantry and artillery, all 100,000 of them. Most likely they were in motion for the James, but whether Grant intended for them to cross it or advance up the north bank, Lee could not tell. Nor could he act for fear of being decoyed out of position until he secured more or less definite information as to which course his adversary had taken or would take. Either way, the defense of Richmond had come down to a siege, the thing he had tried hardest to avoid. "This army cannot stand a siege," he had told Little Powell a month ago, just as Beauregard 1 week later had warned Bragg. The picture presented is one of ultimate starvation.